Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. It is of course week 2. My name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by the experiment and with me I have Amrit, but we know him better as Fixes, formerly known as Quite a Pain. Anyway, Fixes, baby, we are here. Week 2. Week 1's been a roller coaster ride for a lot of teams. How are you doing today?
It's already freezing.
Is it? No wonder you have the hoodie on.
Of course, because we do have that special map coming up today for which, I just can't get ready to get started.
Well, the best thing is, of course, we are going to be traversing a few climate zones today, but none of this would have been possible, of course, without our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, and, BGMI Crofton for giving us this opportunity and this amazing game. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of the show, let's just have a look and see what this bad boy, the iQOO Neo 6, has in it.
All right, there you have it, Snapdragon 875G, you've got that 80 watt of flash charge, and on top of it all, you've got that new Cascade liquid cooling system. Now, this is something that I really look forward to because, from the past couple of days, I've been grinding a lot of BGMI, and I'm going to tell you, every single time, there hasn't been a single instance where my phone got heated up.
Also, it's kind of easy on your fingers as well, right? Because you are going to have that cool thing, making sure you have the reactions. Once it gets heated up, things kind of slow down. Just
sweaty, annoying, and
no sweat, no nothing, and no stickiness as well. But again, that is the beauty of this device. Now, the thing is, we have these phones in our hands, and soon I guess we will let our lovely viewers know that they could win one. But the question is, how do they do so, Fixes?
I mean, all you've got to do is head over to Amazon and search for iQOO Neo 6, and they've got to partake in a little bit of a quiz out there if you're correct, if your answers are correct, and which are pretty simple though, the questions. And yeah, you might have a chance to win, and 3 lucky winners, I say, can have this bad boy in their hands by the end of the evening.
Every single day. I mean, it does kind of hurt to pinch a little bit because although we're on this side, lovely, it's a pleasure and a privilege being here, but I want one of these phones as well. But anyway, we're going to get to that in a few moments. But now, this is what it's all about. This is what we've all been fighting for. This is where all the clashes are happening. It's all about that moolah. And buddy, I sometimes have a little bit of an issue that, wait a second, are there a few extra zeros? I'm not going to be mistaken, but this time there are 7 following that too.
All right, money, sweet honey is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. 75 lakh rupees for the champion, and for the second position, it's almost slashed 50%, 35 lakhs, and there onwards, it just keeps on reducing, right? Not just that, we have other prizes for, the lone survivors, the one with the most finishes, the most valuable player. We've got things stacked up for them as well.
Once upon a time, I did participate in a tournament myself. I did end up somewhere in the 16th position. However, we did not walk away with a lakh. I mean, the thing is, the prize pool these days is just
it was a previous title,
phenomenal. Of course, it was in the yesteryears. Again, I'm an old boy, ladies and gentlemen, but of course, you have all these individual prizes coming in as well. And well, those additional prizes, I like that you kind of have an idea. I don't, so I'm waiting for the surprise, if I can be honest. But how do we decide who gets what?
We've got to rack up all those points, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we've been talking about this. It's the same since the past BGIS. Nothing has really changed. Maybe in the forthcoming tournaments, we might have a little bit of a shuffle. But again, for now, what stands correct is for the first position, you're getting 15 points for the chicken dinner. But what really pops out for me is that 1 finish point equals 1 point. So
amazing.
That is something that, teams have been capitalizing upon. Teams like Seoul, they've been very aggressive, getting a lot of finish points, and as they sit right at the top of the leaderboards.
Well, we did take about 3 days off when week 1 did end up, but now we are going to be at the beginning of week 2. 26th of May, that is today, is when we start things. 29th is when we're going to take another break for another couple of days. But then the last stage of, the league is going to be week 3, and that's where things are really going to get exciting. Things are going to be heated up, maybe a bit cold for some as well, but then after that, buddy, oh boy, who all makes it to the grand finals?
I mean, one thing for sure, Team Soul's there. Team OR, I think they're also there for the top 16, considering the kind of a disparity that they've developed for themselves.
I like that you just picked the first 2 teams and said, they're definitely going to be there.
I mean, there's no chance on earth that they're going to miss out, right? Even if they fluster, even if they have, few bad weeks. But from there onwards, from the 3rd position right till the 17th, it's all out in the open, right? Not a lot of points difference. It could just be anyone, 1 or 2 chicken dinners, and you're right at the top 4.
Absolutely, and now this is something that is going to be a bit different. This time around, it's going to be Erangel, Miramar, woohoo, Vikendi. Then
Oh,
we're going to head back to Erangel, Miramar, and well, Erangel again. I'm excited for this because, again,
oh yeah.
it's going to be a new pace, right? It's going to be a fresh infusion into our map cycle. I'm sure a few of us are going to be missing Sanok. You definitely aren't. But
Yes.
it's going to be exciting to see how the teams, play this particular map. I want to see the strategies. I want to see what they come up with.
I'm super stoked because considering you've got Vikendi coming back in, the true essence of Vikendi lies in how the circles are created, right? We talk about a double whammy from the fourth or fifth. In Vikendi, you get it right from the very start, and not just that, you've got a lot of meta changes happening as well. You've got you've got the other guns also coming in. The MP5K, the infamous weapon. For the viewers out there, if you can relate, let us know in the chat how much of a devastating weapon it was. But more than that, you've got avenues for bolt action as well. Considering, you've got a lot of buildings around. There are going to be people who are going to be prying out looking like this. So I think you're going to have a fun time, XP, today.
I'm going to have a fun time with all that bolt action, and I want to see a few white gillies out there. I want to see
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
hiding in the snow, or
The brown
if
gilly
you
as well.
have some patches of grass, because you're never going to expect it, right? Now, the thing is, if you're wearing a brown gilly, try not wriggle your way around in the snow, because you are going to be spotted from the distance. Again,
Absolutely.
it's fun. It's an exciting change of pace, is what I think Vikendi is going to be like. And as, of course, Fixer did mention moments ago, the circle over here, oh boy, it's like it has a mind of its own. But for now, we're going to be jumping into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. And well, let's see if you can spot your favorite teams on our screens right about now.
So of course, I mean, we're gonna start off with B and C this time around, and we have the big names, right? Team C, the best performing group from week 1 against Group B, which, well, of course, they're improving, right? They're the second best, so as to speak. You've got the big names like OR Esports, you've got Big Brother Esports, the surprise package, and Team MG though. This is one of those teams that I'm really looking forward to because considering the way they started off, it was those good games of Miramar. But ever since, they kind of look to be fizzling out of the scheme of things, and they've kind of been a little uncomfortable. So today is a week they might redeem themselves. You've got that one map of Vikendi. Finally not going to see those pesky healing battles in Sanhok. And that is going to change a lot of things, right? Because, the players haven't really scrimmed against each other in this particular map. So we're still sort of chartering into the dark as to what's going to happen. So whatever it is, it's going to be fun.
Oh, it is going to be fun indeed. And, we were just talking about a few teams. I am looking at my notes, which, by the way, we do prepare. I mean, these cue
I
cards
mean, do you
are
mind just,
empty.
showing that?
We have
what
a
your-
lot written down over here. But anyway,
Oh.
I'm having a look at Team MG. 22nd position, a lot more than your card anyway. 77 points. 77 points, not too far off from the 16th place. Even if I look at, 18 till 19, they can still do a lot. One good game can change their fortunes around. However, UP50 Esports, they are languishing by quite a bit. 43 after 1 week of gameplay is... it's going to be putting some pressure on their shoulders.
But the good thing is that, towards the end of the first week's final day, right, they finally started redeeming themselves, get a few points on board. I mean,
few finishes here and there,
that's
yeah.
good for starters, right?
Yep.
You've got to start off with somewhere you already know you're quite demoralized, you're not feeling it, and suddenly you rack up a 10 finish game, and then from there onwards you look at positive things to come. And it's not just UP50 over here. You've got to talk about Esports Wala WSF as well, considering how they played in the iQOO BMOC. The transition to the BMPS has been pretty rough.
It has been rough, but again, there's a bigger prize out there. I mean,
yeah.
what's at stake is a lot bigger than BMOC, and they were trying to prove themselves at that stage, which they of course did. And as you mentioned, they were picked up by Esports Wala. So, the pressure, I believe, is going to be mounting a bit too much to basically excel. Now, I'm pretty sure, the organization isn't going to be too stringent in case they don't make it. But again, I think their biggest critiques right now are themselves. And that is what we saw in their gameplay. They did kind of do a few things here and there. They did have a few good games, almost, clutching it out and getting the job done. However, let's see what week 2 is going to be like, because they've had a few days to breathe. Everyone's going to be coming in proper strong. And, well, I can't wait for the action on the first map of Erangel.
Oh yeah, certainly. But again, if you talk about Erangel and the other teams, the newcomers inside the scene, the new pros, so as to speak, I think a few of them have really impressed me. One of them has to be Autobotz, the only team in the top 8 from the ones who really made it. And then you talk about teams like ACBC, and then you've got a few others, but it's going to be fun now.
Oh, it is going to be fun indeed. But again, massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for giving us this opportunity to have a lot of fun. And of course, couldn't have done this without our sponsors, the iQOO Neo 6 and Loco. So before we get into the action, let's have a look at that beautiful video for the first time this day.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, when you do have the iQOO Neo 6 in your hands, you definitely have the power to win. And, speaking about winning, we've got a lot of groups fighting it out. And before I get to a question, I do have a question for you. I think we should let our viewers who are joining us now, by the way, we start at the right time. How can they get themselves one of these?
All right, all you've got to do is head over towards Amazon. On the search bar, type iQOO Neo 6 and then partake in a quiz. And if your answers are correct, 3 lucky winners. 3 lucky winners are going to get their hands on this bad boy.
Now, the best thing is, in case you don't get the phone today, it's all right. We have a lot more in store for you because we have a lot of BGMI merch to be given out. Of course, you can get yourselves a nice little T-shirt and those zippers, or a big T-shirt because, some of you might be big like me, even bigger. I'm just kidding. This boy is a lot smaller than me. Oh, we did hit the gym yesterday.
But you're going to do that to me now?
We're going to feel a bit nice. No, I'm just kidding. But how you can do that is head over, to the Esports channel and make sure you click the link in the description. Hashtag your favorite team. And who knows, you might just get away with a few goodies. Now, speaking of teams, let's just shine the light on Group B real quick. Thoughts?
I think today Enigma Galaxy is one of those teams that I'm really looking forward to, considering how they played the final Erangel game last time, and MJ has certainly been one of those players to watch out for, making his way to being one of the top fraggers in the fragger board, and that is something that I'm really looking forward to, because Enigma Galaxy has always been one of those teams that prioritizes heavily on their position points, and on behest of that they've accrued so much for themselves. But again, a new week coming up, teams have come with fresh minds. Few teams did get ample opportunity and chances to go back to the drawing board and figure out their mistakes. So this has to be one of those weeks that is going to be very paramount for all these teams, right? If they kind of mess up, I guess we might have to bid adieu to a few names, because if they do not perform in this week, if they're still not in the race for the top 16, I think a couple of teams might have their dreams shattered.
Well, 8 of them are definitely going to be leaving us at some point or the other. But the thing is, the massive question, the $1 million question is, who are those 8 teams going to be? But for now, before all the death and destruction visits Erangel, just have a look at the wars of the yesteryears. Of course, something must have happened here a long time ago. That's why we have all these trenches dug in. You have your Bofors, you have your howitzers trained outside. But again, not a lot of population over here. I do believe the citizens of Erangel never decided to come back, because every now and then we keep dropping in.
It kind of gives you that Chernobyl vibe, right? The map of Erangel.
You better have your radioactive suits then.
You certainly need to, right? Because considering if you kind of draw comparisons, even in the real life, you've got some inspirations out there. The same abandoned school apartments. You've got those buildings. You've got cities like the Western Georgia Paul one. So you're gonna take inspirations from out there. But again, coming back to the entire scheme of things, we've got, of course, Group B and Group C playing. So Group C, they've been performing really out of their minds. They've been one of those groups that everybody's scared of, to watch out for. But I think they've got a lot of sample size to work out with, and it's time to prove their mettle as we take it up to the skies, my man.
Well, it is, of course, time, as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies for the first time on day 1, week 2 of the league stages. And I like the fact it is something different than what we saw in all the Erangels of week 1. We are going to be flying just north of the quarry, heading over the ruins. Rozok is going to be there, and we're going to be ending things in Stolberg. Now, question, Fixes.
Yeah.
Our team's going to be dropping different. Are they going to be switching something up at the beginning? Because we did see last time we had a few clashes every now and again.
You know, the mystery kind of lies for me as well, because again, we open to few changes, few tweaks here and there. Nothing too major, nothing too out of ordinary is what the teams are going to be up to. But yeah, of course, the major issue has always been about getting those vehicles, right? A few of those teams, like let's say teams heading towards the eastern side, maybe teams going down below. So that is where the trouble really arises. And OR Esports has always been one of those teams that has really excelled in the map of Erangel. We're going to expect nothing less from them.
Oh, absolutely. And the best thing is, Team Soul, they did. Wait a second. Speaking of drop clashes, Ayush, you are right next to Spraygard over here. And if they find weapons before you, things are going to be problematic. And just as expected, Spraygard, with a pistol, with that revolver, is going to make sure he draws first blood over here as IE. Well, they have one of their members down. Spraygard making sure he has a better weapon. It is going to be a Uzi versus Uzi. He realizes he had a split second to see where his opponent was, because from afar, Loki was keeping a keen vigil. And again, I like the fact that he is hungry for that finish. And basically now, Initiative Academy are down to a 3-man squad.
All right, this is something that did come out of the syllabus, right? This is something we were not anticipating. As Spraygard gets one more, it's going to be Loki, and his position was already compromised. And they have a slight idea of where DG could be, right? Charging in at his direction, making sure they check every nook and cranny before going in for the push. Does have an AK to work around with, but Aladdin, with that DBS, just blows him up.
I mean, 2 shots to the face, and that is going to be all she wrote, because it looks like Initiative Academy, well, they haven't really initiated the action over here. However, they are going to be the first ones to probably fall victim to 7C Esports. Again, a good start from 7C elsewhere. OR Esports, who were talking about them, are going to be laying down some lead in Exo's direction. And well, Fierce, he wasn't taken down by a plume of bullets, but rather it was that vehicle that went crunch over his skull. And again, a lot of action breaking out. And if you notice one thing, Fixes, teams are trying to chain things up. And again, I guess they're going to test the waters in the first game of week 2.
This is quite an unpleasant start, right? Something that we really did not anticipate for ourselves. Of course, OR Esports are one of those teams that tends to drop around those school apartment areas. And EXO, of course, they were in pursuit for a few vehicles, and eventually just got caught in between of all these commotion out there. And again, not a good start for Team EXO. That has been somewhere around that 17th spot, and they had a lot to prove. Already a loss for them.
Keep in mind, now normally we always see OR, dropping at the school, maybe the apartments, and then they might just transition to Rozok. This time, however, they dropped a bit further south. I do believe, they would have anticipated that EXO is going to try and pick up a few weapons here or there, or whatever team, and then head down to Milta, as they love calling it, their home. But do you think this was on purpose, or do you think they just saw a few shoots in the sky and they were like, hey, look, a bird. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's our next victim.
Yeah, of course. I mean, one of the major reasons why they do not head around Rozok is, of course, FSC Sports' presence over there, right? And they know that they're in the same group, so ideally they're going to encounter them. So it's better to keep distance, not engage in fights.
Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, eventually if they're going to cross paths while rotating around, that's a fight they might, pick apart. But for EXO, of course, it was something that neither of these teams did know is going to happen, because ideally this is where EXO needs to look out for a plan B or for a plan C if this flight path trajectory is not heading from your area of drop. That is where you've got to look out for other avenues, places like Stalberg, Meshki Loot. Now, that is one of those spots that has been taken by a lot of the other teams as their, contingency plans. But EXO not resorting to that, that's going to start hurting them.
Well, that is a possibility. But again, of course, we have a lot of facts and figures in our minds. Let's do one thing and show a few facts and figures for all our lovely viewers, as we are going to be pitting a few teams against one another. Now, I love that, because at the end of the day, yes, you are competing with yourselves, but of course, you need to see how you stack up with other teams. Now, OR, we're going to be facing them off against a big brother Esports. And, well, Fixes, what stands out for you over here?
Of course, the average survival time. for OR Esports, and
And
that is
every
where
second counts.
every second counts. Basically, that 18-48 to 19-1. It's barely 20-second of difference, but still,
Oh, yeah.
still it makes up, right? And considering how OR Esports have always been one of those teams that tend to thrive in Erangel, their favorite map, they've made the survival times. They've done those. They've entered into battles when it is required, and Atanki and Aditya, two of their players, they have been in pristine form, and they're certainly the ones to really look out for, in contrast to Big Brother Esports, who kind of generally tend to thrive in maps like Sandhawk. They've got amazing games of Sandhawk, and this is a cause of concern for me because you do not have Sandhawk this week, and now Big Brother, how big can they lead?
So the thing is, I'm looking at my stats and figures, and 37 points is what separates the two teams. Now, as far as finishes go, we kind of had a look at the damages, the finishes, the assists, pretty even Steven. Now, the position points is basically what sets OR Esports apart. They've got 99 points from positions, while Big Brother have 68. So again, that 31-point gap is going to be something that is going to come in play. And, well, let's see if this time around they're going to be a bit more passive. And when I say passive, I don't mean not take fights. I don't want to say they're going to be a bit more smart because they have been playing smart, but I wonder if they're going to pick the right battle at the right time.
I mean, there's no need to sugarcoat it, basically, because when you've got lakhs on the line over there, you've got such a huge prize pool, you've got to be very methodical about your approach inside the game, right? If you feel like you've got a good position, there's no real need to, try and get into engage a fight unwantedly. Objective fights is what I've always keep harping about. If there's an objective for you, take it. Now, these are two teams that are really opportunistic, especially OR Esports being one of them. They've maintained that perfect harmony, as a result of which they're in the top two. And for Big Brother Esports, again, they've had a little bit of a rough phase after the entire BGIS. Now entering into the BMPS, Cream and Zenopi, two of those players that have really stood out for me, and I'm looking for more out of these lads.
Speaking of OR, you got to keep one thing in mind. They weren't at the tippity top at the beginning of week one. They did have their few struggles, but, well, look at them now. Now, we did have a look at the map just moments ago. 7C Esports are still going to be out in the blue. Of course, they're going to take their time to make sure that they come in hot and loaded to the gills with all that delicious loot. But again, I'm having a look at the map that we have over here. A lot of influx towards Yasnaya Polyana right now. And of course, we do have Team Kinetic on our screens in just that location. Now, they are going to hear a few vehicles go past them. If you have a look at your minimap, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to see Team MG driving close by. And, well, looks like Team Kinetic are going to have a little bit of an idea. But right now, there's going to be a scramble. There's going to be a dash for all these compounds that are still in the circle. And do you think we're going to see any action early on? Or basically, is it going to be something like, if a compound's already taken fixes and I'm coming towards it, I spot some movement, I spot a little hustle. Would I take the fight right now, or am I going to go to the hills nearby?
I think it's going to be rather pretty slow, considering, finally we're getting to see some identical circles. This is one of the circles that we've also witnessed in the past in week number 1, where you have the shifts kind of going towards maybe the coastal lines or maybe towards the Lumberjack Hills. They've always also been moments where we have the shift somewhere around that shelter area as well.
All right, buddy, we're going to play this game.
All right.
Where is the circle going? Libovka? I kind of have a feeling, right?
Yeah, around the coastlines, around the Lumberjack Hills.
All right, let's have a look. There you have it. I guess it's going to be pretty much centric right now. Both of us are being favored by the gods. But again, have a look at all that commotion. Team Soul on a collision course with OR Esports, and looks like someone did align from the vehicle. Shots might be fired, and sooner or later, some of bodies might be hitting the ground. But for now, Big Brothers making sure ACBC are kept at bay.
This is a moment where we're going to see majority of the fights happening, right? The circle's starting to close down. A lot of teams are rotating beside each other, and it's all that one knock is needed for the teams to kind of just spread their wings open and take those fights. But this is again one of those situations we've also seen in the past. Big Brother Esport, they always tend to come over there, and it's always ACBC having trouble to retreat from that military base to the other side of the bridge, as we do have a fight erupting right in front of us right now.
Speaking of trouble, looks like our Esports were in a bit of a precarious spot, but Canary is going to find some respite for himself. Meanwhile, his teammate Jadu is going to come under fire from Team Kinetic. Now, again, these teams, they did leave Visnaya because I'm pretty sure most of the teams in the game right now are anticipating that the circle is going to shift further down south and further to the east. No, he does further to the east. In fact, one more shot is all it's going to take. There you have it. Coming down to almost the last bullet, and Jadoo is going to be the first one to be brought down onto his bloody knees. But the question is, are Team Kinetic going to push in?
You know, this is one of the circles that Team Kinetic are so well familiar with. In the iQOO BMPS round 4, the chicken dinner that they accrued, they took down the players of Cells in the final circle and managed to get one. Now, if it is going to be a similar circle like that, then this is the exact spots that they were holding, right? Now, from Kinetic, you've got to really watch out for Beo and Got, you know, two of those players that have been so exceptional for this squad, you know, racking up all those finishes for themselves. Now, our Esports. Now, again, this is also one of those teams that did tend to thrive. You know, they were in the same group. They were indeed in the same matchup. And it was the battle for the top 3 where we did see these two big guns locking horns against each other. But this time it's pretty early, so it's going to be interesting as to what really happens.
Well, again, you know, we did see some action early on. I'm sure everyone is going to be happy. But now, all your favorite teams, what they are going to try and do is, hold on, Canary. Do you have a read on them? I think he has a good read. That grenade is going to go in. In fact, I think it's a bit too far in. Had it been outside, he might have got a couple of knocks. But now he's expecting a push coming in. A little preemptive grenade over there to keep them at bay. And looks like he did chip away at the health of the aggressors and made a hasty retreat. Again, quick thinking on his part. And there you have it. He might just jump out the window. But the thing is, his teammates are now set up for flanks. And, well, little sunshine for the little bird.
And there you have it. I mean, Team Kinetic also retreating because they are not aware about the position of the other players, their opponents, right? They could just get flanked over. And considering the fact that you have got the players of Team MG having that little higher platoon to themselves, and yeah, I mean, KO is going to take his chances. There's no chance on earth that, you know, even if you get a knock, you're going to try and push at them. The moment you try to do that, the revives are going to come in. It's just about, you know, having those armors depleted, and that is what they're really up to.
This is where I love me some bolt action because one shot goes boom, and well, somebody is going to be falling down to his knees. But now the question, it might actually have a sudden bit of a shift. In fact, Lipovka still might be in play. The prison hell could be in contention. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. XP is on fire. But now what's going to be problematic is a lot of vehicles are also going to be in fire because everyone is going to be migrating due east.
You know, this is where ACBC, I would love to see them take those coastal areas over there, right? You still have a few of the other teams, even Team X, so they're going to resort for a lot late rotation. Team MG, they're making their movements pretty fast, and this is where, you know, finally we're going to have some vehicular manslaughters, few of their players trying to take each other down. But I believe it's going to be Dawn who's the one trying to scout around a good position. But I believe Team MG have decided to hold on to this little high ground advantage that they have to themselves. Look at what's happening, XP.
Well, speaking of advantages, looks like Soul is going to be at a bit of a disadvantage over here as BB are going to get the better of them. Hellgod, of course, making sure Hector is going to be sent packing. And, well, just like in Troy, he has finally fallen. Now, Team Soul, they are going to be in a little bit of a tight spot, caught in the open, like we anticipated. You know, all these waves are going to go through auction. Already lost his tire, mind you, and his buggy is pretty much going to be screaming for attention right now with that little speed. Now, they do have this nice little ditch to play around with, which means for now, it was pretty much like an ambush. They saw a few vehicles coming behind them. They took their shots elsewhere. Looks like Optunki is going to be opening up on UP50. Again, a team that needs as many points as it can get.
You know, Big Brother Esports have done their homework, right? But we've got a bit of a situation over here. UP50 already out of the race for knockout. Yes, just walking right in the open, showing his backs. He's going to get shot. But this is where OR Esports understand the gravity of the situation. They're going in for a push.
Well, they are going in for the push because all they have down below are just people crawling in on their bellies, on their knees, and Aru is going to make sure he makes quick work of them, which means only one man stands from UP50 and fix this again. Not a good start for them.
No, not at all. And this is where UP50 really need to understand.
What should they do?
I mean, at this time, again, very impatient rotation. Either go in pretty early or else, try to rotate completely late, like something like Team EXO is doing. And somewhere in the middle between, if you can't rotate around, you're going to get caught in the mix of things.
Speaking of rotations, I'm pretty sure a fight might just break out on our screens. There you have it. I was going to bring this up. 7C up against EXO. Now, EXO, they did have a slight advantage as 7C Esports was driving past them. And again, Sensei's position is going to be paramount for their little victory over here. Spraygard does have a moment of respite for himself. He does find a little bridge out of the blue. However, his teammate is not going to be so lucky. Now, Sarang, already down on his knees, is going to get the revive. And Team EXO at this stage, right? Now they've got to make a decision. Because if you keep an eye out, Savitar is going to be on a little bit of flank. Ah, there you have it. The moment I just mentioned Savitar's name, in fact, this is what I was anticipating, Fixes. Sensei had no idea that someone else is going to be on his left flank. And now grenades are going to be flunked. 7C, in fact, might now be in a position to gatekeep EXO.
I mean, they're going to take their chances, but for now, both of these teams, their entire objective is going to be trying to get inside the circle. But, once we have a look at the circle, how it is formed, it's taken a little bit of a shift up north, where Hyderabad Hydras have a really good commanding position to themselves. Now, Sensei, again, bloodied on his knees, immortal, and Snacks just making that little bit of an escape over there. But I don't think that's going to happen for Team EXO, as I feel they're still in a lot of trouble.
Well, Immortal's immortality is definitely going to be put on the test right now, as they're going to make sure they deploy enough smoke screens to make a Hay Street retreat. But again, buddy, Team EXO, they had that advantage. The moment I saw Sarang's, Savitar's position, I beg your pardon, I realized that, wait, Sensei is not going to have an idea that his left flank is open. And, well, Team EXO, they were the ones who had that advantage. But right now, buddy, they are going to be on their knees. Speaking of Team Blind Esports, trying to make sure they figure out a way to make it to the circle, because the circle has taken a little bit of a shift up north. And, well, there's only one king of the hill, and for now, that hill is under Hyderabad Hydra's control.
Oh yeah, they've got the perfect compound, they've got everything needed, but for now, it's going to be raining grenades as Big Brother Esports, a little oblivious about ACBC's positioning, are going to get punished. Now, this is one of those fights that eventually started around that, certain Melta bridge over there, and they're still continuing even over here. And ACBC having such a good start, they need to find a few finishes to their names.
They do, because another team that does need a few finishes are Esports, unfortunately, are going to be finished off instead, as Kinetic was the last to fall, and another team is going to be going down in, well, not disgrace, but of course they want it to be better. But ACBC, they are going to have a chance to pick up their fallen comrade, and the question is 7C going to be coming in? Oh, I did see a grenade coming from the base. 7C is going to be under fire from Blind. He made a bit of a mistake. I do believe Evil Sky might have actually lobbed a grenade on his teammate's position, which means, well, it kind of worked out, because Deadpool from the other end is going to make sure that he plummets them with a lot of lead. And, well, Evil Sky against all odds here, mate. The rush was coming in, and for now, he is going to be nice, but he knows someone is behind that buggy. In fact, he might just get something over here. The grenade is going to go boom. Unfortunately, it's a bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I really felt that Evil Sky should have gone for Aladdin, considering it was a knock that came out of Blind, but still not overextending, as Blind from the backlines will get the better out of Savitar with that 7C. They've been taken out of the equation, as Evil Sky was the one, lobbing that final grenade, and either ways, securing a few finishes to their names. Now, again, with this next circle shift coming in, it's going to be really interesting to see where the next zone lies, as now ACBC, they are under heavy fire.
Well, they are, but looks like Rain can make it right overhead, because he is going to go to the left. He does shoot, he does connect. In fact, one of them is going to be brought down. There you have it. He ducks under, switches to the DP, and now he is going to be in the cat and mouse chase. It is going to be around the little house, but there you have it. That is going to be it for ACBC. A valiant effort. However, looks like they did not check their blind spot, because Blind Esports came in and, well, secured those finishes for themselves. Now, the circle is going to be shifting. Question is, are we going to have some open warfare, some guerrilla warfare in the mountains? Well, the answer is yes, because the only compound right now is under the control of Hyderabad Hydras. Everything else is just, well, Mother Nature.
I mean, at this point, you've got a lot of teams in contention, right? Even Team Seoul, as a matter of fact, they have recuperated pretty well, especially considering, you know, they were under heavy fire by the players of Big Brother Esports. Now, Big Brother also do have a really good area to themselves. Now, this is where OR, they've been playing from the shorelines inside the cities of Lipovka, anticipating maybe it could be an urban circle this time as well. But Sarkar from UP50, he is playing that edgy game. But look at Hyderabad Hydras. They've got their eyes set. They know there's a team right in front of them, and there's a team even just behind the players of Team Walkouts. So they've got to count their chickens properly, because if they do not, they might be in a little bit of a trouble.
Now the thing is, Walkouts are going to have to walk out from their little soft spot, but hold on to the top. We did have a bold action go up, but right now, Team Soul's position is going to be challenged by Kinetic Esports. Soul did throw a grenade. Fortunately, Akshat realized his mistake, but Goblin is going to be taken down, and it's Nigma Galaxy's Dream who's going to be shooting from afar. Question is, does, well, the team Kinetic, do they know that someone is coming in? There you have it, Akshat going on a preemptive strike. Wonderfully done. He makes sure that he's the aggressor and not the one who has to defend, and, well, he gets back in safety in the nick of time, making sure the threat for now has been dealt with. But now it all comes down to Bayo and God again. As you mentioned, Fixes, two of their strongest players. What are they going to do right now? Oh, wait a second. Akshat was spotted. Unfortunately for the opponent team, they come in a bit too late. Had it been a bit quicker, Akshat taking the mantle, picking up all that weight for his teammates. He knows Goblin is down. He knows he's the last man standing. Oh, cheeky. That was a cheeky move. And of course, if you see it, chances are you can shoot it. Akshat, he knows someone's right outside. They're just playing the waiting game, but I'm a little scared. Oh, he gets another one. It is all going to be a one-on-one situation, as I do believe Kinetic are now going to be on the back foot. Unfortunately, that buggy was blocking his pop.
At this moment, you know, Akshat is doing it already. A 1v3 pulled off. All he needs to do is get the final play, and after this reload, I'm pretty sure he's going up for it. There, you know, the movements are being made. God really resigning from that heal over there, but now he's going to step out of the window. Maybe he does go for it. And there you go. Akshat finally spotting out the players. No, that's not going to work out like that. A little bit obstructed with all the vehicles around him, as God is going to get himself inside the compound. Akshat still relentless, wants to go for this 1v1 situation that he's got it, but can he clutch it out, XP?
Well, the thing is, the zone is coming in there now. There you have it. Akshat is going to be taken down. It is going to be God's day, as he is going to be a happy man. 6 finishes for themselves, and, well, now he's going to make sure he's in a little bit of a safe spot. Lucky for him, he does have a few more minutes, well, a minute to be precise, to just, you know, patch himself up. Take a few deep breaths, let those jitters, let all that adrenaline that is coursing through his hands just, you know, calm down, and things are going to be good. However, things do not look good for Team Walkout, as they are going to be bombarded from either end. At one end, you have OR Esports. At the other, Striker is striking for the Hyderabad Hydras. And, well, Mr. Spray is caught between a rock and a hard place. That looks good. He goes down, because have a look at that. Striker is going to be coming in and joining the party as well. He's got to be careful. His white explosion. And again, this is where Soundson comes in. Maybe they should have heard it a little bit better. But again, Walkouts can take advantage of this situation, because again, now they are taking the fight with Hyderabad Hydras, and oh my goodness, Cuba, the warrior himself, is going to go up against Ace Black. Ace Black is going to get the better of him right now. However, he still has another one to contend with. Mr. Spray, is he going to be spraying lead frantically over there? I think they just got the better of them, Fixes.
Oh yeah,
they're
indeed
out.
they did. Indeed they did, considering they were on the lower ground, the way they engaged in that little bit of a fight. As now, you know, Blind, they are on fire. Ever since they've been playing in Erangel, they've been engaging in proper fights. They've not been shying away from battles. Now getting the better out of Team EXO over there. Now they've got their eyes even set on OR. But what is going to be so important over here in this particular situation is all these teams need to get inside the circle, where we've got a lot of breathing space. We've got a full man stack Enigma Galaxy. This was one of those teams that we had to watch out for, and now from the shadows they've again emerged to trying to get the chicken dinner.
Well, looks like they were lurking in the shadows in week 1, and now finally they feel confident enough to just emerge. And yeah, you're right, 7 finishes, all 4 members alive. They are going to have that man advantage on all these other teams, but again, their positioning is something to be noted as well. They do have the high ground. They do have a little slope for cover. Of course, you do have your makeshift fortifications in the form of all those vehicles. It looks good, but the thing is, you know, I get it. You know, Kinetic, they just have one man standing. However, if they aren't careful about their flanks, and if they start getting picked apart one by one, well, things could change for them, as Athanki is going to make sure he does have the vehicle. I like that they have a tombstone right on top, but the question is it going to be his own, or has he saved it for one of his opponents?
Line already having better out of the situation. situation, having that little high ground advantage. This is where the support fire should have really come in. Williams capitalizing on the situation, gets that one knock, knows where the other two players are. I'm pretty sure they're going to be clobbered down with all those grenades. Look at Rage having that little he's got to make some movements out there. Smokes are now deployed to try and confuse the enemies as OR Esports, they're going to still try for the revive.
I like this. Well, the revive ain't going to be coming in just yet, but Jelly and Atanki are now going to be the last two members standing for their team. A grenade is going to be cooked. I do believe he's switching to the Molotov, and well, the grass is going to be burning near him soon as they do deploy some more smokes, because yes, they do have to come in, which means they are willing and ready fixes to take the fight straight to the enemy.
Oh yeah, indeed they are. At this point, OR Esports, they need to slow it down a little bit, let Blind engage against the other players, which is exactly happening as Nigma Galaxy are the ones to strike from behind. And this is where Team Blind, they were caught with their pants down. They were not really anticipating. And again, Nigma Galaxy, they are going to capitalize. They are going to keep getting these finishes. Now, already a 10-finish strong squad with all their players still alive and kicking.
3 teams remaining, 8 players alive, half of which belong to just one team, which means it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for all the other teams, pun intended, because for now, we do have the Kings of the Hills in the form of Nigma Galaxy, and it doesn't look like anything is going to be overthrowing them. Just as I say that, there you have it. The only thing that could be picking away with them is the fact if they get chipped away one by one. Now this, Fixes, is when if Walkouts coming from the other end, it's going to be problematic. It looks like OR's Atanki is going to be living up to his name, making sure he shreds everyone in his sights, and now, well, you know what they say, then there were 2. It's going to be OR up against Nigma Galaxy.
Indeed. A 2v4 situation, and they can definitely turn the tides in their favor already.
2v3.
Making it 2v3, but what's going to be very imperative over here is Dream's positioning, which I believe OR are not aware of. And now Apollo, with all those grenades just being thrown right behind the smoke, has done some amount of chip damage though, but is it enough? They need to scatter around a little bit.
They do need to scatter, but of course what's going to happen right now is everyone is going to hit the deck, because it is going to be a little bit of a waiting game. You don't want to give your position away first. I love that we have all those suppressors coming on those M4s, because you don't want to kind of hide your position. You don't want to give it away willy-nilly. But OR and Jelly, I don't like this. They are in the same line, and if MJ does spot them from afar, chances are one bullet might just go through the other. Of course, that doesn't really happen, but if you think about it, they could be caught up in a little bit of a lineup over here, and things could be problematic. But for now, like predators on the prowl, these pros are going to be heading towards their prey. And NXG, now they are going to be on the back foot a little, Fixes. They have no idea where their opponents are. And again, they are spread far and wide. They are going to see some smoke, and when you see smoke, well, you pop a few bullets directly in it. Oh, I think you saw him.
Oh, indeed he did. And I believe the exchanges are going to be coming pretty soon. Atanki exposing himself. Now this is where Dreams, he's got to make those big brain moves, right? He's going to lob those grenades. At least needs to act as a diversion for MJ and Apollo to really come in and get the job done, as Jelly already knocked out. It all comes down to Atanki. He's going to be continuously spraying. That's not going to matter anymore as Nigma Galaxy continue their onslaught even at the day 1 of week number 2. The first game also going to their names.
Well, we did kind of predict this. You did kind of say that Group B's Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be coming in a bit hard. They did 13 finishes for themselves and a delicious chicken dinner, making quite a statement. Now, again, OR Esports, they were caught in so many situations that they should not have come out of it alive. However, this is where that experience and also, the fact that they've been doing this so long, they thrive under pressure. They are calm under pressure. And let me tell you one thing. Those movements by Atanki and Jelly were beautiful.
They need work. Now, OR Esports was one of those teams that tries to play a lot from the edges. This time around also, we did see them getting off at school apartments, headed directly to the Lipovka city. And from there onwards, it was a 4-man squad. They tried to come in and... that was one fight against Team Blind, which they did not really anticipate. 2 of their players already falling down, and primary players, you're talking about Aditya and Aru over there in that particular situation. And that was a big blow. That was something that they took a lot to recover from. And that is where Nigma Galaxy, again, this has been one of those silent assassin teams that has never really made themselves visible. We did not see a lot of fights coming out of Nigma Galaxy, but when it comes down to it, they're like a whole well-knit unit, right? Coming in, it was a perfect game for them. they just did lose out on one of their players, and that was it. Secured a good finish, chicken dinner, and they're gonna be looking for the top 3. They're definitely going for it this time.
Well, of course, we are going to be looking forward to seeing what they do. But for now, we are going to be heading over to the post-match segment powered by Loco as the point standings are popping up on your screen. And at the tippity top, it is going to be Nigma Galaxy with that chicken and 13 points coming in from finishes. Now, if you have a look at the finishes, a few teams did get a taste of blood. I mean, we did see 7C right at the beginning, getting a few finishes for themselves. OR Esports with 9 walkouts, making it to the top 3. All in all, a good game for a few teams that needed this game to be good. But again, if you have a look at the bottom half fixes, UP and, well, you can see the rest.
Oh, indeed. And for Walkouts, the breaking point was that one fight against Hyderabad Hydras, that despite all odds, they still managed to come up top. And that is where, Hyderabad Hydras made a lot of casual mistakes, right? Not checking their flanks, not making sure. It was Striker who got knocked out first. And,
correct me if I'm wrong. I think they completely misjudged the fact that OR Esports was nearby as well, because you got to keep in mind that is where their flanks were exposed as they were trying to go over the hill. And when they were just left to Striker and Ace Black, Striker went in for the finishes. However, we did see from the corner of our eye, I'm pretty sure he saw it too, someone pop up like a meerkat. However, again, I think they rushed it a bit. What do you think?
I mean, the microcomms were clearly missing over there, right? Considering it was so chaotic in that situation, everyone was doing their own thing, and Striker should have gotten that knock. But for now, we do have the iQOO MVP. It's going to be my man.
It is going to be your man. Looks like he is in a dream world right now, as he is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. 4 finishes, 2 assists, but have a look at that damage. Ooh.
48 points of it, and this shows that Enigma Galaxy, one of those teams that kind of tends to drop around the southeastern side, around those Milta factories areas, and then having a really good circle to themselves, making all the right decision, and then going in, getting the job done.
Now, just explain this to me. They do like dropping down to the south, but right now, for the last few circles, they were the northernmost team.
I mean, right now, again, this is one of the circles that they're well aware of. We've seen, like we've said, right? These are the identical ships coming in.
They move well.
Yeah. Now, this is something that we've seen a lot in the first week, right? We've seen a lot of those eastern zones forming in. And this is where, teams like OR Esports, this is where teams like Enigma Galaxy tend to thrive. And they have been in these situations. They know how to face it. And here they are, the top 2 teams.
So basically, what you are trying to say is, in a way, practice makes perfect. This is where they drop down. This is their home. And, well, they are ready for everything that comes their way. Again, like we always keep saying, we beat around the bush a lot, don't we? You got to do your homework and basically just practice, repetition. That is where this all kind of helps out. But again, of course, your iQOO MVP is going to be Enigma Galaxy's dreams. And, well, now we're going to be having a look at the top 5 leaders who are going to be popping up. MJ is going to be joining his teammate. And, of course, we do have a couple of boys from OR, Jelly and Updunky, surviving that long, dishing out so much damage, raking in all those finishes. But I like that Walkouts have Mr. Spray on our screens as well.
I mean, you talk about OR, of course, gotta give comments to Jelly, right? One of the leader that kind of is leading by example. And talk about Mr. Spray, again, one of the consistent players. We know how aggressive this lad can get. But as we take a look at the match summary, 5 vehicle finishes really strikes out for me. We usually are privy to witnessing maybe 1 or maybe 2, 3 at the very max. But 5 vehicle finishes completely is understandable considering you had such a bizarre flight path trajectory where so many of those teams had to come down south, get down to the eastern areas, had to engage in those early fights, as a result of which this is what is in front of our screens.
I'm just zoning in on that digital camo, on that AWM, that little animation the lady did at the beginning. But now we do have a few more, well, facts and figures for you. It is the finish and damage graph popping up, and a couple of teams, they did kind of dish out a little bit of damage here and there, but again, nothing coming out of it, i.e. no finishes, 33 points of damage, for example.
I mean, Initiative Academy couldn't get to see a lot out of this game from their side, right? Instant drop clash against 7C Esports, and now they know that Initiative, they've been treading through rough waters. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to go in, get a few finish points to your name, and 7C did exactly that. I think Spray God did come out as the MVP in that particular fight, getting not just one, but I think 2 or 3 finishes. We had Aladdin also taking one of those players down with a DBS as well.
You know, Spray God, once he did finish the first enemy on the ground, I do believe I made a mistake in the form of Loki, because he knew that his position's been given away and, you know, these boys are going to be waiting for him. But again, you know, they should learn from it, and we'll see what they do in the next match, because for now, the overall standings are popping up on our screens. And, well, although Nigma are still going to be holding on to that 3rd position finish, oh boy, they are getting closer and closer to the big 2.
Of course. I mean, if they keep on continuing playing like this, I'm pretty sure by the end of the evening, we're going to have them replace maybe someone up top. And for Team Soul, it has been a pretty rough start, right? This is where they kind of have themselves a bounty on their heads, right? A lot of teams doing research as to when they're entering inside the circle, and this is where Big Brother Esports, they really came in handy. They knew they're going to be rotating through the peripheries, already being stationed at a good spot to try and take them down. It was that fight when, you know, Team Soul were traversing around, Hector got picked off, and that is where all their buggies kind of went astray. They had to resort to that single vehicle, and eventually, you know, it was a one-man show effort from Akshat against Kinetic Esports, and who put up quite a firepower there, right? Taking 3 of their players down. But towards the end, I kind of felt like he overextended a little bit over there.
Hey man,
could have done better.
My hands would be shaking right now. I mean, all that it's not nerves, right? It's all the adrenaline. Your heart is pumping. It's about, the BPM must have been at least 120 at that point, right? And you're trying to focus everything. Your hands start shaking. A few mistakes are made, but have a look at page 2. And, well, Team EXO, we kind of thought that, you know, where have they been all this while? They had that massive drop that came in. They have made it finally back in the top 16. Question is, are they going to stay?
No, that's the thing, right? I mean, for EXO, it was again a very unpleasant first game of Erangel, having one of their players picked up. I think it was Fierce being taken down by the players of OR Esports while he was getting down to the Milta City and had to deal with the brunt of it. But yes, I mean, there are teams like INS who are yet to play. They might come in next, and that is when, you know, EXO's top 16 position can be challenged. But more than that, you know, you're talking about teams like Team MG, who ever since, you know, those few good games in Miramar have been struggling, and even for UP50 in that manner, right? The kind of a start they had, they wanted to go for the shelter compound, which was clearly not necessity. They wanted to head over to the bunkers and stay over there, which kind of shows their mentality of trying to play a lot more defensive rather than trying to pick up fights. And eventually we're just getting pummeled down by the other teams, and they really need to again work things around as to what they really want from this particular week. Otherwise, you know, the ship is going to set sail.
Well, the ship might just set sail, and the team's in danger. They are obviously going to be left behind. Again, you know, that is part of life. I mean, you win some, you lose some. That is, of course, one of the major things in this tournament as well. 8 teams are going to bid us adieu at the end of week 3, but I'm sure you don't want your favorites to be down there. And, you know, again, yes, UP50. Now, we are going to just throw a little light on them, because it kind of felt like to me when they were taking the fight with OR Esports, they weren't ready. They were backing off. And, you know, if you aren't going to shoot at anybody, you know, who's coming towards you, how do you intend on stopping them?
Now, this is where I was also let down a little bit, because I was really expecting UP50 to be coming out with all guns blazing, right? Try to take and engage in fights, to not really shy away. But the very part that they wanted to take over shelter was them trying to play a lot more defensive, which was not really good.
Well, it wasn't really good, but what is good is the fact that this tournament is here for all of you. Again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means let's have another look at that nice little video.
I got the power to make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, what are you waiting for? Watch, play, stream, repeat. That is what we do on Loco. And, well, if you want to start your journey on Loco and become one of India's favorite streamers, you got to have a nice device. And if you want your hands on this bad boy, the iQOO Neo 6, my man Fixes is going to tell you how you could do so.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. We've been talking like broken records. All you've got to do is head over to Amazon. And then in the search box, you just got to type iQOO Neo 6. Partake in that quiz. And, well, if you are lucky, 3 lucky winners are going to have this bad boy in their hands by the end of the evening. But for now, you know, we're done with the first game. It's been a fun affair. And it's time, I guess. Let's take a look at the highlights and figure out what really happened inside the game.
Of course, it is going to take a few working days for the device to actually reach you, but you can start rejoicing and partying from tonight. Now, of course, the highlights.
And count your chickens.
Action, there you go. Action started off early. Now, I want to have a look at this. I hope that we have a look and see how Spray God did what he did. But again, you know, we will check that out for a later time. Now, that double barrel shotgun up close and personal is just devastating. Boom, boom. And, you know, not only is the person dead, but the thing is, there's a massive wall, a hole in the wall behind as well.
It's the RNG of the game, right? Ideally, you get to see a lot of DVS in maps like Sandhog. But considering the fact that 7C want to engage in a drop fight with them, Initiative were really not prepared. And this is what I was talking about, Q50. They were looking so lost, man. And the last thing that they were looking for out here was trying to get into covers, right? And this is where it all went awry for them. They could not really understand what they wanted. And the same can be said for Team iQOO as well. I mean, losing out on one of those players pretty early on, trying to rotate pretty late into the circle.
They had everything in their favor. They were in a position that, well, one of the members from 7C was down, as he is on our screens right now, but Evil Sky over here, he, you know, could have maybe got a few more finishes for himself. I mean, finally getting that finish on Saboteur was something that he did expect. Oh, that grenade bounced right in front of his face. It went boom, and, well, all that shrapnel shredded his face. I love being a little bit graphic, but now in comes Blind. And, well, again, you got to take advantage of any commotion, anything that pops out for you in this fight, and, you know, this whole situation as a whole.
I think Team Blind as a whole, they've had that little resurgence coming in, right? Finally waking up to their senses. But this is one of those fights that we have to talk about, because it was all about Akshat. The other two players, Omega and Goblin, they were really not prepared about God's position. And this is where, you know, Akshat trying to be a little preemptive on his shots, you know, going for those pre-fires, going all off for it. And Enigma Galaxy from the backlines also, you know, just peppering down those bullets, hurting Team Soul. This is something they were really not anticipating.
No wonder he had 1,000+ points of damage. But again, break this down for me. What do you think is going on in Akshat's mind?
You know, at this point, it all came down to the guns, right? The moment God entered inside the house, that is where he lost the fight. And did have an AMP to himself. And, you know, an AK against an AMP, these days, I really fancy the chances of the former. But for Enigma Galaxy, again, they've been silent throughout the game. They've been picking up on all those loose pieces out there. They've been getting those finishes done. And nobody really saw them coming. And this is where I really felt Hyderabad Hydra should have never come down, rather maintain that higher ground and secured the fight to themselves.
You know, I'm sure all our players, even all our viewers at home, they know each and every sound of the weapon. And the thing is, the AK, of course, is an intimidating gun as well. So I like to think when it goes, you know, it just kind of puts the fear of God in people. But again, Walkouts, like you explained, Hyderabad Hydras extended a bit too much. And oh boy, Rage, that was a nice grenade. And well, Mr. Spray is the kind of teammates you want to have on your side.
Oh, you've got to do this on all the other days. But you know, this is where I was really, you know, having high hopes from Team Blind. I really felt, you know, this is where they could have gotten a top 3 to themselves, considering how they've been playing throughout, and which they eventually did in terms of the finishes that they accrued for their name. But look at the spread coming out from Enigma Galaxy. Every single player knowing what they are doing, and the map control, like I said, you know, it was just Wixkey getting picked off, but the other 3 players, they had a very good spread out of which, you know, it all came down to Dreams, how he was creating that little bit of a distraction out there for MJ and Apollo to really strike, and it was executed so perfectly well, right? The one knock on Jelly out there. Now Atanki is getting pincered from 2 different directions, and even if he went for one, the other would have shot down from the sides. It was a checkmate, and Nigma Galaxy did come up top.
Well, there were a few checks coming in early as well, but again, as you mentioned, I like that, up Tanki, we did kind of anticipate that OR isn't really going to be messing around a bit too much because, the big boys were fighting on either side of the hill. But boy, oh boy, he saw someone on his knees. He took him down, he took the other one down, and Walkout, well, they finally walked out of this game in the third position. Not a bad outing as far as the day goes because, again, it is Game 5. Game 5, but of course, the first game in Week 2. But boy, oh boy, Enigma Galaxy, like you said, this was their little special place. And, I'm pretty sure they're going to be hoping that the circle shifts to their location all the time because they looked amazing.
That has been the tendency of the circle these days, right? We're not getting to see a lot of those.
It gives everyone
zones.
A chance, right?
Yeah, I mean, ever since the update, we were all kind of worried about, what's the next meta going to be? Where are we going to see all the circle switches? Now, we've got a slight picture, painted up. It's still pretty vague, though, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe by week number 3, we understand, how the tendencies of the circles are to rotate around. But for now, it's more on the eastern sides. We know it's going to be around those lumberjack hills again this time. That happened for us. There are going to be a few tweaks here and there, but that is where you need to understand either you're playing a central strategy like Hyderabad Hydras opted and they engaged in a fight. They were all looking astray, taking that lower ground over there, rather not utilizing the advantages that they could have, being shot from elsewhere. Even OR Esports also chiming in into that fight. They were quite uncomfortable. So in that case, you've got to be focusing on your objective. The zone has gone away from you. Try to take the zone. There are people behind you. There's no need to get inside fights. Try to hold on to the edges. Try to gatekeep them. They're going to be eventually entering, right? That's your Q2 strike, and Hyderabad Hydras failing to do that, rather engaging themselves in the fight, did not quite work out for them.
I guess, of course, I am going to agree with everything you said. There was a little pressure coming in because I kind of feel they knew it was inevitable. Their demise was inevitable because they had let off things for too late, as you mentioned. Now the circle was on their backs, and well, we had not one, not two, but 3 teams who were trying to pin them down and make sure if anything pops out, well, boom, a shot's going to come in, and that's going to be it. So I get, I think you'd agree with me that I understand why Striker did what he did. Maybe had they done it together, again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We love saying that over here, all these maybes, ifs, and buts, and, we're going to leave that for the analysis later.
For Striker, again, this is where he's made those mistakes, right? The plays could have been better. Like I always say, you cannot just head-on charge at your opponents, right? You've got to always go from the sides, You've always got to make sure the flanks are clear first. Now, what he did, he went head-on, just ignoring the player right beside him. When he kind of had that head popped out, that is where he could have, focused. Had he gone from like this, the other teammates could have really, helped him from the back lines. And there was no need for Hyderabad Hydras to really come down because Walkouts eventually, they would have come up anyways. They've had to get inside the circle, be a little bit more patient, and, few mistakes did cost them heavy.
Absolutely, because we are talking about it from a striker's point of view. We were lucky that we were seeing that POV as well. So, you had that little dip. Right in the center, you had one player on the right, which he, of course, did not know. On the left, he could have gone, but, this is all going to be for later because the pre-match segment powered by Loco is going to be popping up, which means I'm going to see you after a couple of games. And, well, the studio is going to get a bit brighter because the sun, Arca, is stepping in.
Oh, yes. It's going to be even more intense, the discussion. It's going to get really wild and fierce as Arca. Now we've got teams from Group B taking a little bit of a break. We've got Group A really chiming in, and a lot of big names do pop up, right? One of them has to be the big question, Hydra official. Because considering, week 1, the final day, Hydra official did, manage to get themselves up there, get that chicken dinner, and ever since they've been looking all nice and good. But for global esports, man, what are your thoughts? What are you expecting out of them?
I don't know whether I should be saying this, but if you have observed the overall points table, a team which hits the 100 points or crosses the 100 points peacefully, from then on starts to decline. That has happened with FS, that has happened with Global, that has happened with a lot of teams, to be specific. Let me try to see who they are. Team INS, ACBC, Team EXO. Now Blind is somehow come up to it, and they're the only team living up to it. Like, you saw the way they're being, fearless right now. And I believe that, Global has to turn out to be those fearless team where they can eventually come in and take the fight like they did the first day. Nobody can forget the first day impression which Global Esports gave us by being the strongest assaulters in the lobby?
I think it was somewhere around the second day where they really stepped up. First day was so gloomy for Global Esports, if you remember. It was more of a sole domination. Everyone was talking about. And then towards that second day, we had, teams like EXO, teams like Global Esports, 7C. Everyone just rise up. But
I'm still stuck in BMOC and now come up over here.
I
So
get you.
yeah, the first time we saw BMOC, and that is where we saw Global dominate. Right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
that kind of domination is something I'm looking forward for coming in from the side of Global Esports.
They've been trying to do that, right? They've been trying to do that every single time coming in, but always their rotations have been quite weird, right? Especially while getting in the fights, the decision making, the micro engagement, the call outs clearly haven't been up to the mark, and they're feeling the brunt of it. But today, anything could possibly change.
No, there's going to be a lot of changes in the overall points table. Obviously, for few of them, going to pick up the pace. But this one device is almost crossed the line for most of these, events. As we all know, what's prominent it is. We're going to be looking at a video to see how more prominent it can be.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
We've all got the power, especially with this beautiful phone in our hand. And talking about the specs, a lot of you viewers who've tuned in, it's the Snapdragon 875G, that 80 watts of flash charging that is quite important for all the esports enthusiasts out there. You've got that 10-minute break, but for now I think we can all have a chance to dig at this big fat beauty, and Arca is gonna tell you how.
Oh yes, this is going to be simple, guys. Go to Amazon right away. You're going to be searching for iQOO Neo 6, and make sure you put iQOO front, because I did try Neo 6 and all, and there was a little bit of a difference. But eventually today morning when I checked Neo 6, they were almost there, right? So it's all about, making noise, and it's already started to make a lot of noise, as iQOO Neo 6 is what you're going to search. And eventually once you're done with that, you're going to make sure that, you go to click on no more, answer few questions over there, and later on give your name, email address and mobile number, and notify me is going to be the last option. You're going to click, and after that you're going to keep your fingers crossed to see whether the Lady Luck is going to kiss your forehead.
Of course, I mean, she might, because we are doing this every single day when we've got our matches. But again, you're all supporting your favorite teams now. Nigma Galaxy is off to a blistering start, and could be them, reigning supreme towards the end of the day. So hashtag Nigma Galaxy if you think they're going to stay on top. And if you are correct, then 10 lucky winners are going to have their hands on all the juicy merch we have for you guys. So you're going to keep on spamming that, right? And, well, let me tell you, let me be honest. Now, if you're tuning into the English stream, the chances get quadruple, because, again, you're going to have all that limelight. I'm pretty sure the chat is going to be rather easier for our moderators to process, and we might have a winner from the stream here as well.
Not only that, the kind of information they're getting because of this stream, I think they're going to be very happy about it. We'll be able to gauge something much, much better. But at the same time, if you hit here early on, you'll also get information about all the specs of his device, which you can use later on in Amazon to answer those questions and win yourself a device as well. So all these things said and done, it's time for us to get into the map of Miramar and understand how that match is going to turn out.
Yeah.
As we all know, that this is the time where there are teams like GOG, teams like, if I'm not wrong, ACBC, UP50, I'm sorry. All of these teams have to live up to their name and make sure that they have a little bit of a fighting chance from here on to make it into the next round.
I think GOG had recovered pretty well, considering from all the new names we have out there. GOG has been one of those teams that did wake up in those final few days, did start engaging in a lot of fights, and Miramar has sort of been their strong suit, right? Getting those top 3 finishes. Yes, a chicken dinner is something that we're still yearning for from their sides, but of course it's going to be pretty imperative. But for teams like Global Esports, again, this is where the discussion really comes in. Are we going to get to see an Enigma gaming chicken dinner this week?
I strongly feel you will, right? Because they know they've done the hard work, and they know that they're balancing it out really well. Once they understand that, from here on, all we have to do is decrease the average points. That is when they'll have nothing to lose and they can go all out against the opponents. And I'm looking for something like that. And coming back to the reference of GOG, right? You said that they've been playing well, they're bit off the radar. According to me, if you're not into the top 16, you're still in the radar. You're still in the danger zone. So you need to pick up those points and make sure you come up. And let's not forget, there's going to be strong contenders within the top 16 from the 8th position, because ultimately we are able to see that there's a lot of the new pros fighting it out to stay in those mid bracket itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering how the fight is out, all open till I guess the 17th or the 18th position, and this is what we were even having a conversation with XP in the first game, right? The pre-segment. Anybody could have a chance at getting a good game, and I think in the previous game it was Walkouts and Team Blind with a little bit of a respite. But for now, again, we've taken it up to the skies, and not a quite pleasant flight route trajectory it is going to be, as it is quite inclined towards the eastern side. Now, Torre Muda towards Los Leones. Now, teams like EXO, they're going to have a good start over here. Not a lot of vehicle skirmish, but this is where, they're going to be a little happy about the fact that Big Brother Esports are not playing. So, Los Leones is up for grabs.
Now look at the difference happening in the northern side of the map right away. Campo is going to be taken by Hyderabad Hydras, as GOG is going to be splitting themselves to go somewhere else.
Like
but
Los
at the
Egos,
same
right?
time, yeah, usually they go to Los Egos, as you all know, but they've already taken off, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they've already taken off. They're trying to be in 4 different places at the same time. Southern side of Toro and also towards the side of Cruz de Valle. That shows that right now they're looking forward for some action in an offensive way rather than a defensive way. Let's see that's going to work out or not. In the southern side of the map, again towards the side of Impala, we can see some early skirmish possible between the side of EW as well as RE, as the rest of the teams are going to equally divide themselves to the western side of the map. But where is the zone going to happen is going to be that most important thing, which is going to come up next.
Ooh, la la. Now, this is one of the circles that we haven't witnessed quite so much, right? One of the western circles, ever since the update, we've been looking at those circles going up top around the San Martin area. Nothing really happening around La Drillera. I think it was those initial days of the iQOO BMOC where we had, these zones forming around maybe a western Chumacera circle, maybe something around Monte Nuevo. Now, whenever I gaze at this particular circle, it kind of feels like, somewhere around those power grid western hills is where it's all going to end. And this is where, teams need to realize they need to start rotating early, considering how the flight path trajectory has been. It's sort of a whammy for them. It's already a curveball right from the very get-go. They've got to make those initial early rotations in, and whoever does it fine will be the victor.
Now, somewhere I feel that the zone this time will be going towards us of La Drillera, making sure the mountains of La Drillera is going to be contested, and the high ground advantage is always going to be there. Now, coming back to global esports, right? So we have been speaking about this team lately. Let's see how they're going to perform, as Joker has started to kind of lead the fight for the team. He's been trying to be in the forefront. We all know how much of support comes in from the side of Knuckle to make sure that he's in the front, taking the limelight and trying to take those fights. But look at this. No scopes coming in from the side of SLR as well as the UMP, but still dares to go in for some shots. Not bothered that they might reveal their location or probably during the time of rotation get caught by somebody, because they are on the move.
I like this. I like this from Global Esports, right? Heading directly towards Chumacera, which kind of opens up a lot of avenues for them. They're going to have a juicy loot. They're going to have a little bit of a spread. And this is something that Global Esports are doing different this time, right? They've come in prepared. They realize that they need to focus on the center of the circle. Now, dropping off at Chumacera, you can have the higher hills if the circle takes the other southern shift, or you can just float around the map, right? Eventually, you're going to be the first one gaining access if Soul does not decide to rotate pretty early on. But now talking about Team INS, they've been the wild horses in the tournament. Crazy Soul has been one of the revelations so far. The way he's been delivering, along with Joker, one of the veterans in the scene, and still showing that he's got a lot of fire left before he gets off.
Now, at the same time, one other thing which keeps striking my mind is the team which is playing the map of Miramar will continue. Few of these teams will continue to play the map of Vikendi. And that's a very, very different terrain. And their question which strikes my mind is going to be this. Most of this, pro players or the invited teams actually know how a Vikendi works. they've been moving around in the terrain, they know how they've been fighting. But what do you have to say about the new pros who have come up? Because I know that, they have been adapted to concentrate on the side of Miramar and Erangel so much throughout the tournaments of BMOC and BMPS. What do you think is going to happen? Are they going to, somehow cope up to the change and, dominate over there? Or you think that it's going to be the experienced teams teaching them a lesson that, experience matters a lot?
It's never have we seen a Vikendi in an official tournament so far, right?
Yeah.
Now this is where I still would speak this out loud and clear. Nobody really has a substantial advantage over the other, because it's the first time that we are watching them. It is again us venturing into the uncharted territories, not knowing how the teams are going to approach, because ever since Vikendi is back now, one of the USPs about Vikendis were those ludicrous circles that used to form early on, right? That was the true essence of Vikendi. Now the big question that I'm going to look forward to is, are we going to see more of that today? Or is it, the developers fixing the circle issue? Because I really felt, you want to see all those 40-50% of the entire circle submerged inside the waters right from the very start. It's going to be all chaotic. I'm pretty sure the game of Vikendi is going to be pretty slow, as it has always been, considering there's so many places to build cover and take cover around. We're going to see all those bolt action matchups out there. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm super stoked for the game coming next.
Now, the most important point is this. Sanhok was a game changer, right? So everybody who came into the map of Sanhok, since it was the fastest moving map, everybody had to, be on the tip of their toes and also take that frontal battles. How much of a change can Vikendi bring in, right? Because Vikendi it's not that much of a fast map when compared to Sanhok, but still it has so much of capability to bring people close to one another, and the third party is also inevitable over there. So what do you think? Do you think that Vikendi can live up to that name of game changer which Sanhok has left behind in its legacy?
I think I can answer that better after the game of Vikendi itself, because I'm still kind of curious and fascinated by how are the teams going to approach now. Because Sanhok has always been sort of an insurance policy for all the big names. One of them being Team Soul. Despite all odds, despite losing out on 2-3 players, they somehow still managed to get those 30-40 first aid to themselves. Hector resorts for a healing battle, and it has always been one of those maps that has eventually turned out for Soul, despite the players getting taken down pretty early. Yeah. And not just Team Soul, a lot of other teams also did resort to such measures. Now this is one of those things that you really cannot afford to do so in a map like Vikendi. So the developers, the publishers sort of trying to get all these changes done impacts how teams are going to approach this, and I'm loving this. I'm going to welcome Vikendi with open arms, and I'm really excited to see how the teams are going to be moving around the terrains, what the timings of the rotation are going to be, how are they going to approach the circle. Is it going to be all about fights? Because I really feel Vikendi is one of those maps where you can take proper 4v4 frontal battles, because you do not have such huge compounds, right? It's basically just a single floor around, and that is where, if your nades are right, if you know the right directions to pop them, and that is where you can get those very clean initial squad vibes.
Yep, for now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment where things will start to get a little intense in the map of Miramar. As we speak about it, there's gonna be some chip damage being dealt by the side of Enigma as FS47 is. But let's see how that's gonna turn out from here on, as it's gonna be Enigma who will be looking forward to retaliate. And we have been seeing that the side of Enigma has been very, very strong on two things, right? So they tend to get the information of the opponents first before they get into the hard cover. Like as they traverse around, they usually don't get knocked out. And once they get into the hard cover, they seal themselves like a mountain. And the way they take the fight towards these enemies who try to tag them from the beginning, it's complete redemption, and they conquer it and make sure get those 4 finishes completely.
Oh, they indeed have to, because at this particular moment, it's all about taking the center of the zone for all these teams. Look at the splash of colors on our mini map, right? We've got G. Now, this is what I talked about when they made that early rotation around Chumasera. They're going to have so much of that access, so much of that terrain to capitalize upon. And, teams like Hyderabad, Hydras, again, resorting to those long, edgy rotations. They're still going to wait for the curveball to hit the radical shift. But like we predicted, right? So, Arka, this circle is going to go a little towards the west, maybe take a lateral shift again towards that eastern side where, the players of G are stationed at. Now, one of those best spots, you've got that little high ground around. You've got a little bit of a dip to also play around with, but the Western territory is right open, and this is where I really feel UP50, if they make the right moves, I think they could have a really good game.
Oh, I'm not worried about the teams inside the circle, but rather worried of the teams outside the circle, way deep in the blue zone itself. We can see GOG. They are the only team who is outside the circle but still not seated in a vehicle. They're still stationed in a place, still waiting it out. And they don't understand this. By the time they reach the circle, they're going to be exhausting all those, med kits and all those things. And eventually when they indulge in a fight and they get taken down, they're not going to have any medics for themselves. And due to which they get wiped off one after another. And this is not something which you're able to see from the side of GOG, but rather they proved us kind of wrong in the previous time in the map when we were in the BMOC, where they came in so late towards the side of water treatment, then take that high ground to the southern side of El Pozo, and that is what they'll be looking out for. And look at that, 15 bandages, 5 med kits, MJ with just 1 health kit and 14 bandages for himself. I mean, it's time to move, right? It's on 9 seconds, and once the third zone starts to come in, and this blue zone is going to turn ruthless against them.
For GOG, again, they've been a little struggling. They have still yet to find a concrete drop location where they want to get down. And what I felt initially was they wanted to take down the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah,
maybe get the Campo Militar area to themselves. I really felt that they were going to be cutting out on the rotation, because Cruz de Valle is one of those areas they have never been there. And it is again one of those cities where you do not get a lot of loots to yourselves, right?
Yeah.
Either you go for a little bit of a more spread, maybe a water treatment Cruz de Valle. That would have made more sense, considering all 4 of their players dropping off at the same area. This is where the intentions were clear. This is where Hyderabad Hydra should have been a little threatened, but the players of GOG weren't really able to accomplish that. Now they failed to do that. Now they're opting for a late rotation. Their rotations have been messed up with, and as we speak, GE taking a fight against Team Soul.
That's a very good start, according to me. Once you strike the big dogs itself, that is when the confidence is going to be doubling itself. And that's a very long distance fight which they have taken place, right? And it's good to see that the center of the circle, there is still going to be a lot of distance. We all know in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away. And that is what, both of these teams are taking advantage. But at the same time, taunting each other to make sure both of them burn their resources every single time is something they have to be careful about, as third party is going to be inevitable, as the circle, according to me, is going to be shifting again towards the side of Lateral Era or towards Montenevo, and that is where, most of these teams will be challenged. Towards the water treatment, yet again, we have, the side of GOG still not made it inside, but most of the teams have made it inside, and this is where I would like to see what happens next. But where is Sensei at this point of time?
It's right around the cities of Chumacera, right? But again, this is the EXO this time, trying for a different kind of a strat, because ideally you would want them to be around the edges. Now taking over a city, sort of anticipating maybe the circle is going to take a little bit of a southeastern side, because, again, if the minimap does come up and we have a little bit of an idea, it's going to be a splash of colors down south. But now taking a look at that western shift, all these teams, Hydra, Official, they're going to get the better out of the situations, as EXO, they somehow need to get themselves out of all the hodgepodge that's going to be coming their way, because again, while rotating, you just not have to face the teams in front of you, but the teams behind you, teams like INS, UP50, even Global Esports, as a matter of fact, who are going to be gatekeeping the circle.
Yes, the circle again shift towards the side of Lateral Era and some more towards the side of Montenevo. But at the same time, let's not forget this, that a very good strategy coming in from the side of Team EXO. They're going to be shooting and scooting every single time they shoot some person down. They're going to make sure they're going to pick up those finishes and then try to make it inside the circle. There's going to be a lot of fights which are going to be starting off. You can see Punk at this point of time takes down the side of Doddy. He's going to be confirming as well. EXO continue their assault with that shoot and scoot strategy.
Oh yeah. At this particular moment, right now, how the circle's been building up. Now, this is where our esports, the kind of rotation that they're up to, if they kind of get a little bit of a high ground advantage to themselves, it could really favor them. But I also like how Enigma have been rotating around. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they've been around that certain side, they've been making those moves, but have to really watch out for the players of our esports. As Team EXO getting Punk back again into the mix, getting a few finishes up to their names, and this is something that they can really start to fight with.
Now let's see what's gonna happen next, because now is the moment of truth. As who's gonna be taking that, high ground towards the side of Ladrillera Hills, right? The extreme western side is what I'm thinking at this point of time, because ultimately I know even if it falls away, they're gonna rake up some finish points for themselves. But ultimately walking into the crosshairs of S7Cs is something which you don't want, as the pixels are gonna be visible. I don't know why Sarang is not concentrating on Hector at this point of time when he was pretty much in the open. That mini is going to be really, really something to watch out for, as there's going to be a grenade cooked up against them, and Sevatar is going to be coming in from the perfect off angle to make sure he strikes, and he does strike hard, takes down both the players, and from now on, this could be the beginning of the end for the side of Team Soul.
Indeed, it could be, because considering the fact the shift, it's going to hurt so much of these teams, and Team Soul are going to be spared over here. 7C, they've got that perfect spread. Savita just blowing up that buggy into smithereens is Team Soul yet again. Those few losses right from the very start again comes down to how Omega and Akshat are going to retaliate to that situation. But for now, 7C, they're going to really enjoy themselves, as they did manage to get the two big fishes in the ocean. And they certainly are going to look for a few more finishes to their names.
Now the next circle is something which we have to look out for. GOG somehow made it inside the circle. The zone, if it's going to be shifting towards the side of Ladrillera yet again. Oh, which kind of does, towards the side of Montenegro is what is going to be going in. We know that EW have a very good control. Enigma have a very good control. FS have a very good control of this area. And from here on, they need to watch out for the teams who might go for an higher ground in front of them. And that is when the fights can take out. UP50 towards the close proximity of Team EXO. This is what UP50 doesn't want to take a fight. In case they do, without any kind of hard cover, I feel again UP50 is going to be crashing really, really hard.
This is one of those uncommon circles that we've seen lately, right? But now UP50, they have to somehow engage in this particular fight, because EXO is not going to let them scot-free, right? But for now, Rage God, he's going to try lobbing those grenades. Again, the defensive approach. They have to let the players of EXO aggress at their direction, maybe capitalize, because KSR is on the back lines. But now both of these teams also have to make sure they get inside the circle when the time is right.
Now, KSR is doing what usually Goblin does, right? Just go to the horizon, check out where the opponent's location is, and try to relay that information to the others. And ultimately, his vehicle front tire is already taken off. It's not going to affect much to traverse around, but still, it's going to restrict him from taking that deep turns whenever there's going to be shots towards him. Team, UP50 have to strategize really well, because very, very soon there's going to be other teams coming in towards the side of this area and making sure they make them pay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what they're going to be trying. But Team EXO, again, did want to back off from this fight. They know position points have been so instrumental for them. It's quite needed, as we have another fight breaking down. It is going to be Hyderabad Hydras against RTR Retribution. Carry lobbing that grenade, would want to connect as from elsewhere. It's going to be the players of Global Esports from the backlines. They're going to try to get the better out of the players, as Hyderabad Hydras down. Now the numbers have started to dwindle already, and I think it's going to keep increasing.
I mean, Global Esports out of nowhere has got 4 finishes for themselves. They're looking the strongest. We did speak about this, right? The aggressive Global Esports is something most of the viewers, most of the boot camp would want to see at this point of time, and they're trying to live up to it. But at the same time, let's not forget a very, very good grenade coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Took down 2 players of RTR and gave the right kind of opening, the right kind of push. But at this point of time, it's got to be EW versus the side of 7Cs, where they've struck Sarang at the right chord. Now we have to see whether it's going to be Stray God, who can do wonders over here. As from far away, Aladdin also hits the ground. It's going to be hard. We all know this. We have seen this happen before as 7Cs. Once 2 of their strongest players get taken down, the rest falls down like a domino.
They do, as Tango finally just living up with this clutch. As 7C, they wanted to go ham, but feels like they have to get back into the lobby, as UP50, escaping EXO, but not from the clutches of Global Esports, as KSR is going to be under heavy fire. And not just that, now Global Esports have set their next target in the form of Hyderabad Hydras.
Now let's not forget that, GE is still not done with UP50, because they're looking at them. They know that the player was going towards that hard compound. Somebody could be there inside that place. So first they want to clear off all the solo players, and then would like to concentrate on a new team. And they're pretty much capable of doing it. 8 finishes what they've got so far, the highest by any team in the lobby, and they have all foremen standing, and that's the best part about it. They still have 38 more finishes which they can take for themselves. Aditya on the other side, this is how Global is going to be pushing it towards them, but eventually from far away, Manya is going to be giving an answer for him, even though he gets taken down by Aditya's grenade. Two players get down by Aditya's grenade. Probably this could be the time where Hyderabad Hydras could have dominated, just in case they had a little bit of a high ground to look what's happening over here.
I mean, at this point, Hyderabad Hydras really need to figure out a way to get inside the circle, especially when EXO is looking out for them. Now, Global Esports, of course, they're going to have their players get back up, and then they're going to make a move with the circle trying to get in. But considering Team EXO, all the decisions that they've taken as Jadoo, oblivious about leader, pushing at his direction still, considering the fact that he had that advantage to go after him, this speaks in volume about what GOG really want to accomplish, you know. Get a lot aggressive right now. This is one of the circles where they can really capitalize, they can really dominate, have that little bit of a high ground. They need to make a good use of these vehicles as Hyderabad Hydras, they're marching in for Team EXO.
Now, two other players off the side of GOG is something which is concerning for me, right?
Yeah.
They can come in and be the support for leader rather than holding the dunes over there, which could be the dunes of death. Now, we'll concentrate on that later, as right now we're going to be seeing RE Europe doing some damage against the side of GE Mania, and this is a time where other teams can take advantage of it, as Nakul also gets taken down by somewhere far away. It's going to be Enigma trying to dominate against them. I know AJ is falling into the dead trap at this point of time. He's rushed into the dead open, and I know that from far away that's going to be Hydra who's going to be targeting against them as well. This team has just now become the sausage in a hot dog.
Oh yeah, they indeed have become, and Global Esports, you know, the timing wasn't really nice as Jackson is going to be peppering down all that bullet, gets that knock on clutch, can he get a bit more, as RB is going to be his next target on his crosshairs, as Immortal from the far of Frey could also dish out some amount of damage as Jackson and Hydra officials. The first game they come in, they've already accrued 2 finishes to their names, but from here onwards, how far do they go, Arka?
No, somewhere I feel that Hydras need to make a move immediately. They can challenge the side of GOG if they get the right kind of rotation to the northern side of the map, right? So, but they don't choose to do that. They want to come in from the corner where they feel they're dominating, already striking fear in the hearts, as HH Carry is going to be revealing his location, and EXO is going to put an end for them as they get eliminated with just 2 finishes for themselves. Now, let's not forget to look up what's happening on the screens, as we can see that Hydra and EXO are the only 2 teams with all 4 men standing. The dominators out of the game with 10 finishes is going to be GE. Soul at this point of time, Akshat has got taken on. Omega is going to just abandon his teammates because of the zone itself. He's going to be shot in all different directions at this point of time. And there comes an end as Hydras are continuing their domination to understand the position of each and every team. And let's see whether they're able to get this winner chicken dinner for themselves.
You know, Team Soul trying to get a little overeager over there, had to pay that hefty price as RE Sports having that higher ground, have their eyes set on EXO as Hero gets the better out of Sensei, but can he also take down Punk in that particular process? Still a 3-man squad. They need those revives coming in as Rockstar is just going to be chipping away all that's what left out of Evo, as now RE Sports their position already compromised. Everybody knows that they have the higher ground, but they have to get inside the circle. And this is where teams like Esports, Walla, WSF can really capitalize on the situation.
Oh, no. Now, this is not what you do, right? Every time you're getting tagged from one spot, why do you have to go back over there and try to taunt the enemies? Eventually, you'll have to pay the price for it. Now, Rockstar is going to be, trying to come in for a revival, and this is the moment where GOG is going to push in and dominate, as leader is having a close watch against all these teams. Now, R-Star can also do one more thing, right? That's going to be RE Sports can come in and strike against the side of GOG. A good grenade coming in from the side of GOG can also take down the side of EW as well. And this point of time, probably GOG is digging their own grave.
I mean, could be, or maybe it just works out the other way, because from what I can see right now, they've got a beautiful ridge, they've got that higher ground, the perfect position to be in at this particular moment. And now they have to take the fight at the players of RE Sports. They've heard the commotion, they've heard all those vehicles coming in, and Rockstar just proned in. One good grenade from Bullet's side, and he could go falling down.
Now, this is something which I hate the most about the side of GOG. I mean, it's just the gameplay. It's not the players for sure. You know, they do not have information before they go for those throwables. It's just that they listen to the vehicles and they tend to throw it the last time they heard it. There's going to be a lot of changes in the, in the moments, and that is where they need to dominate on. But on the other side, our hero, rather than putting that grenade far away, he went in for a low toss and put it right in front of him, which does this a lot of damage against himself. Now he's revealed his location as well. If NJ's one good grenade is going to be coming the other way around, I think Hero is going to be digging himself 6 feet under.
He might. But for now, Rockstar, he's got GOG right in front of him. He's got to somehow battle inside the circle, and now EXO, they're going to be fighting all that shot, firing all that shots at his direction. Rockstar falls down, and his teammate as well as our Esports, they might just get eliminated, still survive with one of their players, as Team EXO still playing from the lower ground, still alive with all their 4 players still alive and kicking. And this is where, Team EXO could spark their comeback. For the players of Hydra official, though, they've been engaging in fights against Team Enigma. Rex, already on low HP, has administered that first aid, and now Hydra trying to get inside the circle, but somehow they still have to engage in a battle as Parv blows away a V, and now this is the perfect time for them to push, but another nade is flung over, which marks the end of Team Enigma.
Now this is the time where GOG can go in for a rotation, and we can see that one player has already done it very, very cleverly. I think it was Leader, but ultimately had to pay a heavy price. It's going to be Hydras all stacked up in one corner. A good grenade can put an end for them, as it's going to be Bullet OP, who comes in as the first person to lurk around, gets taken down. Perv on the other side is going to be using the most vulnerable vehicle to use in the map itself. If he stays around, it's going to be very hard for him. It's going to be Leader OP from the other side, trying to be the eyes for the side of GOG. Let's not forget that, as Hydras at this point of time are looking forward for a rotation into the circle using those vehicles, and EXO is going to be dominating this because they're very, very clever in taking down players who try to come in with the vehicle itself.
Indeed, but for now, Hydra resorting to all sort of dire measures right now. For this situation, Team EXO, they've been waiting, they've been patient. There's still another player of Hydra, as you can see, Jackson. He's got the perfect vision, but now Immortal knows. And the moment Jackson steps out of his cover, he's going to be done for. A grenade being cooked over, lobbed at his direction. Is Jackson ready for it? Still somehow escapes, though, taking no damage out of that situation. As Team EXO, they have already racked up 7 finishes to their names. Now they need to get the better out of the players of Esports W. Walla right in front of them, as Jackson still just proning in, making sure he gets his team that top 3 coveted finish. The podium finish is what he's looking out for. But seems like, it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate before all the fights are resuming.
Karan, WSF, one of the key players to watch out for before he gets taken down. Which team will he choose to, make sure that he gives the damage and make them weaker to take this fight even more further? Let's not forget GOGs at this point of time have played enough to defensive. I just hope that they go a little aggressive before the teams like Team EXO makes it inside the circle. Now, there could be a, team up kind of a situation coming in between the side of Hydra, but it's not going to be possible, as GOG have concentrated the cover fire towards that side, or their crosshairs towards that side. That's the end of Hydras with 6 finishes. This is an opportunity EXO is looking out for. They're going to be putting in grenades. They're going to be concentrating their fire towards the side of GOG, and Esports, while WSF is just going to wait. They're going to be the slithering reptiles, waiting it out and making sure that they get the second position for themselves.
Ooh. The grenade is coming in. We're somehow managing to keep himself alive, but not the second time.
Oh
not
my
just
goodness!
One, but 2 players being taken down, and this is the perfect cue. This is all that GOG have been waiting for so long. A right time to strike, and this could never get better than this. All coming down to Punk, how he resorts to this particular measure. As Gordon out of nowhere is going to be playing spoil spot, as now Team EXO, they're under heavy fire, but Leader deciding to retreat, not really engage at this situation. Pans being flung over, does that connect? No is going to be the answer, as EXO slowly but surely they've gotten their numbers back alive.
No, it's important for them to go with the second grenade and take things off. It was all in the hands of the side of GOG, but I believe that they gifted it away, or rather, I would say that WSF just took it away from the hands of GOG and handed it over towards the side of Team EXO. The last man standing is going to be Leader. He's taking the zone damage. Rather, he had to make sure that he takes players down, but rather wants to get the second position for himself. Takes one player down and eventually gets taken down. And that's going to be Team EXO taking things in style. The Lady Luck is their forehead when the time was right, and they're going to be dominating from here on. This team is back in action.
Oh, indeed, they are. And what a time to, get themselves online, right? The first game, they kind of messed it up a little bit. As ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco as Team EXO somehow fight their way back to the top as 25 points is what they have amassed from this game. And GOG, considering their rough start where they're quite unsure of what they wanted to accomplish, 19 points, they're going to take it with open arms.
I mean, I don't know how they couldn't count, at that one point of time. I do understand you get to know the number of people alive rather than, the number of teams alive. But they could have done it, right? They could have done the equation. They know 3 players are knocked out behind the vehicle. There's a person shooting. That becomes 4. And both of them are alive. That's going to be 6. There is 7 people alive in the circle right now. They could have counted and said there's one more lurker somewhere here and there. We got to be careful. I know that, MJ started to push in a bit forward and he did not get the right kind of backup in case. I think it was Leader who pushed in first with the grenade.
Leader was the one behind.
Yeah. So
it was MJ.
Yeah, it was MJ. In case he had got the right kind of backup at that point of time, I believe GOG could have raked up more finishes, at least 12 more, 12 in total by now.
I mean, they certainly could have done so. But again, in the heat of those situations, very difficult, to be ensuring that you've got the awareness of the entire surroundings. Of course, EXO is right in front of you. The moment you get a 2K over there, you instantly want to go in for the ramen, try to entirely annihilate the entire squad. And that is where Karan did possess such a huge threat for them. But regardless, nothing taken away. It was a beautiful game, right? Quite an uncommon Western Miramar circle is what we did witness with the transitions where we sort of thought it's going to be towards the eastern side of Monte Nuevo. Did rather eventually end out to be on the western sides on those little hilly areas. But what I'm really taken aback with is how Team EXO sort of kept themselves alive in that situation every single time. All 4 of their players buying enough time. But there you go, the iQOO MVP, ladies and gentlemen, has to be MJ for what he's done. 937 points of damage.
I couldn't be proud, of this man, Eventually, it's not going to be easy for you to take down 3 players of Team EXO with 1 grenade. And they eventually don't stick together all the time. They only stick together when the circle is small. And exactly that is when GOG started to strike against them. And I have to say this, that, they had it in their arms. They just gave it away. But they have learned the lesson in a hard way. And they're going to make sure they're going to be recuperating for it. But at the same time, let's look at the top 5 leaders. And we're going to have Manya coming in over here, who did an amazing job. 2 players of Team EXO as well. Leader OP as well, the person who kept rotating, giving the right kind of corners. And also, let's not forget the way he came in and took down the side of Hyderabad. Hydras, I believe, were holding that western side of the complete map. He gave that opening for them. If not, I don't think GOG would have made it over there.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering the fight that could have started on the northern side eventually did come down to the very south. And that is what Miramar stands for, right? All those beautiful long rotations coming in. As we take a look at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, and it's 10k plus points of healing. So big numbers really coming up. Jackson, even Hydra visuals, as a matter of fact. The moment we witnessed that radical shift towards the eastern side, Hydra had such a good, territory to themselves. So beautiful spread. And it all came down, to them just messing up their timings a little bit against Team EXO. Jackson did stay alive for quite a long time. Few grenades, had they been flung over, had they rotated a little early on, could have been a different case whatsoever.
Amongst that 10,566 healings, I believe most of it would have been coming in from the side of GOG because they made it so late into the circle. But I have to give it to them, without any kind of healings, they did make it into the top 2, proving me wrong yet again. But let's look at the FD graph and see which team did do the proper kind of hard work and were gifted properly with the right kind of finishes. I'm going to give it to Global Esports at this point of time, 1620 for the small amount of time they were there in the game itself. They got 10 finishes for themselves. Let's not forget Team EXO on the other side. They did a lot of hard work, but ultimately the final moments was where the Lady Luck was kissing their forehead for sure.
Oh yeah, indeed it was. And again, it was a pretty standard game of Miramar, right? The FT graph also did show that to us, but a little bit of a squad face-off, between, a team that performed really well, especially in this game, Global Esports, making those early rotations in comparison to Team EXO. They were not the ones who engaged in battles right from the very start, right?
Yeah.
They were focusing primarily on their positioning on multiple occasions. Team EXO, they were just getting battered, injured, hurt, and still somehow they kept all 4 of their players alive.
Now, this is what happens, right? We have heard this before. It's not about how many times you get hit. It's about how many times you get up after getting hit. And that is how Team EXO have proved themselves to be the champions of the previous game. But Global Esports on the other side, they were all out, right? This is the kind of global exactly we were wanting to see. And from here on, I can say this very, very, with a lot of confidence, to be specific, that, Global Esports will climb up the ladder as the man is showing in that image. We're going to be flying up in the air.
I mean, of course, we certainly are going to be, and it's quite reciprocated in the in terms of the survival time over here. For Global Esports, they made that very quick rotation down to Chumasera. They started engaging in a lot of fights, went in for the squad wipes, went after UP50, a lot of other teams, but eventually fizzled out pretty quick. And that is where Team EXO sort of being patient, and this is where they're going to be climbing up also in the overall standings, as it is still dominated by Team Seoul up top. Despite the fact that they did lose out on 2 of their players, they have not really been accumulating a lot of points for themselves, right? This sort of gives the other teams, to start racking up. Enigma Gaming, they're starting to climb up a little bit. Hyderabad Hydras, they've taken a little bit of a fall. But what I'm really interested in right now, Arka, is the second page. I really want to see how much have Team EXO climbed.
Now, one other thing which I want to see is the third map which is going to be coming up, and I really want to know whether OR is playing in that. No, I don't think so. They're going to be playing the first map of the weekend. They're playing Vikendi?
Yes, they are. It's A versus B. You've got OR Esports in B, but
yeah. The reason why is this: it's going to be 20 points away from making it on the top of the table. Yeah. And if they know Vikendi really well, and we know that OR team is a very, very well-known and well-deserved team when it comes to winning that game in the map of Vikendi because of the experience. Let's see what's going to happen. As now, it's time for us to answer the question which you asked a few minutes back. Team EXO, where have they made so far? They're going to be coming up to the 11th position with 3 winner chicken dinner for themselves. They're going to have 65 points, and look at that, amongst the 65, 3 games have given them that 45 points which was required for them.
This shows the inconsistency of Team EXO, right?
Yeah.
Out of which those 2 chicken dinners did come in the second day of week 1, 2 back-to-backs. We were talking about that coveted hat-trick, and finally we're getting to see that third on board. And ever since, it's been such a tumultuous journey for Team EXO, but again, teams like UP50, Retribution RTR, Esports Wala WSF, a little bit of a respite, making it into the top 3. And this is where they're going to look going up. And the same can be said for GOG, finally reaching that hundo marker.
Yep. I'm pretty happy for them. Now let's see whether this is one of those teams who starts to decline after they hit the 100 marker, or going to be starting to dominate. As again, this is also one of those teams which is playing in the next game as well, because of the kind of rotation they've had, because the kind of firepower they had. They're having a lot of trouble when it comes to making sure that they have those finishes for themselves. We can see very clearly, like 47 finishes in comparison to 53 position points. But I know that they can do much more better. But let's not forget to talk about the side of Team RTR, right? Retribution RTR. We saw the way they got decimated with grenades which was thrown in towards them as well. Yeah. What is the thing which is actually happening within them? Do you think that it's the blame game which has already started off with few of these teams on the bottom? Because we have seen that, right? It's not going to be that intense, but it's going to be a little blame game, at least telling that the Assaulter couldn't do it, or probably the IGL did not take us to the right point. And we all know that we experiencing such blame games to be coming, and and not performing that well in the next round. Do you think a little bit of this has been going on in the RTS bootcamp?
I mean, a lot of things to be talking about, right? We're gonna, of course, shed a lot of light into that later. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we've got to talk about this beautiful device in my hand, right? The iQOO Neo 6. Of course, they have been very generous in sponsoring this entire event. And let's take a look at what the sponsors have got to say.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Watch it, earn it.
Oh, it's a crazy party out there, right? Especially when we're talking about Loco, India's biggest and, the best gaming platform for all you guys, the ones looking forward to live stream their games, to watch out for their favorite BGMI content creators. They're all out there. And for the ones, who are kind of overwhelmed, they want to get into the streaming arena, that is where you're going to start things off. But we've been talking about Loco. All you've got to do is go over to your App Store or your Play Store, get the Get Loco app and get on your streaming business and join the carnival.
Let's not forget the kind of UC which is going to be given away in Loco as well, right? So you guys have to make sure you head on to Loco right away, and there's going to be a few questions asked in Loco itself. If you're ready to answer those questions, you're going to be rewarded with free UC, guys. Then just imagine the kind of skins, the kind of things you would want to own in the game. Sometimes I've seen few of these players having some really good dresses on themselves. It has got fire on them and all those things. I know most of those viewers would also want keep their hands on them. Yeah, free UC giveaway over there, guys. Don't forget to hit up to Loco.
Of course, with all those animated, skins out there, you can get your hands if you are lucky. But for now, let's take a look at what happened in Miramar as we transition into the highlights. As again, a lot of teams did get caught off guard. It was all about how the zone was starting to shift all along, a southern split, and then you're looking about the western shifts going on and on and on. And this is one of those fights that we were talking about. So a little late to the rotation, a little late to the party, and had to pay a hefty price.
Now 7C's on the other side, the way that converts towards the side of Team Soul, it was lucky that Team Soul were not sticking together. In case they were sticking together, I believe that would have been the end of the story for them. But on the other side, let's not forget GE, the way they started things off, that was the first of the few finishes they could rake up. UP50 on the other side has always been in the crosshairs of everybody, as GE is going to be a little bit of a blessing in disguise at that point of time, taking down the side of HH. But this one good grenade, taking down the side of the RTR, allowing the zone to eat them up, as Eros24 was the last man trying to get in, and he also gets taken down by the side of Team HH. Very, very bad ending for them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right, again, coming back to the discussion we were having about Retribution RTR, it was not more about the bling game. It was about the certain cluster that eventually built up, right? When we did see that lateral shift up north a little bit, that is where majority of the teams tried to move. And that is where they kind of got caught in the crossfire and eventually got finished off. But for Global Esports, they really started off pretty well, especially, the way they were racking up those finishes, engaging in fights. They were looking promising. They were looking like to be one of those contenders. But again, it came down to how the circles shifted and the fights that they engaged in. Sometimes, it's been one of the tendencies of the players of GE to engage in a lot of fights that they could really handle, and eventually had to deal with the brunt of it. Look at that, the way they got wiped out. It was just not one team, but multiple teams being a reason for their demise.
Now, let's not forget that, very rarely we have seen Dunes of Death in the map of Miramar, but all of a sudden, The open is where, this time it was being a little vulnerable, even for the side of FS, Enigma, Global, everybody, whoever went to the dead center of the circle, they had to pay a very hefty price because of Hydra holding the right angle. Soul also was holding a very good angle, and Omega out of nowhere also does the same mistake of coming in. Now, Hero on the other side, no matter how many times he was taught the lesson the hard way, he was not ready to, learn it, and eventually had to pay a very hefty price of giving away his finish point.
But the moment you kind of are on the higher grounds, right, you know that the numbers are not enough for you. You've got to maintain that little bit of a stealth, right? Look out for all these teams, let them fight it around, and then maybe make your way inside the circle. Now, the problem with our esports was they were having that high ground, and they wanted to get themselves amidst all the fights out there, sort of giving away the positions. The moment they wanted to step out of cover, there were teams that were looking out for them. But this is where we see that moment of brilliance, right? MJ just lobbing a grenade, knocking down 2 of those players, even Karan, as a matter of fact. This is where I really felt that GOG should have had that perfect awareness of where, Karan was, because that is where you need to understand. You need to understand the gravity of the situation. You need to understand where the other players are. You have to have an entire cautiousness over the entire side. And it was not just one player, not 2, but 3 getting knocked out. But despite that, Punk managed to revive every single one of them.
Now, that the most important thing is this. Even though EXO knew that there's Karan on top, they did not go to tag him out. And that's the best part. They knew that he could be that key factor for them to take this winner chicken dinner. And eventually, they did do it well. Now, what do you have to say about the brains of Sensei, right? He thinks right. He executes right. Sometimes it's going to be hard for him. But on the other side, leader OP chose to stay outside the circle. Was a little not confident about his crosshairs or his frontal battle, due to which he gave away his point to to the zone. But I know rather Team EXO is good enough to come and pick it up. But one thing I would like to say, when you're rushing in towards a squad and there's going to be shots coming in from the right, either you're going to tell your teammates that there's a shot coming up, or you will realize that somebody else is shooting at me. How can you miss out the point that, it's the shots coming in from my right, but still concentrating on the team in front of you?
Again, I really felt the players of Team GOG kind of got tunnel visioned a little bit. You're high on adrenaline when you know that you've knocked out 3 players with 1 grenade. The next call is going to be, just push at their direction. And that is what they kind of went in for. And a little overeager is what they were up to, and were kind of not aware of Karan's positioning out there. Had it been under any other circumstances, they would have clearly paid attention, and they might have thought, we're going to deal with them a little later. But that is where, Karan, he was all coiled up, ready to strike, and just at the final moment, he spots MJ coming at his direction. He goes there, and leader had clearly no other option, right? All he had to do resort for that position point, play it around, because the space that Team EXO got, they all managed to get that rest back up. They were still a full 4-man squad alive, and till then, it was the ship had already sailed, and EXO knew that this was in their bags.
No, the second thing is going to be this. Why, it's going to be important for you to have that kind of resources, right? 1 grenade is all, the side of Team GOG had. They had just finished off Hydra right next to them, if I'm not wrong, the last player. The other player could have just gone and looted them, kind of give the kind of support in case there were some throwables over there. And this is where I think you will agree to say this, that, you need to have amount of throwables in the final circle itself. If not, things can actually go wrong. And this is how you're going to maintain your resources, and GOG again learned it the hard way.
Again, this is where I'm going to be a little less critical about GOG, considering the fact they were looking out on multiple occasions to have good games. They've been struggling. That is something that we both might agree be on the same page at that manner. And again, talking about management of resources, you've got to stay alive till the final fight to be there, right? And if they would be like, what, I'm going to deplete everything till the final game, I'm going to keep it all for those final moments, and that's not how it really works out, right? And that is how the cookie crumbles for GOG Esports. As ladies and gentlemen, it is time as we venture into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. As this moment here onwards, we would be having a little bit of switcheroo on the desk, as well as the big man is going to join us.
Oh yes, there's gonna be a lot of bass, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready to increase the volume and feel what it feels like. Yeah. and that's gonna be coming in. It's gonna be different teams fighting it out, and I'm so happy that we're gonna be the pair. We're gonna be the ones on the stage, to be specific, to take the things off for the side of Vikendi, because we all know that this new map have a lot of hopes for the teams in the bottom.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, you seem to be a bit more prepared than me. You've got your jacket on. Fixes has his hoodie. Maybe I should have borrowed it from him, because things are going to be chilly in the next game. It is going to be Vikendi, and I like that it's going to be, like I said, fresh breath of air. That's what it's going to be like, because, again, I do believe things are going to be a bit easy. Teams aren't really going to be gauging one another, quite early on. They're going to try and maneuver around, making sure they survive as a four-man squad for as long as they can. So chances are things can be a bit slow.
Now, let's not forget, several things in Vikendi stands out. One is going to be the trail when you run on ice and somebody can track you using those footsteps.
I love that.
Two, and the second thing is going to be this, right? There's going to be a lot of scope for some bolt action as well, because sometimes in the open, when you see some players here and there, you can actually use those bolt action if you have the high ground.
Absolutely.
And the third one is that when people are running on ice, I don't know, somewhere I feel that I think the game is designed that way, but I get to hear the footsteps more brighter compared to a person running in the map of Miramar or Erangel, because the sound comes out really strong in the footsteps.
Well, again, BGMI Crafton, they've done their job well as far as the sound goes, as far as weapons go, the footsteps. I mean, I'm pretty sure when they were recording all these sounds, somebody might have been running on ice, maybe with those big block shoes, because, it's a hard surface. And when two hard surfaces collide, it goes tang. So I guess there is some truth to that. But again, it's all speculation, because it is going to be the first time that we are going to witness this map in action here at the iQOO BMPS. And of course, speculations aside, I'm just excited.
Now, there are a few places, right? You've been playing the map of Vikendi. Hands down, if you'd continued your professional career by now, we know what kind of an assaulter you would have turned out to be.
Oh, I'm getting too old. The reaction, I'm just kidding. But, it happens, man. We all grow up. It's inevitable. And I'm enjoying what I'm doing right now. It's a pleasure, like I said. I've been able to cast with you. Fixes, on the other hand, I do love that kid. But again, none of this, Arca, would have been possible, like I said, without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And, we're going to have a look at another video about this bad boy, the iQOO Neo 6.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
I just love that again. Every single time we hear that song, I've got the power to win. And, if you want the power to win as well, all you have to do is head over to Amazon, type in the iQOO Neo 6, and, what's going to happen is you are going to have to take a little bit of a quiz, and trust me, I mean, we know this. If Fixes can do it, you all can do it too. And who knows, you might just be walking away with one of these bad boys in your hands. 3 lucky winners every single day.
Now, there's going to be this big question which is going to be coming up, right? I know that you like the map of Vikendi to an extent. Which are those places you're looking out for in the map of Vikendi, which could be a game changer if the circle forms there?
I mean, if everything was going my way, if I had a sniper in my hands, I want to be atop the castle, and I want everybody around me to scramble in for the castle. A bit of old school warfare. But what's going to happen right now is we are going to have a few substitutions coming in. Initiative Academy trying to switch things up with IU. She's going to be heading out, and looks like Ronnie, wait a second, God is going to be coming in. And again, just one substitution. I'm just going to get that right, because did he change his name a little bit?
This keeps happening around, right? Sometimes, because of that ADHD which kicks in.
It's Ronish, I beg your pardon. And, of course, I think you and I are quite similar in that way, because you see a few words, you already make something up. You see a few letters and you're like, oh, it's this, but it's not. But I guess we have some good news for our viewers as well. They can walk away with some BGMI merch. But how?
Yeah, it's gonna be easy for you guys. Head on to the BGMI Esports channel or Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports channel, where in the description there's gonna be a link in which you have to fill that link up. And what's gonna happen if you fill this up? We'll know who you are, what, and everything else. And the next thing we're gonna do, you're gonna go to the chat and spam the team you believe is gonna be on the top at the end of the day. And if your predictions are come out right, and if you have spammed enough to make sure your name is also registered, then you're gonna be getting bottles and t-shirts for yourself. And do not forget, once it reaches you, you're going to click some photos and tag all of us.
But you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, you are going to be heading over there and you are going to be spamming. Make sure it's in England because it's in English, because your chances of winning are definitely going to be a lot higher because, we're a tight-knit community. And, normally they say the more the merrier. But in this case, you'll have a few more opportunities. But now, in a few moments, this is what we've been waiting for because things are going to get a bit chilly. Make sure you go and grab yourself some hot chocolate. Maybe put on one of your favorite hoodies. And I kind of envy that you have the jacket because, when you're in the game itself, we get so engrossed. We get so involved that sometimes, we feel the heat in Miramar. I'm sure we're going to feel, the coolth. Or all this, the temperatures dipping down in Vikendi. But again, it is going to be the first Vikendi here in BMPS iQOO, powered by Loco, and I'm excited.
Yeah, and you guys, if you love the map of Vikendi, don't forget to spam out #Vikendi in also those places which you believe is the most important spot to be held, or your favorite spots in the map of Vikendi. For me, it's going to be the Dino Park, where things can be even more intense through those, small caves over there. I just hope that is where it's going to be. But look at this beauty. It's gonna be the mountains covered with snow after a lot of time, because all this while it was all greenery, right? It was all tropical in the third map. This is the map of Vikendi.
It is going to be the map of Vikendi, and there you have it. A few places are going to be popping out. I'm sure you know your favorite, the Cosmodrome, on your screens right now. The coal mine was the one, the cement factory, I beg your pardon, was what we saw earlier. And again, it just takes me back. Because, when this map did come out, I enjoyed playing it every single day, even though, I didn't really play a lot, but it does have its own challenges. And, I want to see how the teams are going to be facing them head on. But for now, as all the teams are going to be in the spawn position, just getting ready for the epic battles to come. Oh boy, all that white snow is going to be dripping with hot, fresh blood. And, let's see who comes out on top. But again, I do believe, unless we have some drop clashes early on, chances of skirmishes, rather slim.
Now, most of these teams have put up in their, socials about where they're going to drop in the map of Vikendi, right? So they have dared people, they have warned people. Eventually, I would consider that as a warning rather, that, this is the place I've taken. Please don't try to come in over here. Your thoughts on that?
Please and thank you, right? But again, it's also like everyone has kind of mapped out their little territory in the map of Vikendi or any other map. And speaking of the map of Vikendi, beautiful graphics on our screens. The C-130 high above all that frozen tundra, escorted by those two helicopters, is going to be finally underway, and looks like we are going to be flying to the northwest. Now, Cement Factory is where we are above right now. Podvosto is going to be coming up next. Just be careful that you don't crash into Mount Kresnich, because that could be devastating for a lot of the teams who want to jump later on.
Yep, and it's going to be ending towards the side of port, and that is where, most of these people will want to go in, because I've seen every time I've gone into port, I've got ample amount of loot for myself and also my teammates as well. So I know that the new update will have something different as of now. Let's look at who is going to be daring to go towards the side of Vihar, because that is where we have been seeing, right? There are some houses over there, some hardcover where you would want to play around with. Let's not forget that Dorbo is also one of those places to go in when you want to fight out for much more better. But the circle,
well, the circle is going to be saying whatever we're thinking right now is out the window, because Dobro Mesto isn't going to be touched. Vihar is not going to be touched. No. Dino Park, no dinosaurs this time on our screens. I mean, I don't know if I've told you this, but as a kid, I used to walk around like a T-Rex, making sure my arms are as close to my chest as possible, and just, like I said, a big nerd. But looks like shots are going to be fired early on, and there you have it. Global Esports are going to get the better of IE, who once again are going to find themselves at the receiving end of things right at the beginning, as Ronnie Scott, although he did come in fresh in this game, is going to be the first one to bite the dust. And now, DG is going to come under fire. Initiative Academy, buddy, even in Erangel, they didn't have the best of times, and looks like, well, their plight and misery shall continue.
This is what I would like to say, in the map of Vikendi, when people did ask me, what are you expecting from the map of Vikendi? I said I'm expecting the sides of the new pros cannot perform. It's going to be so hard for them, whereas the teams which have experience or the invited teams are the teams which are going to be dominating. The first fight over here has proved to us already that, it's the experienced teams who might take it home.
Also, what did kind of stand out like a sore thumb was the fact that Initiative, the moment they realized, trouble is brewing, they kind of pulled out, and as a result of that, Global Esports, they had the advantage as far as weapons go, and as you correctly mentioned, the invited teams and the old school veterans, they played this because, if I was the... wait a second, what's happening over here? Blind is going to be caught off guard. I mean, I'm pretty sure Global was thinking, hey, that might be the last man from IE, but he might have heard all the gunfire in this direction. The massive question is, what is he doing here all by himself? Because if I have a look at the map that is provided for us, his teammates are about, 3, maybe 500 meters away.
Now, this is where, I really didn't understand. I think Blind kind of knew that the players of GOG are going forward. He was just waiting for the perfect time to strike and eventually got detected.
I don't think he had a weapon on him because no shots, no retaliating shots were coming back. He did go for that snowmobile, which again, if you hear gunfire in one particular direction and you don't have anything on you, chances are, you should probably be heading over the other side. Now, have a look at that. Right at the Cosmodrome, you do have Global Esports, and now, well, Blind is going to be traversing from the west. But a few teams, as you mentioned, have taken the time out. They are going to be going outside the circle. We have people in Dobro Mesto in the form of Hydra Esports. In fact, Dino Park is going to be in play as well, and I hope that we could just have a look at the Autobotz and, well, walk with the dinosaurs once again.
No, it's a very unique thing, right? We all know Optimus always wanted that dino robot for himself, so that every time
you did there.
Yeah, so every time he wanted to transform to use those abilities
They
coming
did
in.
once.
Yeah, they did once, right? So I'm looking forward to see whether ABZs will be able to, bring in the dino within themselves and take it towards the fight itself. But this area is specifically being held by the side of BBs. This is a very vast area, right? A lot of teams can actually come in over here and try to contest them, and also, most of them can go in different ways, because obviously the map of Vikendi might look small, but it is actually not.
This is a lovely place. Now, what I like is the cellar down below, because every now and again, I think I like to imbibe myself. I like my wines, and the only problem is you can't take anything home with you. So I wonder what's going to happen over here, because it doesn't really seem like, well, of course, it's not in the circle, first of all. And the loot, on the other hand, is aplenty over here, because, again, you have so much of real estate to cover. And any team that does drop in any of these big positions, right, they're going to be walking away happy. Now, speaking of walking away happy, Aditya, the last man standing for his team, Blazy, I beg your pardon, isn't going to be that happy. However, now survival is going to be the name of the game for Initiative Academy.
Now, the center of the circle is where everybody are trying to push in, right? Until now, we saw that everybody in the corners, nobody wants to gatekeep anybody. Everybody wants to go to the dead center, because eventually when you have that white ghillie for yourself, it's going to be a little hard, for the mid-range fights to actually connect some. Yeah, it looks absolutely good as well. So, I would want to see who amongst them will be going in for that white ghillie as quickly as possible and making sure they camouflage themselves where required. But let's not forget, there's going to be two-colored, ghillie in this game, right? One is going to be brown and the other one is going to be white. But somewhere, even though the white is tough, it's the brown ghillie which is going to be even more tougher if you have the right bushes in front of you.
Now, that's all about your positioning, because have a look at what Wixie sees, right? He sees all that snow, fresh coat of snow on the ground, but amongst that, you do have all those little, dried out grass. Now, amongst that, just like a predator, just like all these pros are always on the prowl, someone could be lying in wait. But for now, Enigma Galaxies, your winners of the first game, are going to be a little happy. They have a little bit of that momentum that is going to be pushing them forth. And Blazy, oh boy, he's got to be really careful. He's got to make sure that he is not spotted out, even though, he can't see the enemy. The enemy from that angle might just see him slithering on the floor.
Now, this is where I love the map of Vikendi, right? It's pretty similar to the side of Sandhawk, where, you know, you're on the higher grounds, you can actually see through the windows inside where the enemies are. And that is kind of vulnerable for you guys. So you need to have the high grounds in the map of Vikendi rather than the hard compounds itself. Or else you need to have compounds like this where nobody's going to be tagging you from any direction. But somewhere I feel your wish is going to be granted, where the circle might fall in towards the side of castle, as it's still inside the circle as of now. And nobody's gone to the castle itself, right? So we all know castle is kind of vulnerable. If in case, you know, there's going to be different story. It's going to be the last player standing from the side of Initiative Academy, where a rush comes in towards him. He's going to be cooking up a grenade as a defensive maneuver. Cannot find anybody, because ultimately it's what we said. The windows are so big in this snowy area that you're going to be watching out every look in corner. You might cook a boom.
Well, we all know that MJ was good at what he did back in the day. I'm, of course, talking about Michael Jordan with all those three-pointers, all his layups, and it looks like MJ from NGX is good at those projectiles being thrown as well, because that was beautiful. And before Blazy could even blink, well, he's already up there meeting his maker. Now, RTR on the move. They're going to try and find a nice little position for themselves, but we did see something earlier on, which I just want to come back to for a quick second. Team INS. Now, again, we do call them the loose cannons. They had a good position at the foothills of Mount Kresnich. And speaking of Team INS, there you have it. Walkouts, Beard Barber is going to get the better of one of them. And this is the fight that I was actually anticipating, because although the face-off was against, I do believe, Team MG, wait, I'm going to have to hold my thought, because Team MG are now going to be taking the fight to the boys from Big Brothers. Now, Xenopy, again, one of those guys who's been instrumental in their success. Does the right thing, but he doesn't hide in time. And, well, under the vehicle, sometimes you can see some feet. Shots will come towards you, and Ghosty is going to try and make them a few ghosts over here. BB, they did have a good spot, but not looking good right now.
Now, this is where, you know, each and every pixel in this map is going to be pretty much evident, because we all know everybody are wearing costumes which are so colorful, which doesn't make a difference in the map of Erangel, and doesn't make much difference in the map of Miramar as well. But in this map, because it's all white, even a black dot on a white sheet is going to be looking out looking for the opponents as well.
I mean, it's definitely not going to be in place, and that is what you want to look for. You want to look for anything that sticks out, anything out of the ordinary. And, well, again, that is where your map knowledge comes in. That is where, if you know what the terrain's like, you're going to be like, hey, wait a second. I've been looking at that direction for the last 20, 30, 40-odd games, and suddenly something is askew, and that is where things can go wrong for the other teams. Now, circle up on our screens. The castle still unoccupied, but looks like a few teams might be heading there in due course. Now, my eyes are going to be just north of the Abbey. Now, it isn't Sunday, so, well, church is not going to be in session. However, ACBC do still have it in control, but looks like they are going to be meeting up with their teammate Evil Sky, and we might just have a fight breaking out between ABZ and ACBC.
Now, Castle is one place we would want to see, but somewhere I feel it's going to be towards the side of Cement Factory, or probably towards the side of Cosmodrome anytime soon. And we know that, you know, that's a small island a little away. Least do we realize that there's been a water body coming in from the northern to the southern, dividing this place into two different halves, apart from Castle being one of those areas to be holding off. But yes, we're going to be looking at the drop at this point of time. It's going to be the Deadly Orc, one of those guns you need to have, and Rex is rushing in to pick that up. Let's not forget the level 3 helmet in Wish, which is going to be gifted with it, and let's see whether Enigma can make the best use of what they're blessed with.
I love this. He's like a Viking out in the snow. The horns are going to be intimidating, but right now what's going to happen is Dreams, the iQOO MVP from Game 1, is going to be brought down to his knees, but for now, it's Capron. Who knows? Someone is in the distance. Smokes are going to be deployed. He probably thinks that someone might rush in for that vehicle, but I think that's the right call over there to just make sure you keep the enemy guessing. Now, ACBC's Evil Sky, he's going to make sure that he is on point, because remember, a couple of the members are still not with them, which means in case they get a knock over here, Arca, they might just come in for a push, and, well, the Autobotz might not know what hit them, because they could be hit out from two directions. But for now, I like it that everyone's taking it easy. No one is willing to take too much of a risk.
It's a good thing, right? Nobody wants to take this risk because especially in the terrain we are looking right now to down towards the side of Mount as well as towards the eastern side of Villa. It's a very open field. There's not much of ups and downs. There's not much of dunes as well. So you got to be very, very careful. Rather to the other side of the island where GOG or rather the side of team OR is holding. That is where you have a little bit of, a ridges and mountains. And let's not forget the fight which is going on our screens as our, Abrar is going to be cooking a very, very good grenade. And retaliation comes in the other one from the other side. It's going to be Abby, who is a little more clever at this point of time. The pixels is what is going to be favoring it out towards the side of Yua. He's going to be taking down 2 players at this point of time against the 2 coming in from the side of Team Enigma.
Now this is map knowledge. He knew the terrain around him. He knew the angles from what he could see out the window. And well, even though they have the high advantage, it's not going to be to their advantage right now. He's going to make sure he gets back inside in the nick of time. Now let's see if Rex can challenge his little inner Viking, because he is going to be shooting at a few members every now and again. Now the problem is Team INS, wait a second, I do beg your pardon, it's Team Esports while WSF. They've actually come in the fray as well, and chances are they could be taking that little uphill battle. But for now, what they're going to do is make sure they cement their position, and just as I said that, Rex channeling Thor and Odin from above is going to be basically sending forth a hailstorm of bullets. And this is going to give his teammate enough time to circle around and join him on the high ground.
Now, this is where Yuva's position is going to be very, very important. He can actually striking as the side of Enigma, but Enigma on the other side are like, we are done over here. We've got enough number of finish points. Let's not lose more. Let's just move away, and that is what they're trying to do. But Hydras are going to be the slithering snakes from far away. They're just going to be watching these people out in the hard covers. They've got 1 finish for themselves. They're still not satisfied. We all know that, they're one of those teams to watch out for, who wants to get those finish points as much as possible, as Enigma's Rex spray, that 4x spray, wow, but doesn't put anybody down.
But I mean, just have a look at that control. It's like a laser pointed at the direction, and they're still going to be just raining down hot lead. And well, if they do connect, it is going to be problematic for WSF. But again, hearing all this commotion, they've got to keep in mind they still have another team in the vicinity, because have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Hydra officials are slowly but steadily moving in on their position. Now, they are going to take their time. I do believe nothing is really going to break out just yet, but in the next 15 to 20 seconds, they're going to try and gauge, is the fight worth taking? Because if we have that shift due north, if Mount Kresnich is going to be the epicenter for all the action to come, then oh boy, Enigma's position could definitely be contested.
Now somewhere I feel ACBC now in the next zone are going to be having the best spot in the house, and so with the side of Team OR have, because it's going to be Castle and Cement Factory where the circle is going to be forming in. As I said, most of your wishes might be coming through from the first game itself, as GOG have picked up their vehicles. They're going to be coming southern down towards the circle itself. It's also going to be the side of Global, but we have to watch out for Yua, who is still surviving over here, being as silent as possible, not giving away his location. It's this, Smokes, which is also making sure that, his locations have not been revealed. But when the time is right, if this person strikes properly with the kind of experience he holds, he can take down 1 full squad for himself.
He probably could, but the thing is, elsewhere, Orva from AB is going to be opening up on Rain from ACBC, so it looks like he's not going to be raining down death. But right now, Rex, he has an idea where he is. The bounce needs to be good. His HP is going to be good. He knows exactly where he is. He goes in, he shoots, he takes him down, almost getting knocked out in the process. However, that is where all that level 3 goodies come to play. And looks like Invader is going to be, in fact, sent packing this time, as Current seems to be the last man standing for his team. No, he does have a couple of teammates, but they are a bit too far off to be of any help, as Global Esports are now going to be raining down death and destruction from their position.
Now, GE has to realize this, right? The next zone which is going to be happening, that is where the point of concern can be, because they're playing in the northern corner of the circle where the next zone could not be happening in their favor, but at the same time they're tagging out players who are actually having a better chance of getting close to the circle, and this is where problems can arise towards them in case they cannot, get some finishes for themselves, because their opponents will be in the path of redemption. And let's not forget, towards the side of Cement Factory, the side of OR, the way they're spread around, they can actually dominate on this fight. GOG on the other side have a very good opening to traverse all the way from the eastern side to get down to the center part of the castle itself, as ACBC doesn't choose to stay towards the side of castle, but trying to move in towards the side of ABCs to take a fight towards them, I believe is unnecessary.
Well, I guess we are going to have to wait and find out if it is going to be an unnecessary push. But again, they're keeping their options open, right? Look at the fact that where Capron is, all roads leading to the castle are still under their control. So there's two ways of looking at this. Either you go for a nice little swim, or, you know, basically you walk on ice. And the problem is you are going to be easily spotted. So the chances of teams actually maneuvering around in vehicles is something that is a little higher on this map. And, well, where there are vehicles, there are roads. And if there are roads, well, blockades could be set up. So I do believe they have a few, you know, plans in motion. They are keeping their options open, because soon the circle is going to shift as Bajwa is going to try and lay down some shots elsewhere. Now, this is what I'm talking about.
Nice.
INS, they've made it across. They are on the bridge north of the castle, which means, you know, they have their options open as well. But you've got to keep one thing in mind. On either side of that river that seems to be running around in the middle of the map, people can spot you from, well, left or right.
No, but at the same time, this bridge is really low, you know, and there are some hiding spots like this, you know, where you cannot get detected. And Team INS actually playing this clever. I think Team INS will be one of those teams who love the map of Vikendi, so they exactly know where to hide themselves. And sometimes in the map of Vikendi, when you're planning to go in for that heal battle, you need such places to get yourself hidden. Billion on the other side will be the most vulnerable one, obviously, because of him being in the open in the shorelines, as the circle is going to be again shifting towards the specific place we were speaking about. And let's see what's going to happen next.
Now, as far as ACBC is concerned, what they're going to do is maybe they have a couple of members at the castle itself, but look at Capron and Haxor. They are going to come in and set up camp on the other side of the other bridge, making sure, again, they have their options open. So I do believe that, you know, this map is something that they definitely have had a few trial and errors. And for now, they are going to be pretty much with their backs against a wall, and that is what you want at the end of the day in a map like Vikendi, because yeah, you still can be shot at from anywhere, but you can even spot out the opponents, unlike in Sanhok. In Sanhok, you never truly have your back against a wall, do you?
Nope, not really, because no matter how far you're still so close, so that's going to be the case. But in the map of Vikendi, it's otherwise. At this point of time, we're going to be looking at the squad face off between two teams. This is the overall, if I'm not wrong. 44 finishes coming in from the side of Team INS in the ratio against the side of Team RTR Retribution, who's got 34 finishes for themselves. We do understand, you know, the survival time is much, much better for the side of Team INS, even though it's a few seconds. We know that in the overall points table, they're performing much, much better, not only with the finish points, but also with the placement points. Now, RTR Retribution still have a very good chance of bouncing back and making sure they get into the top 16 as quickly as possible. Could be this the first map where they can do, as Global Esports at this point of time are trying to rush in inside this circle, and nobody's gatekeeping them, giving them more ray of hope to make sure they rake up more finish points for themselves.
Well, they're going to be taking up more finish points and also more real estate right now, because you do want to have these compounds to yourselves in a map like Vikendi, because these malls, especially with all those little broken bits of concrete. Oh, Bajwa. I do believe, but it's not Bajwa, it's Tango, who could have been spotted, and now Manya has an idea where at least one of the opposition members are. And let's see if they are going to do something, because they are going to be making their way in. They want to make sure they have a bit more fortified position to work with. Now Tango, this is where he knows trouble is brewing. He might just throw the grenade at the right time. In fact,
oh no,
be caught out. However, the grenade goes boom on the wrong side of the wall elsewhere. Bajwa getting ready for a fight. He spots the enemy.
Oh,
he
nice!
The enemy takes out a little preemptive strike. Does take out a little bit of his HP. Oh, this is going to be a big mistake over here. He should have stuck to his guns, because, well, chances are Global Esports were doing what they exactly did. Rush in and mop up whatever was left of the opponent's team.
I really love what Joker is doing over here, right? He wants to jiggle around and take players down, and that's why using the MP5. That's one of the SMGs for you to hold off in this game itself. Tango on the other side is going to be cooking up grenade. At least does he realize more than one is going to be tossed towards him, and one is going to connect right into his face, and that's going to be Joker's another grenade. There's going to be another finish being raked up by him. And let's not forget the kind of support he's been getting from his teammates. We can see that AJ is almost down on his knees as well. What's going to be on the other side? It's going to be Hydras versus the side of MG, where we can see that one person, Pav Kilo, is stuck in a very, very bad place, and he's going to be burning himself at this point of time, giving up his location, as well as Hydras Jackson is going to be cooking up the grenade perfectly, giving more damage as the second one is going to be connecting and putting him down below the ground.
Well, there you have it. The ground may be hard, but sometimes if you try hard enough with your shovels, you can still dig a grave, I beg your pardon, and that's what Hydra officials have done. Looking good so far. All 4 members intact, 5 finishes to their names. Now the circle has taken a bit of a northern shift, so my castle dreams are over, but we still might have a little bit of urban warfare coming our way, as Autobotz is going to be where all the teams are now heading. Now this is the tricky situation. You either have to run it or you are going to take vehicles, and if you take vehicles, you are going to be sticking out in the distance, but of course it is all about that gamble. A nice position over here as far as Hydra is concerned, but he did hear something in the distance, and for now he makes the right decision to stop and try and scout out ahead, while his teammates are going to make sure they still have that massive rock for cover later on. But he does spot a vehicle in the distance, and it's the 2 remaining members from Enigma, Rex and Avi. Now again, you know, versatile players, they pack quite a punch despite being dwindled down to a 2-man squad. Oh boy, they could be problematic. But speaking of problems, looks like Dreams back on his feet is going to be a little bit of a problem for GE Monday.
Now, obviously, G is still making it inside the circle, and right now they met their match as Enigma is going to make sure they're going to restrict them from making it a bit more closer towards the only hard compound or the best hard compound in the circle right now. Enigma is kind of spread around. I do understand that in a proper push can things turn things around. As on the other side, we're able to see that there's going to be more fights coming up as OR is starting to take the side of GOG. We're looking pretty more confident. And the circle shift, oh my goodness. This circle shift going towards the northern side of the map completely can change the game for most of these teams, especially like OR, GOG, ABCs, INS are in big trouble as Blind is going to take advantage of all these games.
Oh, they can take advantage, but the thing, what I feel is Blind is going to be focusing a bit on that bridge that leads to the city of Autobotz, and what Global Esports can do is maneuver around the north, hugging the circle as tightly as they can, and they might just come in unnoticed. But for now, everybody else south of an imaginary line, if you draw it, is going to be in trouble as well. It seems like Foxes don't do so well in water as one just drowned, but INS Joker is going to be in trouble, and I think a snowmobile just came in crashing. Mr. IGL for the Autobotz, last man standing, but OR Aditya suddenly realized, uh-oh, my position isn't as safe as I thought it was, especially since he made a lot of noise.
Now, I really want to see how the other teams are going to be making it inside the circle, right? I do understand that GOG will be coming very late inside the circle, but as you correctly pointed out, it's going to be the side of Global Esports who have a very good chance to come in from the northern side as well. But look at the dead center of the map. We have Blind. We're going to be looking at the side of Team OR almost getting it inside the circle. We have Nigma Galaxy also have to make it inside the circle. They can already see the side of G is also making a move. Blind having the best hard compounds for themselves, and Hydras official especially having the highest real estate when it comes to the left side of the map itself.
Now, of course, you know, this is it's like 2 sides of the same coin, right? Either you want to be on the high ground or you want to have some concrete for cover. But right now, Team INS, I think they realize, wait a second, there's only 3 of us. Who's the 4th one lurking with us? And it could be problematic. Now, IGL, he might want to think, get some ground under me and I might just lay down some lead, but the problem is someone might shoot him from afar because shots are being fired, and it looks like GOG is taking the fight to the boys from Enigma Galaxy. Dreams once again down on his knees. Wixky is still up and alive, and well, he's got a few decisions to make. Does he go in for those finishes? Because looks like Duty is going to be laying down some lead, and oh, that was a bit problematic. That was a bit problematic over there, but quick reactions are going to make sure he comes into cover in the nick of time. Now, Global Esports, I wonder what's going to happen to them, because Knuckle is going to be down on his knees. But the thing is, you know, they are kind of pinched in. They don't have a lot of options. Lucky for them, they have that little bridge that is leading away to our left for cover.
Now, this is where I would want to see how the map is going to be looking. I just hope the production brings up the map to show us better as to which team is in the crosshairs, which team is in the projectile, as it's going to be Blind cooking up a smoke rather than a grenade. And it was good that, you know, Shadow kind of fell back from that corner itself. But Global on the other side are going to start becoming offensive because they want that hard cover for themselves, as the circle is going to be shifting to the dead center. As we can see, the side of GOG have got a little bit of a cover for themselves. They can play around from here on. GOG Bullet gets taken down. A amongst that rotation. Can he be going in towards the leader OP and getting a little bit of a support from the IGL? But on the other side, Mr. IGL has got some ground to work around with, and in case he stands up, he finds the side of INS, it's going to be a very, very hard story, as Billions is pretty much close to him, and I really don't know what's happening right now.
Oh, well, they're just playing around with their prey because I think he is going to try and distract him. This might not be the best option from Mr. IGL, just giving up on that little position because, again, although they are in the circle, you know, there's only for so long that he can survive because there you have it. This is what I was worried about. RTR could be shooting fish in a barrel from their position. And, you know, speaking of that position, oh, Joker. He is going to be spotted out. The T-36C, I love the sound of that weapon, by the way. Doing what it does best, and well, all that 5.56 is going to make sure he's in a bit of trouble. This is where Mr. IGL, all he's got to do is be patient, because sooner or later, INS are going to have to come in that direction to take a little bit of safe spot against, you know, RTR and everybody else shooting at them elsewhere. Or Esports could be a thorn in their sides as well. Now, you know, we did talk about Hydra officials. They had a disadvantage with the circles shifted to the city, but somehow they've managed to make it. That's going to be a talk for another few seconds, because I'm interested in seeing, are Team INS going to drown to their deaths, or are they going to be picked off by all these hungry hyenas?
No, somewhere I feel that Team INS is still going to survive as long as possible. But on the other side, we were able to see that GOG leader OP was able to put up a grenade against the side of ACBC, restrict them with the fire trap. For how long can he be holding this corner? Because ultimately a push is going to be coming in from the side of Nigma as well. And in case they get to know that leader OP is upstairs, they're going to be lofting some grenades towards him, as Nigma Galaxy MJ already does that. And Sky is trying to push in towards the side of leader OP at this point of time. A push comes in, almost gets taken down, and he does get taken down, as more grenades is going to be thrown in towards the side of Evil Sky. Now, how long can Evil Sky survive as GOG get taken down in the 11th position with just one finish point?
What Evil Sky needs is an evil eye right about now if he wants to make sure that he has all the fortunes in his favor. But Rex is going to be blown to smithereens elsewhere, and it does look like Enigma are going to get full of trouble surviving by one man. Oh, Mr. IGL did have a few grenades in his kitty, and now again he is going to have to make a move, but the thing is, it's all about position points at this moment. He does spot Evil Sky in the distance, and have a look at that. You know, I think someone didn't tell us there was a little bit of a reunion going around that little sunken boat over there, but finally the play zone is going to come in, and looks like ACBC are going to bid us adieu in the 10th position.
Now, this is where I would like to see whether INS will be able to dominate, but it's going to be over. Aditya on the other side, throwing up a grenade, making sure it connects perfectly. And this is the time where INS have got an opportunity to make it inside the circle. If they stay for a little more longer, another grenade coming in from the side of Aditya can put more bodies down, as the next one almost connects against the side of Billion. Now, 3 players of INS have a very good opportunity to get away from that position, still holding that place. Aditya's, you know, that elimination comes in, right? He puts up another grenade, nobody getting taken down. He's like, okay, nobody might be there. And this is the time where INS can actually dominate against the side of OR, take away that strong position which they're holding at this point of time. No, footsteps come in, reveal location, another grenade is going to be popped up towards them.
Unfortunately for Orange Rock, the grenade isn't going to be as effective as he had hoped. It looks like help is coming in from elsewhere, because INS are losing members one by one, and it's going to be up Dunky from atop. There you have it, that position coming in handy. He is going to burn Shane to a crisp, and now there was one. He does shoot. I love the fact he comes out, but again, Team INS spent a bit too much time in that location elsewhere. Global Esports MJ down on his, AJ, I beg your pardon, down on his knees. Knuckle, the last man standing for his team at this moment. Blind are in a good position. In fact, they're making sure that, like I said earlier, all the blind spots are covered, as Enigma Galaxy are going to be bidding us adieu in this map of Vikendi as well. We have 5 teams still vying to be crowned, well, the kings of Vikendi for now, with 15 players battling it out amongst one another. However, Hydra officials and RTR, they look good, as they have the late man.
Oh no!
That advantage knuckle is going to be taken in, and there you have it. That is going to be all she wrote for Global Esports, out in the 5th position.
Now, Global Esports have been holding this position from the beginning itself, and they've been rewarded from then on, as the circle is going to be shifting towards them yet again. And let's see how much of an advantage are they going to be taking. Did I speak too early? Is something which is lingering around my mind, as we have to see what's going to happen next with the circle itself. But it's a good thing to to see that, Blind is concentrating on holding the center of the circle, whereas the others at this point of time, that's going to be the side of Hydras, as the OR are going to be fighting in the corners itself, whereas the circle gone away. Oh my goodness, it's the 9 circle. It's not going to go anywhere. The team to the dead center having the best of the health kits for themselves is going to be taking on. This is the first heel to finish battle we're going to be able to witness.
Well, the circle is going to make sure that all the enemies are going to be coming up face to face. They are going to see the whites in their eyes, but Hydra Legends, they have a bit of an advantage, but have a look at RTR. Now, from their position up top, they need to make sure that they are pretty much all boosted up, and there you have it. He does find the proper position over here at the moment, and Craniac does deliver two-led shots in the craniums of his opposition, and now, like a fiddler on the roof, he can be pretty much negating everything flying.
Oh my!
He's going to be caught off guard. A little bit of accuracy issue over there. However, the play zone is going to be bringing Deadpool down. Now, the last man in the center is going to be, well, Craniac. So let's see if he is the one who is going to be stealing away the show, as Blind are going to find themselves in a world of trouble. In fact, eliminated in the 3rd position, which means we are down to the final few things. It is going to be a heel off, and looks like Hydra have officially won themselves a chicken dinner.
I mean, the least expected time you want a team to win, and they're going to come out and prove themselves that they're one of the strongest teams to be taking it. It's going to be winner chicken dinner for Hydra's official. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be stepping into the post-match analysis powered by Loco. We're going to be looking at the most impossible, I would say that it was the most unexpected thing to be happening, and that's Hydra officials picking up this winner chicken dinner with 6 finishes, a total of 21 points. Blind Esports have done an amazing job so far with 9 finishes as well. RTR Retribution, OR, Global Esports, Nigma and Enigma Gaming, all of them almost have the same number of finishes for themselves.
They do indeed, and I like the fact that Retribution RTR have made it to the top 3, because again, they were kind of sinking down as far as the overall standings is concerned. But Initiative Academy, boy, they've had a rough time of things lately, and it looks like their bad luck is going to continue, as we do have 3 teams who are going to be walking sans any points: Big Brothers and Esports Walla, to name the other 2. But again, we did see some skirmishes. Now, here's what I kind of feel. It did come down to the heal battle. It did come down to the lost medkit, because the thing is, I don't think a lot of these teams are so well versed with the interiors of the houses in these cities, because again, you don't know the angles, you don't know whether there's a wall over there, you don't know where the bathroom is, and all that kind of stuff, right? So a lot of grenades were being used, and again, it's going to be, give it some time. They have to play this map a lot more to know every single nook and cranny. But for now, let's have a look and see who's going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And, well, it is going to be an Enigma, and his name is Rex.
Oh yes, he was screaming through the game itself, right? It's just that, his voice was not heard far enough where he could gain that winner chicken dinner. But let's not forget that, 826 damage coming in from his side. Then right behind him is going to be the man who could be much more clinical than everybody else. Could be, but he was not as much as the side of Blind Dotty. But yes, Joker is going to be having 594 damage for 4 finishes. He's going to be Blind Rage coming up with 500 damage, 4 finishes. He's going to be Deadbull far away, but Dotty was the most clinical and did the best of what he could.
Well, he was, and now let's have a look at some more figures on our screen. 8 grenade finishes is going to be good. And pretty much, the thing is, every single thing that you see on your screens right now is sort of like a new record.
Yep.
Because this is the first time Vikendi has been played. So for now, this is where we set the bar. 8 grenade finishes is going to be the highest, 2 airdrops, and of course, you get the gist. Now, healing over time might increase. 6,801 isn't, that high in such a big map. But again, like I said, it is the first time we've seen Vikendi in iQOO BMPS, powered by Local.
Now this is where the FD graph is not going to hit that. It's not going to be crossing even 2,000, and ultimately all thanks to the terrain itself. Now Global Esports on the other side have done the maximum of what they could because of them trying to come in from the corners of the circle, but all they could do is get up a total of 6 finishes for themselves. But Hydra on the other side was also able to take up 6 finishes as well as RTR. But for me, the team which stood out obviously is going to be the side of Hydra.
Well, you know what we like doing? We always love pitting one team up against the other. And for now, it's going to be Hydra Official up against Retribution RTR. 6 finishes on either side. And let's do something else. Let's put 2 more against one another. I want to see OR Esports. Hopefully, they do pop up on our screens. And, well, they are going to be popping up. And they're going to go up against the other veterans in the form of Global Esports. And one thing that stands out is all 4 teams, as you mentioned, in the point standings, have the equal number of finishes.
Now this is what happens, right? Where we really saw that, it was the side of Blind who had best advantage, but still too overconfident, coming out in the open and getting taken on because they believe that, we exactly know where the corners are. But let's not forget that, it's important for you not to take any kind of frontal battles in the map of Vikendi because of that very, very closed, compounds which is there, very close to one another as well. So let's see, it's the lesson hard learned. At the same time, I'm looking forward to see who's going to be on the spotlight. It's going to be the side of Blind Esports for 14,981 damage.
I mean, that is of course phenomenal. 9 finishes coming in and, well, 40 assists. But you've got to keep one thing in mind. This is, I do believe, one of their overall stats right now. However, 9 finishes, it does seem a bit low, but again, it is what it is, and sometimes numbers lie, sometimes they don't. But for now, let's have a look and see what the overall standings are going to be like, because I do believe we aren't going to have a lot of a shuffle at the tippity top. However, Hydra Official, buddy, getting a bit better off their namesakes in the form of Hyderabad Hydras with 3 points in hand.
Now this is where I was looking at the side of Team OR Esports and trying to check whether they'll be able to outnumber the side of Team Soul. They just needed 20 points to do that, right? But still they couldn't do it. I know they're almost close to it, like 3 points to 30, another 3 points to 33. So 6 points away, from becoming the team on the top. But let's not forget the rest of the teams, right? Enigma Gaming is gonna be the only team. Enigma Gaming, I'm so sorry.
It's kind of like a mouthful, right? Because it's Nigma Galaxy, Enigma Gaming. Even I've done that so many times.
Yeah, I get it. But yes, Enigma Gaming is the only team in the top 8 from a very, very long time with no winner chicken dinner for themselves, but still having an average of 77 finish points and 80 finish points and 77 position points with a total of 157.
Well, let's see if the next game is going to turn things around. They might just get a little chicken dinner, but for now, a few teams are going to be slipping down, but Blind Esports are going to be making it a bit, of, the gap is a bit bigger over here. 15th position from them, as FS Esports are going to be slipping down to the 16th. Now, EXO, of course, we did see earlier on, they did have the 11th point finish. And, again, once they do come back in a couple of games, let's see what they do, because they're going to be sitting the next one out as well. But now, page 3. Now, this is where, of course, your teams are going to be in a little bit of trouble. But for now, anything that pops out for you?
It's going to be the side of GOG. Again, as I said, a team which hits a 100-pointer mark has never capitalized after that, and it's proved yet again from the side of GOG. They just got 2 points in this game where everything was going right for them. Let's not forget that RTR Retribution on the other side have climbed up and almost hit the 100-pointer. So it's good to say that by the end of the day, teams like INS, GOG and Retribution have a very good chance to, outnumber the teams in the 14th, 15th and 16th position. But at the same time, there are 3 teams in the bottom with a winner chicken dinner, showing that consistency has to be the key for you to retain the top spot, or else you'll keep getting down every single time. But UP50 is going to be the team I want to speak about. Again, not able to put up some proper points. I just hope that by the end of today, they have the right strategy and right, plan B, or else they're going to say goodbye for this tournament for sure.
Well, the thing is, UP50 Esports are part of Group C. They only played the first game on this day, day 5 or day 1, depending on how you want to look at it, week 2, however. So it hasn't been the best of affairs. They still have 3 games in hand, and let's see what's going to happen later on. But now it is going to be Erangel once again after this. Of course, we are going to be taking a bit of a break, but we're going to come to that later. Now, again, I love the fact that we've added Vikendi. I love the fact that we have these amazing maps. And, once again, it's all because of BGMI Crafton to make sure that they give us these detailed, beautiful maps in all these different biomes in the world. And, well, let's have another quick look at the sponsors, iQOO and Loco, because, well, the iQOO Neo 6 is going to be popping up on your screens now.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that all I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
You know, I like how iQOO and Loco are now synonymous with the Indian gaming community because, well, business is booming as far as esports is concerned. And speaking of iQOO, you know, they are central because, you know, I did spot out a lot of our favorite streamers in that little video. However, if you watching at home, once again, want to grab yourselves the iQOO Neo 6, well, Arca is going to take you through the steps.
Now you have to make sure, first of all, you're going to be coming here earlier in the stream itself, okay? From tomorrow, make sure you hit
The early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But at the same time, let's not forget that to get this, you have to head down to Amazon, iQOO Neo 6. Make sure that you search for it and then know more, and then you have few questions to be answered. And all those answers will be in the initial stream itself. We're going to be discussing about that, you know, all these specs about this device. And once you answer those and click on notify me, you're going to be waiting for the luck to be coming in towards you.
Well, the luck might go towards them, but it definitely was not in IE's or IA's favor because once again, Initiative Academy out within the blink of an eye, and there you go. Have a look at this. Blind overhead does not have a weapon on him, or he does have a UMP. He does take a few shots again.
Yeah.
Not the best choice because, you know, sure, you want to go in for the vehicle, but why would you be pretty much charging in towards so many gunshots? But I guess, you know, it is what it is, and hopefully they learn from their mistakes, and I'm sure Zen OP will definitely do so because next time around, he's going to be behind that vehicle's tire, making sure he has plenty of cover.
Now, you did say you were exactly knew the terrain well, and this is how he made use of it. You know, how long did he survive? Even after most of his teammates got taken down, it's going to be doing the damage against the side of Walkouts and ultimately Rex from the top as well. And Yuva, as soon as he understood that there are some shots coming in from the top, he eventually changed his position, went into a hard cover, cooked some grenades to check whether he can find anybody. Couldn't find anybody, to be specific. Oh, but ultimately he could find his own grenade, and that is when they came in and dominated against him.
They did indeed, and now Scream, although he does let his weapons do all the talking for him, he was kind of overwhelmed. As, again, have a look at this. You know, you got to know your terrain because if your car takes a tumble, if you slow down, chances are you're never going to get back up again. Now, Yuva, I love this push coming in. Now, Rex knew exactly where he would be, but again, Yuva putting up one heck of a fight. And, well, over here, Capron did not have any idea that INS was lying in wait.
Now, this is what happens when you hold the ground as quickly as possible, but at the same time you need to understand that once you're cooking a grenade, so will the opponents be, and you have a man disadvantage. It's better you run from the spot rather than taking the fight and getting taken down. It's going to be Pav Kilo as well as one of his teammates who learned this a very, very hard way. Look at that grenade bouncing perfectly in front of him. I was making a moment, but at the same time, some really good recoil control, some really good sprays coming in from the side of Nigma. They did perform much better. But yes, we all know what happened at the end.
Unfortunately, he was like a rat, you know, trapped at the rafters. And, you know, of course, you can only survive for so long. But Rex's accuracy was on point, as is displayed on our screens right now. But, you know, again, a lot of give and take happening over here. A lot of back and forth, rather. As Global Esports, you know, once they lost a couple of their members, that is when that man disadvantage was starting to weigh a bit heavy. But over here, Mr. IGL and this INS face-off seemed like it pretty much went on forever.
No, at the same time, Team OR was, you know, a few seconds back we saw that Team OR was the team which came into the water after the side of INS, but still was able to hold for a really long time. But JOG leader, as we all know, was holding his position from a long time, and the opponents kind of knew that he's going to be holding in there, and Evil Sky did come in and dominate. And this is the point I was speaking about. It was OR was actually coming behind them, but they came across. Two players came across, and they did wonders.
The fact they had that crossfire set up, you know, that they had one end and Atanki on top basically meant that if anything stirred or moved down on the ground below, they were going to get the better of them, as Deadpool does get the better of his opponents over here with a grenade. And, well, sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. There you have it, INS. The moment Joker comes up, he's like, you know what, I know I'm already done. And, well, he did try and go out with a bang. However, Vixie, a different story for him. He did not do anything. In fact, the blue zone came in and snuffed his life out.
Now, blind on the other side, we see have 3 men standing over here. They had a decent amount of loot. They put a grenade against the side of Team Hydras, but one person of Team Hydras was clever enough. He was like, you guys carry on. I'm going to go in for a heal battle, because this circle is the final circle. It's going to be coming in, and those who dare to challenge it and take the fight against an opponent are going to be paying a price.
Quick thinking on his part, because now RTR would have been looking, hey, wait, where's the last guy? But they were going to be losing their HP ever so slowly. Had Hydra been over here, well, it would have been a different story, and maybe RTR would have had a better day out of this. But again, congratulations to Hydra officials to making sure that they held their ground. Quick thinking, like I said, you know, on their part, to make sure that they give every single first aid to that one man. And we normally are accustomed to seeing heal battles in Sanok, but the thing is, you can do it anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we all know that in the final circle of the game itself, it's like a double-edged sword. If you're pushing in, you have to make sure that it's the zone eating you up on one side and also the damage of the opponent. So, rather than taking the fight, which is going to be a double-edged sword, go in for a heal battle and make sure that you're going to be surviving a much more better. But it's just that you need to have the right kind of loot as well. But Blind on the other side had better compared to the side of Hydras, because they were there for a long time. They wanted to take fights with the throwables because of all those resources they were holding, but they had to pay a heavy price.
Well, they did have to pay a heavy price. And again, you know, speaking of a double-edged sword, you know, if you do want to let someone remain behind and, you know, get done with all the healing, even if he has 100 health kits, the thing is, when your team is going fourth, best case scenario, there's going to be just 3 of you.
Yep.
And again, in all that fighting, sometimes the man disadvantage can come in and, you know, just hurt you a little bit, which kind of puts pressure on the gentleman or the lady who's going to be in the back lines healing himself up, because sometimes you might just initiate it a bit too quick, and you're like, all right, maybe I want to get in the next circle, and I'll start doing it from there on fourth. However, then you're just a last man standing. So, you know, it's a commitment, right? Once you commit to this particular move, oh boy, you got to make sure that you stay there till the end. But again, a lovely time spent in Vikendi. I thoroughly enjoyed all that snow.
I mean, it was too chill for me, you know. This is something which I was not expecting, even though I was well covered. It's just that my thinking was not that strong enough to take the cold over there. But as you said, right, a person, if he goes in for a heal battle, that's his finish point. But at the same time, I feel that, you know, his teammates also have a lot of job to do. They have to make sure the opponents are also not thinking the same way. They have to make sure the opponents are not healing themselves, and rather give them some little bit of a damage, so that, you know, when the zone is going to be hitting both of them, the teammate who's going in for a heal battle has a bit of an advantage. And that is what Hydras tried to do. They came out, made sure that we tried to tag off the rest of the people, tried to make sure that we fight, we instill fear in their heart, and they'll move around rather than healing, and that is how they were able to take it home.
Well, they did take it home this time around, but let's see if they can repeat that again, because once again, the next game, although, well, we are going to be exiting this biome, forget the tundras right now, we're going to be heading down south, we're going to be having some green, luscious plains, because Erangel is going to be coming up once again, and I like the fact that Group A is still going to go up against Group B. So, you know, I mean, we do have a few, well, revenge finishing coming in store for you. But before we take a quick break, anything else that stood out for you in the map of Vikendi?
Where we thought that the experienced team will be performing much better. We got to see that none of those teams could actually made it into the final circle, apart from the side of Hydra. It was Blind and Hydras over there, but still Blind did not make it. But RTR on the other side performed much better than all of them. And we did see that, you know, even though the experienced teams did make it into the final part of the circle, it's just that they did not survive until the final moments of the game itself. So we have to say this, that, you know, it was kind of, our statement did not go wrong or did not go right. It was well balanced game, to be specific.
It was, but again, you know, it's all that hunger, it's that drive that basically propels you to greatness. And the thing is, you know, these teams, they obviously have done their homework here in the map of Vikendi, and well, that is one of the reasons why they basically made it out till the end. But you know what we're going to do right now? Again, we're going to take a quick breather, because we have been rambling on for quite some time. It's going to be a short break. You already know the drill. We'll see you on the other side of this.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5
छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini. It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go!
I scout कर रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now. This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
Well, welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. My name, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. I like going by XP or the experiment from time and time. And this guy, well, I mean, he kind of grows on you, right? Of course, I'm talking about Amrit. We know him better as Fixes. Fixes. Last game was in Vikendi. You were the one who was actually kind of, suited and booted for the snow. I got the chills. But again, what did you think of the map of Vikendi?
I mean, it was pretty straightforward, right? Nothing really hitting you off usually like Vikendi does. It was quite an even shift. We did not have to see those curveballs hitting it because I was looking for that moment, the circle to be taking maybe a sudden shift, maybe around the castle area. That is where you've got so many of those teams trying to rotate in around. The only point that I really liked was about global esports and the northern rotation, trying to take against blind from the backlines. And Hydra officials, the way they took over the pot was to city, the other side, I love that.
Because even they had a little bit of an issue, right? Because they did have the high ground, and then it shifted to basically Blind's position. But, we're just going to have a little bit of a break. We'll talk about that in a second because, well, the pre-match segment powered by Loco is coming up. And once again, it's going to be Group A up against Group B. But, quickly coming back to the point we were making, I kind of thought that it's going to be tricky, but again, since Blind was engaged with Global Esports at one end and a couple of teams scattered on the other, Hydra, I think you'd agree that they snuck in at the right moment?
Oh yeah, and they made the right choice. Now, who would have thought that they would resort for a healing battle? Because considering how the entire traffic was set around, it was so difficult for them to survive. The moment they entered in from the western side, it was way too open for them. They took over the compounds instantly, and the majority of the fight started building up on the southern side. They also realized that, there's no point fighting it out. They had 13 first hits on the final play, surviving. So we get to see those little bit of glimpses of Sandhawk over there. But again, somewhere down, deep inside my heart, I really was looking forward to those really ridiculous shifts that we were sort of privy to in the other iterations of this title. But again, it is what it is, and it has been reworked. Now, the teams, they're going to love that. But yeah, I expect a little bit more of those fights, happening around those compound fights. I wanted some teams to try and engage in, but I think it's all about, teams trying to take it slow and steady. It was a good start.
All right, let me just ask you another question because, of course, he is our analytical maestro over here. INS stuck under the bridge in a very precarious situation, and OR, basically being a little bit of a, angel of death for them. What could they have done?
At that particular moment, the moment INS were kind of taking the water lines areas, the rivers, I realized that they didn't want to engage in fights. They were looking out for position points, which was quite different from how they usually approach. Now, there were certain avenues, right? They could have taken that longer rotation. They could have, followed the path of Hydra officials. They could have taken it from the back lines, taken that bridge and headed off from that direction. In that situation, they would have been in a contention to fight it around. And stepping under the bridge, it was all about waiting for somebody to strike, which sort of eventually happened.
Well, that, of course, did eventually happen. And, again, I love the fact that we did see Vikendi. I love the fact that we have this beautiful game called BGMI. I love the fact we have this tournament. So, once again, let's do one thing and have a look at our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, and that beautiful, beautiful video.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more.
See more.
Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Fix this. Try and hit that note. I've got the power. Come on.
No, I really do not want people to be having their ears bleeding if I try and do that.
I guess I've already done that, right?
I mean, you're fine. You've got a good voice over there. But for people out here, for the new ones, of course, everybody wants their hands on this beautiful smartphone, right? How do you do that? You head over to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, participate in that quiz, and if you are lucky, 3 winners every day, they're going to be winning the iQOO Neo 6, the best in business right now.
However, if you aren't lucky with the iQOO Neo 6, you might just walk away with some BGMI merchandise because it's not 3 a day, it's a lot higher number, and your chances are, of course, going to be skyrocketing. Now, what you got to do is head over to the Esports channel, and you are going to find a link in the description. Now, before you fill it out, make sure you basically support your favorite team, or be smart about it and hashtag the team you think is going to be on top of the leaderboards on that particular day. And then who knows? Maybe you just might walk away with a phone and some BGMI merch. I mean, that's the dream, isn't it?
I mean, that has to be the cherry on top of the cake.
And then you
yeah.
head over to Loco. So you have your T-shirt, you have your device. I mean, fixes. What more can one ask for?
It's absolutely wholesome, right? What could a viewer particularly want? But this is where I'm gonna make things easier for you, because I've really been feeling that OR Esports have been making some big strides. Now, this might not be one of those teams that have been getting those chicken dinners, right? But every single time they come into play, they've been making sure they get that top 3, they get that top 4, and along with that, they get those important finish points to themselves. Now, if you remember about that OR Esports situation over there, INS, they were clumped under that little bridge. They had that last surviving player of Autobotz, and all Aditya was doing was just pummeling them down with grenades.
He was, just he didn't even have to pummel them, right? He was just throwing them. He was just like letting it loose out of his hands. They just roll into the enemy's position. But again, I'm surprised that INS did survive till they did. But of course, that is history. And, well, there's no mystery here, because you already know what's going to happen next. It is going to be the map of Erangel. Now, last time around, we did see a circle near the prison hill. Near the lumberyard. I want to see something different, mate. I don't even mind quarry. I want to see something at the Sosnovka military base. And let me say one thing.
Yeah.
This time around, I think the BGMI gods are kind of favoring me more than you, so I might just have my wish. And, well, I know you are looking at the camera with your, trademark figure and that little rhinus that you have, but the people can't see us, so laughs on you.
All right. I mean, I completely agree that it's been time enough that we really want to see that certain circle, right? It's been ages since we've had that, and this situation, right? It sort of demands for it. Now, I do not know what you've been doing on the back screens. You've been making offering to the gods of BGMI.
Oh, I got really pious over the weekend.
Yeah, and a lot of chickens. They've been favoring you, my friend. But for now, yeah, of course. Hoping for a certain circle, could be a little bit of a long shot out there, but gives us enough time.
Well, looks like we are going to be coming back to the studio right now, and we might just have a little bit of a rehost. And this does happen. You do have a few minor technical issues every now and then. Maybe there was a bit of a connectivity issue, but this is when you should have actually made that face right now, Fixes.
Oh, there you go.
So, whenever we kind of have this little banter between us, I don't know, he just looks at the camera and he thinks he's just, so cool.
I've got to do that. But again, coming back to the discussion, today's day has been sort of a revelation for all the other teams out there. I'm pretty much feeling that Team Blind has again been one of those teams that has been really consistent, don't you think? The way they started off in the first game of Erangel, right? They were going a lot aggressive, right? Taking those fights head on, transitioning into Vikendi, where they were looking out for those position points, which they eventually accrued for themselves. Nigma Galaxy, of course, did manage to win the first game. And then again, we saw them, having little rough times in those other maps. But again, they still have themselves in the race. But Hydra official XP, out of nowhere, right? Till the end of the first week, we were having them in the third page. They have definitely propelled themselves up now into the top 8. Now, that's a huge jump.
Oh, it is a massive jump indeed. And, it's not just this game. Even well, day one in the second week of league play has definitely been in their favor. They've done their homework. This is what I do believe, right? They've done their homework, because you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, you might see a few names. A couple of them lads are proper veterans of the game. They've been at it ever since BGMI was born, came into inception. And, that little experience was showing, because we did kind of anticipate that they're going to come back a bit stronger. And, well, a chicken dinner definitely helps.
For Hydra official, as a matter of fact, again, this is one of those organizations that has been etched in history, right? A lot of big creators out of it. And they had always been having that knack of changing their rosters after every single tournament. It's not just about the officials.
Everyone was doing that except just a few, right?
But it was too much with Hydra, right? They did not have a concrete lineup. I really felt they were kind of unsure. But from what they have really, racked up, especially ever since they came up into the iQOO BMPS, honestly, we did not have a lot of expectations from their side, because, of course, it takes a lot of synergy to build up and yada, all these other things, And finally, it feels like, they're having a similar storyline like Team Soul, right? Finally finding the perfect perfect jigsaw to the puzzle, filling it up. They know what they're wanting. They've been one of those teams that have been a little laid back in terms of engaging into fights, have been focusing a lot on those position points, and finally it's working out for them.
It is indeed, and again, like you always keep saying, it's about that balance, and let's just see if they can keep this momentum forward, because I want to see that in another team. Now, the name I'm going to be using right now.
Okay.
It starts with the U, ends with an O. UP50. Now, well, they are in a little bit of a slump, but again, we are going to see them in the next few games after this, so let's see if they can turn their fortunes around, because, it just goes to show, if one team can do it, anyone else can, but do they have that drive? Do they have, well, the cojones? Do they actually have it in them to take a few risks? Because if you don't risk it, well, you aren't going to get that biscuit.
Whenever we come down to UP50, right, I think it was a little bit of a ray of hope that we witnessed. If you remember in the previous week's final day, that one Erangel game, their zone goes towards the power plant. And that is one of those games where they did manage to get 10 finishes. From ever since then, we maybe thought that, yes, this is the UP50 that, we've been loving.
A glimpse of hope.
Yeah, there was that drive, there was the hunger that was clearly visible. But then again, after that little bit of a reset, you've got those 3 days coming in, and it's back to square one for them. They've been quite unsure of what they've been wanting. They want a good position for themselves, and a lot at the same time want to go for the fights, but they're kind of resigning from it, not really engaging in that, showing their backs to the opponents, getting caught off, squandering around the map. It's all going alright for them.
Now, again, it's just these little things. I'm having a tough time adjusting my mic today because I want to be, that sounds good. And I'm sure all of you are still going to be able to hear me. I want to hear myself as well. Not that I like my voice too much, which isn't too bad. But anyway, coming back to the thing, yes, the moment you turn your backs to the enemy, forget the fact that, yes, you are trying to get into cover. Your psyche is kind of exposed as well, because you can just tell, all right, if I push up on this person, it's basically it's basically akin to letting someone walk all over you. That's the kind of feeling that I got. What do you think?
It's like a
The
ticking
mental
bomb
thinking.
for the UP50 at this point, right?
Okay.
It was week 1. They messed up. It's all right. We said, it's again 2 more weeks to play. And this is where the other teams are starting to step up, right? Even Esports, Wala, WSF, the one Miramar game they played, they've dragged up a lot of points for themselves. But this is where they need to understand. If they have one more bad week, then this could be the end to their fairy tale that they're having so far. And in week number 3, maybe they would not have enough to pick upon, because majority of the teams, right from the very start of the day, we were talking about, it's all open till the 17th spot. Even EXO really reaching that 100-point marker. It was one good chicken dinner for them. They propelled themselves to the 14th spot. But UP50, they're still not in the race, man.
As week 3 is going to be coming closer, I am going to use something of a phrase like, the most dangerous animal is the one that is backed in a corner, because it has nothing to lose. Right now, I wonder whether they should start playing like that, because, again, I won't say they have nothing to lose, but they have to at least go for it.
Exactly, XP. This is
Get
something.
those claws out.
This is something that we've been talking about for quite some time. Engage in battles. Now, this is where we have to draw comparisons between GOG and UP50. Now, GOG, they were going through a lot, a really bad phase, and nothing was particularly working out for them. Then they started engaging in all those fights, right? They started picking it up. The one iconic fight, if you remember the map of Erangel, GOG and INS, players pushing out, and that is where they made a few mistakes. But what they did was they learned from it. They knew how to engage in those situations, how to keep themselves calm. Now, that is something that UP50 have been really missing out on. They have not been engaging into battles. They have been trying to, go all for those position points. They're going to play a little handy-dandy, play a little safe, and that clearly hasn't been working out.
Well, it wasn't working out for them, and they did get into. Well, let's see what's going to happen, because I'm sure all our lovely viewers, I love saying that, are going to be getting kind of sick of us right now. They're like, hey guys, why would the
I thought
Costas?
you guys loved us.
No, I mean, I think they love you a bit more than me. So they're going to be like, Costa, stop your talking and let that game begin, because you know what we like saying over here: ask and ye shall receive. But in a few seconds, we're going to be heading back to Erangel, and this time we made sure everything is tickety-boo. Everything is running the way it should be. So we're going to say bye-bye from the studio as, once again, let's have a look and appreciate the beautiful map that is Erangel.
course, the map where we're really in pursuit to see that southern circle really hitting in. And, in a little while, of course, we would get a slight idea. But from what we've seen so far, the way the flight path trajectory had been in the initial game, of course, we did have teams from Group C coming in. So it's now going to be just A and B playing it out. So it's going to be about the fact as to where the circle is going to form. Do we get to see any of those early battles breaking out? Is it going to be someone else? Because again, if you can't get it, if you're talking about teams from Group C, even Team Seoul, they've not had a good day so far, right? Just getting, I think, 2-3 points throughout the entire matches that they've played.
But it's only halfway through for them right now,
yeah.
right? Because they've only had 2 games, and yes, you are right. I was kind of expecting them to showcase a bit more firepower in the map of Miramar, especially. I did like what Akshat did in Erangel. He almost single-handedly wiped out an entire team. However, they fell a bit short. Now, in both these situations, in both these instances, their star player, and I do say star because, well, when you have, at the end of week 1, when you have about 120 finishes and almost 55 are coming in by way of one guy. It's not the Green Goblin this time, it's the Soul Goblin himself. Maybe once he falls down, the confidence kind of seems to go down. But again, that's where Akshat kind of proved me wrong today. So again, I like the idea that you just talked about Team Soul. What do you expect they're going to do in the next few rounds?
I think, the only problem with Team Soul has been all about the rotation timings, right? Now teams have figured out when they're rotating. A lot of teams are, setting up camps, but I think it is time, XP. We take it up to the skies again, finally escorted by those 2 choppers out there. And maybe we're in here for a treat.
I like that the choppers are, parallel and pretty further up with the plane, because once those back bay doors open, you do not want to go through the rotors, because if you do so before you hit the ground, well, it's going to be raining blood and guts, and that is not going to happen. And I love the fact that I can paint a little bit of a graphic picture. So be warned, if you are a little too young, maybe just mute me from time to time. But, just having a look at what's happening over here. The flight path, pretty basic. We've seen this plenty of times. It's going to end at Quarry. But the question is, where is the circle going to form? I kind of think if the Sosnovka military base is going to be there at the beginning, action is ending over there.
Oh, we're going to be elated if that happens. And this is a perfect setting for a southern circle. But, there have been tendencies of the circle even moving up north. But for now, again, it is going to be RTR, Retribution heading over towards Novoripnoi, even ACBC this time, as a matter of fact, not having a lot of trouble. So I'm going to expect a good game from their side as well. But Global Esports, they've got a lot to prove. They've been one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby so far, and they're going to try and do nothing else but no.
Well, I mean, the first circle is going to be a bit tricky. Now the question is where it's going to end. I think we might just see some action at Mount Everest again. Let's see if that is going to be true, because for now, as you mentioned, it is going to be Group A up against Group B. Not a lot of drop clashes between these two.
Oh yeah, of course. Now, again, so far the pace throughout the day has all been about, getting good position for yourself, rotate around, do not get yourself caught in the midst of a lot of battles. There have been a few teams that love picking up fights, and one of them had to be Global Esports. And this is where, OR and Global Esports, they've got a little bit of a fair share of, loot spots, this time Global Esports resorting to Rozhok, giving away the school and apartments to OR Esports. Now, what's going to be really important over here is, do they engage in those early fights?
Well, let's see if that's going to happen, because Initiative Academy are definitely not heading to Primorsk, even though the gentlemen from 7C Esports are not going to be here. But the thing is, there's another team that loves calling Primorsk their home, and of course, I'm talking about Autobotz Esports. So I like it that they are going to be shifting things around. They're going to be changing things up a little bit, a little shuffle coming in, as they are going to have the Georgia Ball containers all to themselves. As well, looks like it's time to go back to school, boys and girls, because Aru is going to be on the rooftops, and sooner or later, OR might just go up against Global Esports. But now we did have a look at the circle. Everyone seems comfortable. Anything that catches your eye, Fixus?
And in this particular game, I had my eyes on the mini-map, and I have a slight hunch, right? This could be a northern circle. Now, we have seen this
Oh, it
even in
is.
the past, right? Ever since that update, we've been talking about it over and over again. When we sort of anticipate maybe it's going to be Mount Everest, kind of takes that a little bit of a shift up north, or maybe could be ruins in store for us.
Or Mount Olympus, depending if Dialysis is playing, because I'm pretty sure he's going to want to go back home. But there you have it. We have the map on our screens. Fixes, paint us a picture.
You know, at this point, even for the players of Walkouts, they're going to have a really comfortable game. But I really feel Blind taking over Pochinki, having the heart to themselves, they've got a lot of avenues to rotate. Now, they have to figure out, however, is that there's so many other teams also into the mix, right? Their timing has to be pristine. Either they kind of go around the edges, or they make an instant early rotation, just bank upon the fact that the IGL has his hunch right, knows where the circle is going to shift around, and take the circle and fight. But what's really catching my attention is global esports. They're making a lot of moves right now.
They are indeed, and like you said, that sometimes they do go towards the school. This time around, they are going to give their position up. Now, of course, everything that we talked about, Blind Esports, that's assuming the center moves away, which I'm sure, I definitely agree with you. That should be their course of action. However, if action is going to take place in the city of Pochinki itself, well, that is their hometown, that is their ground, and that is where they are most deadly. As I like saying, Pochinki is ours. But now GOG on, well, day one of week 2, they have been kind of, surprising me a bit. They've got a little extra oomph. They got a bit of extra vigor in them this time around, Fixes.
Oh yeah, I mean for GOG, considering that Team EXO is not playing, of course, resorting to their good old Milta City. So I think I like what they're doing over here, especially their Miramar games. They've been on point, their rotations well executed. But we were sort of wondering that maybe they are the ones who were kind of trying to, stop down the players of Hyderabad Hydras. They did their own thing, right? They are focused mainly on their rotations, and it really worked out well. And this is a kind of improvement that I would like to see from their side, and they are, well, delivering.
They are delivering indeed. However, Big Brother Esports, again, they've also had that little shine, that little glimmer in their gameplay. But again, not the best of days for them so far. But it is going to be Erangel once again. Let's see what they do. Oh, sometimes if your machine doesn't work, all you have to do is punch it. And, sometimes you get a free soda can dropping down. However, not the case, it seems like, with all that special ammunition, right?
Of course, I mean, at this point, had
like
they
that.
got those, extra attachments, a few of those grips that they kind of eye out for, maybe ammunitions. This is really good, with every single tournament, we're having new things added up. You get those perfect weapons that you want. If you have collected enough coins, you can get those 6 times, you can get those 8 times. So you're never going to be out of loot.
The best thing is, what we saw earlier on when he punched that vending machine, that's human instinct, right? Because he didn't know the cameras were on him. And chances he goes and asks his buddy, hey, what are you doing? Nothing, man. This machine ate up all my quarters. And you go punch, and there you come. He's like, there you go. So, I just love that.
That's the Indian way of getting things done, right? If it doesn't really come out, you got to get the jugaad, right?
There you go.
And that is what they did. And, of course, now, Walkouts. Now, this is one of those teams that initially in the first week were kind of withering away. We had high expectations from their sides, but finally they're looking a little bit more confident, a little bit more consistent.
They are indeed, but the only thing that, makes me disagree with that last line is the fact they're still hesitant taking fights, especially because they seem to be in a position, or they rather seem to find themselves in a position that they get surrounded more often than not. So again, I guess they are going to have to work on their rotations just a little bit, but I do believe the aggression is up to the mark. Now the circle is closing in, ladies and gentlemen, and unlike the first round, no one's ready to tango just yet, but sooner or later, well, that circle is going to force them in close proximity to one another, and I do believe we might just see a few drive-bys.
Everybody is just floating around, right? Everybody just wondering where the circle is going to head out. Is it going to go a little north? Are we supposed to be holding those junction areas? Are we going to be, looking over at the bridge? Because, that's the only case that I can feel that, teams are kind of withdrawing, not trying to engage in a lot of fights. And this is where esports Wala. WSF. This is one of those teams had a really good Miramar game and would want to build up that little momentum, you know, even transitioning into Erangel. But ACBC, they're gonna have no trouble trying to rotate inside the circle, just crossing over the bridge. Nobody to fight against, and this is them. They've got that open western areas. They can try and directly head on towards Mount Everest or Mount Olympus, whatever you may call it.
Well, let's have a look and see if that's going to be the case, because have a look on the eastern bridge. It does look like Art here are going to be having a bit of a visual. There you have it. They aligned from their vehicles, and shots are going to be pretty much sent GOG's way. But GOG did the right thing. They're taking the lower ground. They're making sure they hit the beachhead instead of, you know, exposing their position, you know, traveling on the roads, because a couple of teams could be lying in wait. Now, the question is, they do have those two warehouses all for themselves, but if the circle has a drastic shift, well, their game plan could come under fire. The question is, where are we going? Because it is going to be, all right, they're going to be happy with that. Again, you know, they can go along the beach itself and make it to the next safe spot. But this is where all the teams are going to be migrating in, and of course, Pochinki, buddy, still in play. Quick question for you. Is anyone going to contest blind in that city?
No, ideally no, because I think what the teams are going to be rooting out for is either getting over the church area or maybe just the squad house right next to it. That is what their, you know, attention would be, because again, blind, they've been veterans, they've been dropping at Pochinki ever since, and they know how to defend those areas.
They do indeed, and of course Team Seoul is not going to be playing this game, which means, well, Esports Wala WSF are going to be happy in these little houses over here, because we did see a couple of skirmishes taking place in the game from the previous week where they kind of were a little on the back foot, and I do believe that team was Team MG. So, you know, just talking about a few things, this is going to be taking place around the ruins. Now, Dawn kind of feels like, you know, someone saw him. You know, someone is lurking in the midst. The hills, of course, after all, do have eyes, and it looks like he's not taking any chances just yet. But I think, oh, baby. Well, what I do think is that is one of the most beautiful weapons out there. I'm, of course, talking about the Arctic Warfare Magnum, the AWM. Please, someone go and pick it up. Fixes, make them.
The rightful recipient, however, should be Eggy, right? The way he's been playing with that
Or
particular
Abrar.
weapon. Or maybe Abrar. We've seen that, even in the iQOO BMPS,
Oh, yeah.
right? He's been doing so much with that weapon. Just give that man the big green cannon and watch him just blow away the skulls of all his opponents. But again, you know, taking a look at this particular circle, teams are going to start congregating around the center, right? Try to get the peripheries of the Pochinki city.
Yes, sir.
Some would want to capitalize over the Pochinki hills.
Aha.
And as we speak, you know,
Aha.
maybe they want to pick fights.
Well, looks like the big brothers are going to be living up to the name. They're like, hey, you're the young ones over here, and we're the ones who are going to come in, and we are going to be on your blind side. But for now, they're going to make sure they have their back secure, because again, you know, Pochinki is a city, and cities usually do have buildings, and buildings do have a lot of windows. So you might be focusing at one end, but chances are someone from afar could put a few shots in your noggin, and you, of course, don't want that happening anytime soon. But I like how they are being a bit conservative over here. They know that there's at least another team or two in and around the city, and they aren't taking any chances.
You know, I like it. You know, they have all the information that, yes, it is going to be team blind, but we do have a little bit of a fight building up. This time, Hydra official, however, trying to rotate it around. And MG, they were lying right out in the open, got the better of situation, and here goes the first knock.
Well, looks like Dynamite, although it was bullets, he might just be blown to smithereens right now. But the thing is, Hydra official, they could actually go in for the right. There you have it. I do believe Jackson is going to go in. Team MG, on the other hand, should have already started moving. Ooh. Interesting. Don is going to try and get as much information as he can, but the question is, maybe they should have been cooking a few grenades into that little fight. I do believe they are going to push in a little too late, but let's see if that's going to come and bite them later on, because the circle, buddy, is going to be shifting. And it looks like we still have the foothills of Everest or Olympus, whatever you want to call it. But finally, after quite some time, the action is going to shift to the plains and fields of Gatka.
This is where I really want to redirect our viewers' attention towards Autobotz, right? The way they've been playing, they were kind of lingering around the edges. Now this is the moment to realize, okay, it's a curveball hitting in. You're not gonna get a lot of other ridiculous shifts. So let's just go and take the center and play how we've been playing so far along. Now, what I really liked about Team MG over there, despite getting that knock, it did not overextend, right? Because the moment they ride out in the open, so many teams are gonna go after them. But Hydra official, they're making quite a lot of noise here.
I like how, you know, Hydra's Jackson is going to be looking at someone else, and lo and behold, someone goes through in the middle. Oh, I think he's going to realize that that car had a little bit of an oopsie. Unfortunately, his vision was obscured by that tree right before. I do believe that there are a couple of tractors that are broken down over there, so you've got to be careful, and you've got to maneuver around them if you know the terrain. And speaking of terrain, we are going to have fights breaking out elsewhere because WSF are going to, WSF, I beg your pardon, not taking the fight, but Enigma is going to be on his feet, and Evo just drives right through them, all three of them. Had he crashed, had he had a little bit of an accident, it could have been problematic, but now Scream is going to be doing all that Scream to his handful, but he is taken down from afar as Rex is going to try and make his way, and you know what? He does do so.
Oh, indeed does.
Look at Eggy's cover.
Yeah, he has a perfect area for himself. Does manage to get yet another knock. Now, he does not have that bolt action, but he's going to make do with that mini 14 he has. Now he's going in for the push. The callouts have been given. Enigma gaming, riling up, going in for that fight. One good grenade, and it all could go kaboom.
It all could go kaboom, or it could be Evo who's going to let his weapon do all the work before now. He's going to make sure Zen OP is down, and there you have it. Down goes one grenade. That grenade went boom, and well, Evo, buddy, there's no one there. Eggy's taken care of them all, but now the problem is he's going to get taken down from behind as Rex, on a sliver of HP, needs to patch himself up because remember, Evo still is on his bloody knees. But again, this is where all the commotion is going to be a bit problematic. But for now, Rex, he does have the grenade. He does throw it. Does he have the accuracy his teammate does? This one, just a little bit short.
This time, Rex is playing defiant, right? He understands GOG, they're split apart, and the moment he tends to overextend, this is what I was talking about. MJ could have that perfect avenue to spot him and shoot at his direction. Now, what Enigma Gaming really need to do is recuperate, right? Rejoin, get the revive back up, head into where they want to go, because now it is the players of GOG who want to take the fight right at his faces.
Well, looks like they might take the fight, but also it could be because the blue zone is going to force them to go and do the thing, but looks like it's going to be Evil Sky from afar who is going to put a few shots down range, and with that, Enigma are going to be once again in a little bit of a pickle. Now, this is not how you drive your vehicles, because although the cover does look kind of cool, there's nothing they can do about it, and luckily for him, one of these buggies finally has some wheels, and of course the O's going to come in, the circle's shifted down south, Autobotz have a compound for themselves, as do Enigma Galaxy, but I do believe we might see some action break out further down south here. Fix this question. How does WSF come out? Hold on, we're going to wait on to that right now, because against all odds, Enigma Eggy is now going to be pretty much the last man standing for his team.
Yeah, I mean, they've been engaging in so many battles out there. A lot of noises, the position given out, and it was on to happen, but Retribution RTR. Craniacs getting that finish onto its Evo. Now this is really good, especially how they've been playing the last game of Vikendi, just pulling up the momentum from around there, but might land themselves in a whole world of trouble as they get blown up into smithereens, and here come OR Esports.
Well, OR Esports finally making a little bit of noise over here, a little rustle in the grass, and with that, they are going to be in a good spot. GE Mania, however, is not going to be in a good spot on the other hand, but the fact is that his teammates were on hand, were right next to him to make sure, even though they are coming along the edges of the blue zone, right, they're going to be covering each other. Now, they do have two of the boys down, however, picking them up is not going to be a problem, but what is going to be a problem, buddy, is Team MG, who could be lying in wait for them further on. But for now, on your screens, RTR have a nice little bungalow all to themselves.
Well, they do. Right beside them are OR Esports, though. Now, the thing about OR Esports is they've been very confident, they've been very consistent every single game. They come to play in, maybe not the chicken dinner, but somewhere around the third, fourth position with a decent amount of finishes to their name. So they have it all sorted out, but right now, Coasty just absolutely been blown over. But at the same time, Global Esports, they are looking so vulnerable here.
AJ kind of just made a oopsie too. He got out of a moving vehicle, knocked himself out. Lucky for him, he still has his life now. Shane, no, somebody's in there. Oh my God, that grenade could be devastating. Oh, that UAZ is going to come in and take a little bit of the damage away, or Shane would have been in a lot of pain.
Oh, indeed he would have. But I'm pretty sure Rage is absolutely raging right now. One more grenade could get the job done. Lobs it, gets a beautiful one. Now it all comes down to Billion and Shane. I believe he spotted a little bit of a glimmer over there, but right now he needs to start repositioning himself.
Beautiful!
But this was out of the world.
Again, that is what Instinct is. He peeks, he shoots, he connects, and despite having no vision, he is going to go down. That grenade is going to be massive, man. Well, it is 1 in a billion, as Billion is going to be blown up. Here comes Flying. They know their position. However, the setup over here is brilliant. That USC once again helping him out, but unfortunately, Shane is finally going to be brought down, and with that, Blind Esports are looking good. But the problem is, I do believe there was still one man hiding elsewhere, so INS are still in the game, but the question is for how much longer, because on the other end of the map, GOG, buddy, not looking so good, but looks like OR are going to be helping them from afar, as again, Enigma Eggy with his weapon is going to get the better of the remaining members in the smoke. And now, the thing is, you can shoot a bit randomly, right? You get a hit marker, the position's given away.
You know, but again, getting into the competitive arena, we've got those aimers switched off, no more tracking. So, you know, again, you're shooting in the dark. If it connects, it connects. But for now, OR Esports, they've got to walk inside the circle. Aditya is already cooked that grenade up. Just tosses it over. I believe could be a little bit short. But the best part about OR is there's still a whole net unit. The moment they kind of get inside the circle, they have to pick a few fights, but they need to ensure that they have a good positioning. And Aru is doing all the scouting for his team.
Although Jelly is still in the center of the circle all by himself, these boys are just playing around. But it looks like Evil Sky is not playing around, as with that grenade, GOG is going to be bidding us adieu. And, well, leader opening, the boys are going to join us later on. But now ACBC are going to come under fire. Luckily, that sheet metal plate on the back of your buggy is what keeps Capron alive. Grenades are being flung in from Initiative Academy's direction. Global Esports' position is going to be questioned. There you have it. Joker is going to be thrown out. It is going to be DG going up against him. He does finally spot it. Goes out of the blue. Does a little bit of a shroud move over here. Hits the deck before he accidentally got himself knocked down. But looks like, again, you know, the opponents can do some indiscriminatory fire themselves. And wait, is that it? Yes. Initiative, they had everything going for them, fixes, but once again, an early finish.
I do not know how the boys from Global Esports managed to do that, but I'm pretty sure for the fact that Esports WSF, they have a slight idea of where they're coming in from. They're going to be unleashing all that lead, just like the player of OR Esports, as they have their next target set. Of course, it is going to be the final player of Team Blind bidding us adieu. And this is the consistency that I was speaking about when I talked about OR.
OR, buddy, are racking up all those finishes. Jelly is going to be in a central position, giving out much needed information to his team, who is still not completely in the circle. They're driving around, they are looking good, and now I love what they're doing. They're going to try and engulf the team of Autobotz, just like an amoeba does its little prey. And, well, Jelly's going to be giving out all the shots, all the locations, and it is possible that Atanki, Aru, and Aditya might just take the fight to them. Speaking of them taking the fight, Aru coming in dangerously close to the opponents. Now this is where Sound is going to be key. He does spot someone in the distance. In fact, it's going to be Aditya who gets taken down. And wait a second, can he make it to cover the Fox? Almost did. However, Aru was on point, and now that grenade is going to be coming in to make sure he finishes what he started.
You know, I love what OR Esports are doing, right? One of their player gets knocked down. The other instantly gets a trade. The third one comes in, gets the rest back up. As Aru, he's going to be continuing his barrage of grenades, trying to ensure that finish to his name, as OR just keep increasing their tally. They're sitting at 7 points. Now they've got Jelly at such a good spot. Now he's got to be the one who's going to pull off all these tricks. Now coming in from the sidelines, he's going to go after Orva, but has to also deal with this. IGL does connect the shots, gets a beautiful
Well, he does indeed, and now looks like backup is going to be coming in. The cavalry is finally making it. That is a good grenade. It could go a bit long, however, but for now the position is given away. This is it. Mr. Vigil, I do believe your days are numbered, but now Jelly, he does need to make it. Well, they don't really need to move. They just need to keep the enemies at bay, but I'm worried about one thing here, Fixes. WSF, although they haven't had the best of days, they could come in from behind and be a bit of a problem for OR Esports. But have a look at that. All 4 members alive. 10 finishes to their name. They do, in fact, look nigh unstoppable.
But finally, Invader just invading through Jelly, taking a lot of damage out there. But the retaliation, the trades coming in for OR Esports as Invader has been taken down. Aditya is going to follow suit, takes one another, and I believe has a slight idea where Bachwa is. In the meanwhile, Aru is causing so much of a ruckus, just a bit of a drive-by, and they are in control of this entire game.
The confidence, buddy, is oozing from OR Esports right now. 14 finishes at this moment. Another squad wipe coming in to their names, and I love the fact that they're giving each other so much cover, right? As soon as OR came under fire, they did lose one of the members. Not lose, they did have one of the members knocked down. Oh boy, the cavalry came rushing in, and you know what? Well, what happens is vehicles go boom, and looks like the McLarens aren't really suited for all these grenades. Of course, speed is what they're all about. Dynamite taking some cover behind his vehicle as OR Esports. Boy, oh boy, these guys are hungry for more. But the thing is, now they might be in a precarious situation because, yes, they do have these bridges to play with. All they have to do is wait for the enemy to come towards them, because have a look at your map, right? We do have another team, RTR, who might shoot them in their back. But for now, it's going to be Jelly laying down all the lead in Hydra's position.
Yeah, they're tunnel vision, right? From the backlands, RTR might strike in any single moment, but for now, OR Esports, they're going to stop at nothing at all. They want to secure the players, they want to secure the bodies out there, they want to take down Hydra official for good, but this is what I was talking about. And maybe Jelly has finally snuffed out the players. Maybe someone is lurking around the corners, want to get the better of situation as Power Killer. Look at him, he has his position compromised. One grenade might go in and could be the cause of his demise, but it's going to be Dynamite getting taken down with this grenade, and it is pandemonium all over the map.
And once again, from the distance, it is going to be OR. They are going to be racking up all those finishes. 16, remember, 21 is the highest we have seen. However, they aren't going to be crossing that today as, well, 3 teams and 7 people still remain, out of which 4 belong to OR Esports. And boy, oh boy, they are vying for a few more finishes. Aru, in fact, deadly with his buggy. He catches one. He gets the second. He hits the deck. Oh my goodness. This is what precision is all about. This is what confidence is all about. And that is how you win a chicken dinner, buddy, in style.
Oh God.
All right, while you catch your breath, because I know that was brilliant, let's quickly jump over to the post-match segment powered by Loco, and we'll have a look at that. 34 big ones.
34 big points, and get themselves to the top of the standings, right? They are nice, unstoppable at this point, especially with the way they've been playing. They were pretty calm and composed right from the very start. They were like, you know what, we're going to let the other teams fight it out. The moment the curveball hits, I think the sheer brilliant strategy is being displayed by Chelly, trying to take that center while all his players were playing around the edges. It takes a lot out of you, right?
Oh, it takes a lot out of you. It takes a lot of cojones. It takes a lot of balls as well, because, you know, you're going to be all by your lonesome, and you are literally just that lone king of the hill. But the amount of information he was dishing out, and, well, basically it was almost like, you know, having a little spy in the other team's side, because his teammates were coming in from behind. They know exactly where the opponents were. And let me tell you one thing. This kind of reminded me of OR of the good old days.
The good old days, you know, the redemption time. OR Esports have that first spot to themselves as we take a look at the iQOO MVP. Pretty sure someone from OR Esports. Let's find out who it is. 9 finishes, and he's been so clinical. Every single thing is done, right? Now, the best part about OR Esports in this particular game was they were so spontaneous. The knocks came in. Instantly, if their player got taken down, the trades were coming out, right? Everyone was providing cover fire for the other. everyone just knowing what their job was. A lot of communications relayed, and it was a picture-perfect game. I think the best game that OR Esports has played in a long, long time.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's not just about providing cover, the way they did it, the way they knew exactly how to position them. Smooth is what OR Esports was right now. However, Enigma, once again, you know, they are, that little confidence is coming in. They are going to be climbing a little bit higher up on the leaderboard with Eggy. 4 finishes for himself, and Blind Rage once again finding himself as one of the leaders. Now the Matt Sumbri is going to pop up, and well, not a lot of healing this time.
Of course, I mean, considering how the circle was, kind of gives you that Vikendi vibes, but in Erangel. When we were sort of anticipating maybe it's going to be that little Everest circle, maybe it's going to go a little bit up north, and then you get that whammy right down below. There was even certain instances where we thought maybe around the Pochinki Hills, but yeah, I mean, the circle never ceases to surprise us.
It didn't. It kind of just looked like the snow might have just melted away, and that's exactly what you said. But now let's have a look at a few more things. As except maybe one, everyone else had a kind of good time, you know, dishing out all that damage to one another. But again, OR capitalizing on it all. 19 finishes to their names, 2,345 or 2,345 points of damage.
And what really catches my eyes is again Hydra official being consistent, 7 finishes this time as well, along with the players of ACBC. Now this is where you get them into the mix, right? This is one of those teams that heads down below, down south, had a perfect rotation up, and they did try to survive till the very end, which I felt was really nice. What I really expected more out of was from Team Autobotz, considering, you know, rotating from the Primorsk area, you would want them to do even better than things.
Now, let's have a look and see if there's a new king. Yes, sir, there is. OR Esports with a good lead are finally going to dethrone Team Soul. Of course, that extra chicken dinner helps, and, well, those position points definitely come in handy. 261 points for them. Team Soul, again, remember, they still have a game in hand. So if they want to make sure that OR are kept at bay, they better do something in the next game.
They've got to pull off a rabbit out of the magic hat at this point, because honestly, Team Soul, the way they've been playing today, someone feels to have cracked the code, right? Every single time they try to execute their rotation, someone gets knocked out, and it's Team just waiting for Team Soul to come up. Now, the way they dominated in week number 1, they made themselves the easy targets, right? Everyone sort of started researching on them, taking a keen look at all how they're rotating, how they're trying to play it around. There've been individual moments of brilliance. We've seen Akshay do whatever he could, but again, despite that, you know, the way they've been engaging, we haven't really seen Goblin to be stepping out, get that little bit of a cushion like he wants to play around with.
You know, you say that, you know, if something isn't broken, why fix it, right? So what Team Soul did was, something was working out for them in week 1, and they kept doing the same thing again and again, which again, as you mentioned, the other teams caught on. So maybe we might see something different coming up from them in perhaps even the next game. But now, on the second page, Autobotz are going to be making a rise once again. 9th position for them, 142 points to their names, 1 higher than 7C Esports. But again, what stands out? ACBC making it to the top 16, buddy.
Finally. Now, this is what we were talking about. The differences being so minimal around those, bottom areas, the mid areas, that, one good game and you find yourself in a really good spot. Now, ACBC, they have been picking up from where things were, going a little astray for them. They've been promising, even as a matter of fact, blind esports, right? They've been engaging in fights. They've not really been shying away. Could have been a good game, could have done better, but as long as they keep on increasing their points tally, I have nothing to complain. But this is where, again, Team MGXP, you kind of expect them to, do better, but it feels like they've never really caught up to pace whenever it comes to the map of Erangel.
I mean, Dawn, Ghosty, Powerkilo, and Dionysus, they do have their work cut out for them, but, let's see, because they still have 91 points, right? And if you have a look, there's not too much of a difference. 20, 25 odd points between them and the top 16 spot. Now, they can still make it, a couple of good games. A little bit more consistency is the key for them. But the thing is, UB50, although we are going to see them in the next game, the next couple of games rather, the thing with them is that their position points are pretty much, well, of course, the lowest. That is why they are at the bottom. But it just goes to show that, yeah, they have taken a few fights. Yeah, they have a few finishes. but they can't really sustain themselves till the end.
The only team, right? The only team seems to have been struggling right now. Now, even up to the 23rd position, anybody getting a good chicken dinner game gets a 20 or 30 pointer, then you can't going to the second page. But the same can't be said with UP50, right? And this is where I was kind of really getting worried. When do they wake up?
Well, they'll wake up soon enough, and you don't really have to worry about that for now, because the best thing is, whenever we do have a look at this tournament, we're always fully awake. Massive shout out to BGMI Crofton once again, and I really love that video that we love seeing, because you have a lot of familiar faces. I love it. So let's have a listen from iQOO and Loco now.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Watch it, earn it.
You know that question at the end that Loco asked, what are you waiting for? I kind of have the answer, because, we're all ready to go and stream, but we need some nice devices. And that is where the iQOO Neo 6 comes in. If you want to grit yourself one, head over to the Amazon, type in iQOO Neo 6, and a little quiz will pop up. And like I love saying, if this dude can do it, we all can. And you might just get yourself one of these bad boys. But then, fixes.
Yeah.
What happens once we do get ourselves the iQOO Neo 6?
All you've got to do is head over towards Loco, right? India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. And this is what we've been talking about a lot of times, right? Everyone wants to make a name for themselves. Everyone wants to stand out. And I feel this is the perfect platform to do so.
It is indeed. And now things are going to get bigger and better, because did you know that you can get BGMI UC every single day instantly on Loco? You can. All you have to do is check down below. You are going to see a link. Hit that link. They have a little bit of an in-stream quiz. Participate. And every single day, a lot of you are going to be, just a little bit richer in-game. And once you're happy in-game, you're happier in life as well. You have all the flashy clothes. You have all the flashy skins. I need some UC, buddy. I don't have anything.
I mean, you've got to start heading to Loco then. Maybe watch the matches when you're on the sidelines. Maybe participate in the little quiz. I think it's going to be really easier for you getting your answers right, and maybe we're going to talk to the local boys out there. But the way things started off for Team Enigma, right? It was all chaotic, but I really believe they picked their pieces up pretty beautifully.
Oh, absolutely, because, over there, it was kind of brutal the way it was like a four-man execution coming in. However, they did have a few good plays over here, but again, once you lose one man, once you lose a second, numbers definitely do count. And there you have it. Rex is going to be brought down, as Evo, on the other hand, is going to become a plume of smoke and a box on the ground. And what's happening over here abroad? You don't want to be that close to the enemy, and Dionysus, all he's doing is basically brutally just shooting in the window, and now, oh boy, that must have hurt just a bit more.
Oh yeah, but again, for Global Esports, this is where they're starting to overthink at this point, right? Every single time they're looking out for those longer rotations, trying to steer away from fights. And this is where I really feel, you would want to see the glimpses of the old G.
Break this down right now. Now, this is, of course, he does see him the moment the smoke did start, to basically take over your screens. He got a glimpse of them. And again, like you mentioned, this is their city. They know the ins and outs, well, in and around the city.
And this is where I really felt it was just preemptive fire from Blind Rage's side, right? He knew he got that grenade in. That is where the adrenaline again kicks in, just goes in for that little spray, and it connects. And that is the moment they realize this is our fight to take.
Well, this was their fight to take, as OR over here just trying to, bully their prey, as Blind did try and go into this house. Crazy did get the better of one of them. but unfortunately he was overwhelmed by a few more weapons trained in his position. Now these grenades, well, they are going to be rained down, but once your position is given away, there's only so much that you can take, and you know, slowly and steadily the grenades start trickling down, and that's what makes it interesting. And again, Fixed and I have another one of our jokes, because I'm going to try and make as many waterfall, as many water references. I'm sure all of you know exactly why I'm doing that. Someone might just need to relieve himself a bit, and I'm of course talking about Autobotz over there.
It's the nature's wrath, I tell you, XP. It is indeed. As this time, of course, it was OR Esports, right? They were all over the place, right?
Oh my
And it all started from just a couple of minutes over from here, with the way in complete control over the game. Now, with the likes of Autobotz, the way they were playing, the way they were positioned, they were kind of left astounded, because they were never anticipating the other three players of OR to hit from the backline.
I mean, that was, again, a ballsy move, because look, Jelly, again, all by his lonesome, you know, no one's ever going to expect that there was only one man in the center. So, you know, when they go back and look at that, they're like, wait a second. The four of us didn't rush to the center because of one man, but again, you know, that is the little gamble that they took, and like I love saying, the higher the risk, the higher the reward, and well, you have a lot of cars flying around as well.
I think this is again one of those good games for Retribution RTR, considering how they're picking up the pace.
A good day for them.
Yeah, a good day. Very good game in Vikendi. Now just following it up over here in Erangel as well. Now they can rest a little bit easy, right? Especially the way they've been playing. But for the lads of ACBC, like we've said, you know, they were holding on to it, the peripheries. They were just waiting for these fights to happen. But Aru, I think he was up to all his shenanigans today, right? He was letting all his players, you know, just provide cover fire. And when does it happen, XP? It's the trust. It's the bond that's been building up. He knows that even if he tends to mess up, there's going to be someone cleaning up his mess. And OR Esports, they seem like to be the best team from all the 24 that we have, and quite literally as well, as they've developed that lead on Seoul. The first time ever, the lead is there no more.
Numero uno is what they are right now at the number one spot, at the tickety top, at the tip of the iceberg. You can say whatever you want, because again, the way they played the last game, I'm sure even you'd agree that it was enjoyable, and it was just amazing. It was so smooth. That's what we've been saying. It was so smooth. It was effortless.
It was a symphony, right? Everything just followed one after the other, fell to place.
Well, someone was doing their conducting.
Exactly, and it was all jelly along, and this is where it comes down. When you're talking about the best IGLs in the country, I really feel he's very underrated, right? You talk about Sensei, you might talk about Omega, you might talk about the others, maybe Mavi, maybe Clutchcore, but here he is, you know, just grinding it out through and finally getting the due recognition that was long overdue.
I will tell you one thing as well. Of course, Jelly, again, he did the right thing. He was calling the shots. Atanki was a little bit of a interesting case as well. He never let go of his buggy much, and again, you know, all he did was he'd go towards the opponents, towards the enemy, come back just to keep them confused that, oh my goodness, there's a vehicle heading towards us, and I do believe that was on purpose. That was just a distraction. He did that a few times to basically, when Aru went down, and one of the OR members came in for the revive, just to make sure nobody rushes, he got in his buggy and just drove straight toward them, a quick handbrake turn, and he's back. So, you know, again, like you said, it's a symphony. Like I said, it was effortless. It was just beautiful to watch.
It was a wholesome package, right? Every single member of OR Esports knew what they wanted to, right? It was just, you know, Jelly making those minute calls, right? See, I've got players around here. Do your thing. Because it's very difficult in such heated moments to give every little details, right?
Reminds me of my old days, you know, because we played together. No. I'm just going to bring one thing out.
Okay.
This is what I love doing. You know, enemy X amount of meters away behind the street. So that is what Jelly was exactly doing. He basically was calling the shots. It's like he had binoculars on, like a general of an army, right? He's like, all right, artillery over here, you know, the next strike over there, and that's exactly what was happening. So I was kind of intrigued as to why they are staying in the backlines outside the zone for so long, and well, now it's answered again. Once you break this down later on in the day, which you are going to do so, you are definitely going to be talking about this, and you're going to see how Jelly was just, just they came in, they went out, they came in, they went out. It was just beautiful.
It was, I think they had the contingency plan set as well, right? There was that one moment where we saw maybe Aru, he was trying to scout out a position where you just pointed out, look at Jelly's position, right? He's at the center. And this is where OR Esports were banking upon the fact that even if the circle takes a shift towards the edges, kind of reminds you of that little team EXO vibes that, OR Esports were trying to execute, where Sensei is way aloof from his pack and then subtly just make sure that he creates enough space for his boys to also come in. Now, these sort of adaptations, these sort of changes, these sort of dynamic plays by all these teams, it's not just, it's not the right word to say they were copying their rotations, right? They're doing what's necessary for them to win. And as long as the statistics stands right, I mean, who are we to complain?
Well, what I can say right now is the pre-match segment powered by Loco is going to be coming in, which means once again, I'm going to be bidding you adieu, and well, a ray of sunshine is going to be sitting where I am.
Oh yeah, and it is now teams from Group A just taking a little bit of a breather over here. You've got teams from B and C finally coming in, and well, for now, again, Team Seoul, a lot to prove, a lot on the line, and Arka, tell me something about this now. OR has taken the top spot, right? They are the big guns, right? The big daddies. And Team Seoul, they've not really had an eventful day so far. So do you think Miramar is exactly what they're looking for right now?
I think they're going to be a loose cannon in this game, right? So eventually they know that, they have to live up to the fan base they have. They have to live up to the expectations they were holding. It's just that they didn't have a bar set up so far.
Okay.
So finally OR has come up and they're going to be like, this is the bar, the next one you have to touch. And Seoul is going to be like, yeah, this is what we were looking out for. How much more of domination can we take forward to? They were just bored of it. They wanted somebody to, put up a new landmark for them, or probably, what I would like to say, a scoreboard challenge for them. And eventually they met their challenge at this point of time. But there's a lot of difference when it comes to the side of OR and Seoul, right? OR being one of those squads who are still not, the hunger is still not quenched, and it's important for them to go in and pick up more and more and more. Whereas Seoul on the other side, it's just they had so much of winner chicken dinner, so much of finishes for themselves. They're like, let's take it a little light. But from now on, I believe they're going to take it a notch higher.
I think for Team Seoul, what I really feel is about the confidence coming into play, right? The only X factor was that they were fearless, engaging in all those fights. They've been one of those teams that have been trying a plethora of strategies, right? They've tried to play around the centers, they've tried to play around the edges. This time, opting for the latter, and haven't really quite been successful in trying to get their rotations executed. Now, heading into Miramar, do you think they're going to resort to play around the center, or is it just going to be from the edges?
I think that it's better they go in for the center, but I still feel that they're going to stick to the corners. But ultimately, people, you need to know about this beauty in our hands right now, because every time we speak about it, we just fall short of words. But I believe the video, which is going to be coming in from the side of iQOO smartphone, is going to give you a better information about all this device. Let's go and watch it out.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more, see more, be more. I've got the power. To win.
Power to win, ladies and gentlemen, is what OR have gone in for themselves. And now this is where, the onus kind of comes down to Team Seoul. Are they going to be battling it out for the top spot or not? But for you guys out there, this big beauty is up for grabs, and Arka is going to tell you how.
So head on to Amazon right away. Make sure that you do search for iQOO Neo 6, and ultimately after you search it, there's going to be a small quiz after you click no more. You're going to answer all those things, and then after that your name, your email address, and your phone number, following up with notify me. I think you're ready for it.
Now, we aren't ready for something, but we finally are now. The substitutes coming in. And again, UP50 making those changes, and they're here into the arena yet again. Still confused what their playing for will be, right? You've
Yeah.
got Ranveer coming in, Rage God stepping out, maybe a few more substitutions might also be made, and which will eventually
Yeah.
come on our screen sooner or later. But for what we've seen so far, Miramar has been quite interesting with the way the circles have been forming around. This time we did get to see a very weird Western circle, but for now, for all the viewers out there, you've been supporting your favorite teams, and now is the perfect time to support Team Soul because they need it. And well, if you're right, go for hashtag Soul in the chat. And if they end up at a good position towards the end of the day, then lucky winners, 10 lucky winners, have a chance to win all that beautiful merchandise that we have for you guys. And Arca is going to tell you how, because you've got to fill up a form as well.
Exactly. In the description of Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports channel or BGMI Esports channel is where you have to head on to.
Yeah.
There in the description you will find a link. If you click on the link, you have to fill up a form, and we'll know as soon as your name pops up. Now after that, we're going to go to the chat, hashtag your favorite team or hashtag the team name which you feel is going to be on the top at the end of the day. There are a lot of contenders already. We're able to see that Hydras have got one, EXO have got one, and then we have the side of the previous one, right? We did see another team also getting one. So there's a lot of chances. OR has got one for themselves. So guys, let's see how that is going to turn out as we're going to be stepping into the map of Miramar. The beauty shots are going to be coming on our screens, and then there's a lot of teams to watch out for in this game. Let's not forget few of those teams on our screen at this point of time. I know OR would want to continue their domination and take forward the way they've played so far, because ultimately we know that they are the top contenders. They want to retain the top spot. When we look at the bigger picture, I know that OR and Team Soul right now have done enough to make sure they make it into the next round. From here on, it's all about experimenting for themselves, making sure that they have the right kind of strategies, or if they want to try out some plan B or plan C, that is also be coming into the picture. But just in case they have plan A in their mind, right, and that's working out for them, they're going to practice so much of plan A and decrease the errors for themselves in such a way that next time they're going to execute it, there's not going to be any kind of problem coming up. But let's not forget that, in case there's some map they were strong in. For example, the map of Erangel, we saw them, they were the strongest over there. And if the map of Miramar is not going well, now they can concentrate more on these maps and trying to balance things out in the others. So this is something we'll be looking out for. And let's not forget the side of Walkouts are also trying to stumble around, move around as well. We did see that Hyderabad Hydras, they were also one of those teams who are starting to trouble in the map of Miramar. I do understand that it's going to be hard for us to see them go head on one another anytime soon, but let's not forget there are other things for us to watch out for. That's going to be the flight path, which is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon, and I do believe this map is going to be a very, very important map for the teams in the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird hits the sky from the side of El Pozo towards the side of Junkyard, somewhere between Al Azhar and Junkyard, allowing all the teams to take the northern side of the map. It's going to be gifted to them. Go there as quickly as possible, get the right kind of loot, and be prepared for the zone which is going to be coming up. Whereas the teams going towards the side of Minas de Valle, towards the side of Porto, towards the side of Los Leones, they're going to have a very, very hard time because it's going to be a long travel. And let's not forget that, lately few teams tend to come and jump off as quickly as possible, pick up some guns for themselves, and eventually tag off the birds flying in the air. When we look at the top 5 players, I know Fixes, you'll have a lot to speak about this because HH carries catching up anytime soon towards the side of Team Soul Goblin.
Oh yeah, I mean every single player, it's either Maxi, Striker, they've all got their favorite maps. Now Hyderabad Hydras, one of the favorite teams whenever it comes to Miramar, and here they're in action and having quite a tough day actually in the office, and the same can be said for Team Soul. Now Team Soul has been one of the successful teams, the most successful in fact, accruing 80 points. Now there have been single moments of brilliance. If you remember that one fight where Omega went after the entire team of UP50, just kaboomed them over and out, but for now the circle again towards that western side. So we've got that little bit of a tendency. This time maybe I really feel it could be either 7C or MG's game.
Oh yeah, I want to see a 7 Seas game because they're badly in need of it. They were one of the strongest contenders in this tournament itself, but eventually they did not look out for it. But yeah, I want to see one other team perform much better over here, and that's going to be the side of Team Walkouts, as you correctly pointed out. That because Team MG is also having a little bit of a fan following, the experience they hold, the kind of gameplay they're showing so far. It's just that they were not able to place themselves in a perfect position, but I still feel with the zone going in, final circle probably going in towards the side of El Pozo, things can go wrong for this team yet again.
Oh, it can, but there's still chances. We might get to see a little bit of a Seoul UP50 fight yet again. And Akshat has always sort of been the knight in the shining armor. But for now, EXO find themselves in a little bit of a pickle, but maybe it is the other way around as our Esports hero just getting caught off guard. And this time EXO are on the beneficial side, right? Again, considering how the trajectory went. They wanted to go down south, go down towards Los Leones, and that is where, our Esports were found stranded. And having the luxury of getting that one of those shotguns, they got the better of the situation.
Now, again, for the first time, we're able to see that Team EXO is not on the receiving end, and that's a good thing to see, right? Lately, we have been seeing that they are on the receiving end, try to get some finishes for themselves, but eventually get taken down for themselves. But we can see that Sensei and Punk have got a different kind of an approach, and I do believe that this time they're going to be much more stronger when it comes to these fights, because yeah, the circle seems to be not working out for them, but we can see that they've gone in for an early rotation immediately towards the side of Los Leones, trying to stay closer to the circle at this point of time. And I believe that if the rotations go right, Team EXO can dominate yet again.
Oh, they can, right? And look out for a second Miramar chicken dinner. Today has been quite an eventful day, especially EXO, considering all circumstances, still did manage to come out through. But our Esports, it is the confidence oozing out of their bodies right now. They feel so happy, but all right, a little bit of a trekking here. MG resorting to such measures, we know what happens, right? It is sort of a two-way coins, right? Because now you've taken the King of the Hills position, you better have good optical vision. Now you're at the center of the circle, you've got nothing to worry about, but I'm starting to wonder if they have enough ammunition on Dawn.
See, the whole point is this: when you try to respect the circle and be at the top position at the beginning itself, you need to have the right kind of farming. And if you have not done it, it's going to be hard for you. But with the confidence coming in from the side of Dawn and Gusty, I do believe that they have done a decent amount of farming, or the teammates would have gone farm for them, given them the loot and told them go hold the high grounds, we're going to continue farming and making sure we restrict anybody coming in closer. But at the same time, let's not forget the way BBs are rotating over here. That's going to be the big brothers thinking using the big brains to perform much better, coming in from the side of El Pozo or the high grounds, which they believe is going to give them some more access towards the side of El Pozo, as well as some position points in case the circle is going to be shifting towards the left.
This is still pretty early phases, right? A lot of teams are congregating around the center. Still not engaging in a full battle over here. It's just spot shots being taken here and there. Just that one finish out of RE's hero that EXO are happy with. And, this is one of those teams, EXO, right? We've always seen them rotating pretty late inside the circle. They've got that entire southern side up for grabs. Now, the only point of intervention could be that one little similar sort of rotation when you've got even OR moving from the southern side at the same time. I'm pretty sure they've been at it. They've played in a lot of scrimmages. They've gone against each other. And this has to be one of the most improved teams that we're talking about, right? One of the underrated teams. No one talks about them, but they sure are racking up a lot of points.
I mean, hands down, they are performing well, and they are showing to everyone that you need to watch out for this team. I won't be shocked if they are there in the top 3 or the top 5 by the end of the championship itself. So let's see whether they're going to live up to our expectation. As of now, we're going to be looking at the bid doors. For now, it's going to be the side of Team Seoul, right? So they need to make sure they make a statement towards the side of Team OR, telling that, we are still over here. We're still going to challenge to the top, no matter which it is, which game it is, or which map it is, or which part of the tournament it is. We still have the chances over here. 7 Seas at this point of time walking in towards the side of Team Nigma Galaxy, if I'm not wrong, on the other side, are getting a little bit of a trouble. It's going to be Sarang coming in from the rotation, where he gets taken down and almost gets finished off. Yes, he does get finished off, because it's important for you to understand that when you're running around this compound, your footsteps are going to be heard, and all crosshairs are going to be coming in from that corner.
It's history repeating itself. 7C trying to go for those compounds, and it was Soul itching to take a fight. But right now, little did they know, it could be the boys from Nigma Galaxy who rotated there early on. And 7C, they've got to make a run for their lives as Soul. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And the moment Dreams overextends, it is going to be the mischievous Goblin who is going to strike.
How much more can you expect from this man? And still, he's going to live up to your expectations. Look at that. Immediately, Shuten's good maneuver coming in. He's going to be relocating himself in an angle where he can hold off against a team. Eventually, this is what happens when you have good eyes, right? He sees a team over there close by. He knows he might get tagged off. He's going to fall back and make sure it's not important for me to take that fight. And then he understands, this is the time for me to strike. Because they've taunted me, I'm going to make sure that they pay for it.
Has that little bit of a high ground to play along, but Goblin cannot be complacent, cannot just not look around the other areas, because the moment he gets knocked, there's nobody even in the nearby vicinity to provide cover fire. Of course, Akshat is going to be following up suit. He's going to join his partner in crime, as Goblin has a perfect angle at KSR. He's going to prone in and unleash that entire mag at his direction, and the corner sec, any single moment could just blow up into fumes. But for now, now Nigma Galaxy are well aware of Team Soul's whereabouts. Right now, they're going to be very picky about their movements, and this is where, if they realize, if they have that information, that Team Soul is a little scattered off, they could form those flanks, at least go after the players, do something. Because if they do not, then eventually it is going to be the players of Soul who will try to engulf the players and eat them up alive.
This is the difference, right? When you're holding the top of the table and a team which is slowly coming up, they want to play it safe. They do not want to take too much of risk, try to maintain the position they have at this point of time. And the team which is on the top, who have nothing to lose, who wants to take up as many finishes as possible. This is the difference we can see between Nigma as well as the side of Team Soul. And let's not forget, as the circle is going to shrink in towards itself, it's going to be San Martin, the center of attraction, where most of the teams have already stationed themselves. We do see that there are few teams who are choosing to come late inside the circle. As always, it's going to be Team EXO from one side, Hyderabad, Hydras, and ACBC with the side of Team Blind. So let's see which of these teams in the corners will be able to dominate to the teams in the center, being the third party when required.
Wixkey spotted out KSR's head, just peppering down a few bullets. Hasn't really connected though. But for now, I mean, seeing all these teams, the teams that tend to excel in the map of Miramar, they're still outside the blue. Hyderabad, Hydras, Team Blind, you've got OVA still, stationed at Puerto Paraiso. They're going to come in pretty late, but this is what I was talking about. Nigma Galaxy being a little more proactive. Now, this is where they need to know who to pick a fight up against, because if they're going after UP50, then Soul is going to strike, and it could be the trifecta of death, and anything can possibly happen at this particular moment.
No, let's see, because at this point of time, the position Team Soul is holding, I'm starting to feel they've become overconfident about this tournament. As we have spoken before, they are not actually taking it wisely, as they're going to be there's going to be a lot of teams converging towards them. We can see that Team EXO is also waiting it out. As far as what the zone is concerned, I strongly feel it's going to again fall in towards the side of El Pozo, obviously trying to favor the side of Crater Fields, and that is where the high ground advantage of Crater Fields is going to be coming into picture. But Kinetic on the other side, this team actually needs something different, right? Slowly we can see that the graph is falling down for this team, and few players are actually not living up, just like BO or probably God or KU also for that matter. What do you think is actually going on in the minds of KU, and why they're not able to perform?
Honestly, we haven't seen a lot out of Team Kinetic engaging in fights, doing a lot. The last I remember was the first game of Erangel, where they kind of had the similar circle as in which they got that chicken dinner. I had high expectations from their side, but I think it was the fight against Team Soul that was the end for them, because eventually they won that fight, but later on they were just survived by that one play. So I think they've got to do something about how they engage in battles. But for now, again, this is what I was talking about, right? The teams that were on the peripheries were pretty late inside the circle. They're still floating around, just trying to find that one place, that one curveball to hit. And that is where they want to have their backlines cleared. But this is where all that high ground advantage being taken by the players of Team MG is going to be coming into fruition, as Coasty is going to unleash the entire mag at Capron, who stepped off from his vehicle. Now shifting onto that AK. Now this is what I was talking about. Is he out of ammunition on his M4?
And I strongly feel that rather than ammunition, he's trying to be a little smart over here, making sure that he uses that 4x on AK. It's an obvious thing, right? He wanted a sniper or an AK at this, at the same time, in a close range battle, he needed a gun, so he depended on the side of AK, and it's going to be paying him a very, very good price, and the cash in also as well. But the zone, look at the way it's shifted away, where we all thought it might go in towards the side of San Martin, is going to go away from the side of Power Grid, I'm so sorry. And we can see that Team EXO on the other side is with the side of Team Walkouts, immediately maneuvering towards the side of the high grounds over there. They might come into fight with one another. Let's see who's going to be standing tall.
This is going to be a very monumental fight, right? It's going to be so important that whoever gets the coverage of the hills might have themselves the best shot at getting the chicken. But for now, Team Soul, they're just going to hold on to that little high ground that they have to play around with. And Hector, alright, he wanted to go after that squad, but eventually decided against it. At 7C, find themselves battling it out against the players of our Esports. That high ground advantage coming into action, into play. As despite losing Sarangra from the early game, they've managed to accrue those 3 finishes to their name.
I think as long as Savitar and Spraygard are there, they can still play defensive, right? Because these are the 2 people to watch out for in this game. But now it's going to be FS. They find one player of IE inside the small dunes, and they're not going to stop until they put an end for him, as it's going to be the Molly coming in from the side of Hitman, putting an end for the man himself. And we have to see how things are going to turn out for them, right? See, IE again doing the same mistake of not sticking together during the rotation, or not sticking together when required, where on the other side we're able to say it's going to be blind versus the side of OR. The intensity is going to be doubled.
Oh, indeed it will. Now this is where we're talking about, teams picking up fights. I believe Soul and Enigma Galaxy are again going to resume things from where they left off. But for teams like FS, now this is a really good start. Now the next thing that they have to focus on is try to get inside the circle. Now Akshat, he's also bleeding on his knees, but who's going to come for his rescue? It is going to be the leader himself, Omega. But he's going to watch out for Dreams as he just comes up, steps on the rock, gets the better out of Akshat, and now he's going to go ham after Omega, but gets that cover fire that he was looking out for, as pushes Dreams back a little bit to safety, as Enigma Galaxy managed to get a revive onto its MJ, and there's still a 4-man squad.
No, again, Team Soul still playing far away from one another, even though they know things are not working out. As of now, it's going to be UP50 Aditya who gets taken down by the side of BB. They have control of the zone. They can see the players of UP also trying to come in. Lofts a grenade towards the side of KSR, which is impossible to connect at this point of time. Just burning of resources is what I would like to call at this moment. But Beast on the other side, being a little restless, is missing out all those projectiles, and is going to be burning resources as we've told before. But Scream on the other side is going to come and strike when the iron is hot. He almost gets the player down, connects at the final moment. As the last man standing, Ranveer already given out his location. Scream could be that, person to grab all the attention at this point of time. Pushing in with the Scarlet completely loaded, puts his crosshair, goes in for a dodge, and eventually it's going to be his teammate far away, that XOP. Probably it was, Zen OP who came in and did that final finish.
Oh yeah. I mean, the way he's just gone in, Scream doing all the heavy lifting, Zen OP providing cover fire from the back lines. As ladies and gentlemen, this is the curveball that we were talking about. This is that radical shift. Now, Soul Omega has himself somewhere around those hilly areas. He's got his other teammates, Hector and Goblin, also right beside him. But now, Team Blind, they're here to play with fire. They're here to go after Savitar. And the question is Savitar aware about all these movements being made by Team Blind? Of course, with those nades being tossed over, followed with all those Molotovs, he's got a fair share of idea that it is a team trying to hunt him down. Now, the big question is, how is he going to defend himself in this situation?
I strongly feel that he needs to keep moving around, trying to distract the enemies away from that position he's holding. But yes, one good grenade can actually do the job. And Shadow, right moment, is going to be going in for a flank and trying to get that off angle against him. As MG at this point of time in a very very vulnerable position, all three players in one place. The revivals are coming in from both the sides. That's going to be an ACBC versus MG fight where we can see that Dawn is trying to cook up a grenade, but Capron on the other side always coming in style. He's going to be shooting at the wrong smoke and giving away his location as Dionysus on the other side will have to go in for a heal battle, but he's standing still at this point of time as ACBC Capron is going to be dominating against them.
Oh, indeed, as Dionysus trying to come into aid for his teammates. The last glimmer of hope will eventually be shone down as FS, I really felt they could have also played spoil spot into this fight, but they had their attentions elsewhere dealing with Enigma Galaxy as Apollo has been taken down. It all comes down onto the shoulders of MJ to pull his team out from this situation as Dreams is going to be coming into aid as Vikendi has a slight idea of where Hector is at this particular moment. He's just going to wait out. Maybe if one of those players of Team Soul trying to overextend a little bit. Goblin did try to do that and instantly gets battered down with all those bullets.
Now Hector is still holding to this position. They know that they have the zone in their favor, right? So they really want to take advantage of this terrain, the topography which is in front of us, and still wants to take down as many players as possible. But one important thing which Soul has to watch out for is in case 7Cs thinks otherwise, comes in, tries to be a third party and strikes them, it's going to be so hard for them from there on to even think of getting placement points for themselves. But Team EXO, again, Sensei doing the magic of what he does, holding the best spot in the circle. Nigma Galaxy on the other side, there's going to be another person coming into the fray. It's going to be Vixie in the process of Explicit. He's going to get taken out eventually and he's going to be hitting the ground really hard as FS is going to rake up 5 finishes for themselves.
Oh yeah, this Captain Brown is still making sure they're getting the job done and finding the players of Enigma Galaxy got between a rock and hard place. Now this is what Team Soul wanted, but we have a fight breaking out. It is going to be Hyderabad Hydras going after our Team Walkouts. You can see 3 of the players already knocked out, and now this is where Walkouts, they're going to get the rest back up as Striker, he's going to be letting himself loose. He's going to go inside the circle. Maybe efforts being made, but he sort of certainly get up in that situation as OR fighting against Team F is all that confidence exuding out of their bodies as Aditya gets one more, and this is again OR Esports. Now the big question is, do they go for the revives? 30 seconds still in. They have the ample time though, but how? That's the big one.
I think that OR will be easily making it inside the circle, right? Aditya is just going to concentrate on converting those knocks to finishes, as it's going to be a retaliation coming in from the side of Clutch. As Aditya changes position, knows the exact location of where Clutch is, he would have understood that it's just a smoke which has been tossed towards him, and fire has already been stuck towards the opponents, as Soul on the other side is going to be picking up all the finishes. All the hard work of OR just being eaten away from the side of Soul is going to, and I do believe that OR is going to be regretting this for a really long time. Exchange of grenades are going to be coming in from the side of Shadow as well as the side of Kinetic, as the grenade does a lot of damage, and Shadow knows where to put the fire trap to make sure he restricts the players of Kinetic to actually push in from that compound. He's come back to get more information. He's going to be coming in, striking exactly when the High is on. He's going to be waiting it out. Oh, again a crossface placement perfectly. Takes the second person down, the third one again coming into his crosshairs, but Shadow is pretty far away. Needs to re-strategize as Kinetic BO is going to be cooking up grenades.
They're in shambles at this point, you know, Kinetic, a lot of miscommunication out there. I really felt KU and BO could have completely turned the tides of this fight, and I really felt they were quite reluctant in trying to do so, rather focusing on the bigger picture, getting inside the circle. That works, that makes sense, but you know, they could have wiped out the better of Team Blind, but again, the players being so proactive. Look at Williams already spotting out Jelly, who is completely oblivious about the fact that there is a team right behind of him. Finally wakes up to his senses and gets a beautiful knock secure.
I strongly feel Jelly, you know, even though his back was shown, he was like, wait, I know there's a person coming in, let me find him in the correct corner. And when he does find him in the correct corner, he has to make him prize. Aladdin on the other side will be the lone man standing to take down the side of Team OR. It's going to be impossible, as a beautiful grenade is going to be coming in and making sure they eradicate the side of 7Cs out of this game.
Oh yeah. For OR Esports though, still have 3 of their players alive, Jelly and Aru. could do with some healing at this point. As Aditya, he's going to be picking up on all that utility lying in front of him. Now, they've had a pretty decent game so far, right? ACBC as well. But Walkouts feeling high and mighty after the battle with Hyderabad Hydras, after which they got the better out of the entire situation. But now find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. This is spray going down. Abrar being reined in with all that lead, somehow still manages to survive.
Now, at the other side, it's going to be Team EXO, who has a very good off angle, who's watching all these things happen, right? And they're going to strike when exactly it's required, but they have to make it inside the circle. There's a very good hard compound inside the circle. Few people would want to own and expect the zone is going to be coming in towards them. But let's not forget, Soul is still alive with 2 men standing, and they're still doing damage against the side of OR as Jelly gets taken on from in the hands of Team Soul, and they're going to be continue to dominate against the side of Aditya. And look at what they're doing at this point of time. 2 different players taking 2 different fights and still confident that they're going to be taking them down as quickly as possible.
It's the high ground that's really helping them, right? They know that the next circle shift, they're not going to be able to do much. So might as well rack up as many points as they can when they have things in their favor. At this point, Jelly almost on the verge. There you get a go. Gets eradicated out there as Aditya just bobbing and weaving, trying to dodge all those bullets. Is not going to be successful. Goblin, right after the M4 was done, shifts to his AK. We know what he can pull off, and I feel, you know, he's running out of ammunition. Will get the reload though. Still does have some lead in that M4, but now Aru, he's got to try and do something, right? He's got to come in to rescue of his teammate, but he feels helpless because the moment he comes out of his hiding, that is where Soul, they can unleash all that mag at his direction.
But at the same time, you know, the one person that's got to be Aditya could be the bait, allowing Aro to make it inside the circle, try to hold a very good position as Aditya does get taken on by the spray of Goblin. And look at what happens on the other side. It's going to be Uzis coming back into the game of Miramar in close range battles where ACBC are actually using their brains to perfection. It's going to be a very good grenade being tossed in from their side, as well as some cover smokes, as well as they're going to be reviving the teammates as Sensei found the right corner, but eventually shows his back towards the side of Yua OP, and we all know once you show your backs to Yua, he's going to strike. It's going to be like a nuclear warfare.
Indeed. Now he's being pushed upon yet again, figures out.
Oh, beautiful again.
Beautiful sound sense coming from his side, but he needs to disengage. Now right out in the open, if the players of Team EXO come out, he is basically done for, but still he is fighting to all his mights. Eventually has to fall down to Hector as he's unleashing all that wrath from above. But the next circle shift is going to be so important as Team Soul picking up from whatever they have, unleashing fury from the sky. Evil Sky getting spotted out, and Hector is not going to back off from unleashing all that lead.
How much bullets do this team have? In 2 men standing, where did they do so much of farming at this point of time that they have enough number of bullets, enough number of throwables to work around with? Look at that. Hector goes in for a knock. Eventually, he's going to go in for a grenade. He's going to be lofting it to perfection to make sure that the confirmation comes in from the other side. Kind of misses it out, to be specific, and it's going to be Team EXO who's going to be putting an end for the side of Team OR for just 4 finishes. Man, with 2 men standing, they're going to be so heavy for the other teammates to hold on to. Let's see what's going to happen next.
You know, Hector, he needs to ricochet his grenades, right? Get it connected, buffed up. For now, EXO finally come in into the fight. ACBC is what they're up against, as Immortal is going to open it up against Haxa at the same time. Really need to, patch themselves up, as another grenade is going to get flung over by Punk. Does some decent amount of damage as he gets the better out of Evil Sky, thwarts Haxa out of the lobby, as it all comes down to Caprin. Now, he's got to show some signs of brilliance over there, as FS now have their sights set on Soul, or maybe it could just be the other way around.
Now Goblin has got that high ground advantage. He's just going to be waiting it out. You can see that he's got an adrenaline syringe as well, and 4 medkits. Probably this is the man who will be going in for a heal battle when required, as Hector is going to be coming down, making sure that, you know, he finds the side of Team FS from the top and bottom. They're already sandwiched as the final moments of the side of Team Ace. ACBC is what we're going to be witnessing as Punk puts an end for the final nail in the coffin. And let's not forget that Goblin right now is grabbing all the attention of FS, as a good grenade could be cooked in from his side. But Hector from below is waiting to strike when the time is right.
Oh, Goblin already opening it up. clutch. He knows that Team Soul lies right in front of them. All they've got to do is make their decisions right. A little bit of a bait and switch play could come handy, but look at Hector constantly, being a thorn for Epis as he finds that perfect angle. All he needs to do is connect his shots. Has he done that? No, but still clutch, just falling to the wrath of the play zone as Explicit is going to be resorting to that healing battle. But Hector being relentless as ever, as Goblin might step out of the blue zone, but no, decides against it. Would rather expect Explicit to run out of all his meds, but Explicit, being tenacious as ever, still has 3 in the bag.
It's not going to be easy. Yes, there it is. He's going to get taken down. Now, ultimately, it's going to be the final. It's going to be 2 big bulls locking horns, ladies and gentlemen. Get your pens ready. There's a lot of textbook action coming up. There's a lot of, other mind-blowing situations which are going to be occurring. Now, the big question is going to be this. Is Team Soul going in for a heal battle, or are they going in for the attack? At this point of time, I know they're pretty much in the high ground, but Team EXO has other plans already planned out. As Immortal has got 10 medkits. He's one man who's going in for the heal battle.
It's Team Soul written all over. At this point, there's no way that EXO can get themselves up top, right? And all they're going to be waiting for is to meet their makers. Now, this is exactly what Team Soul needed at this point. Despite all circumstances, despite all odds, they played the final circle to perfection, right? Not making any hasty moves. Yeah, they've spotted out Immortal, but they know it's all going to come down to them. Look at them. They're well stationed inside the circle. And Team EXO, they're just going to hope that the circle kind of shifts, makes a very late, dynamic shift towards their side. But I believe that's not going to happen. And no matter how hard you try, no matter what you're going to do, you not succeed. And yeah, Goblin knows what's coming his way. All he's going to do is just let the circle speak for itself. As Team EXO, all they could do is get this far. And that is where it all stops.
Now, Team EXO is very, very clever over here, right? We know they have a very composed, calm IGL for themselves. And what he's going to do, he's just going to tell them, guys, wait it out. There's no unnecessary movement which is going to be coming in from you guys. We have seen that, high ground advantage has not been the best thing to do. Goblin, I just love the way what he's doing. He's just waiting for all of them to come under one roof where he's got a grenade in his hand. We did see him. He tried to open it up previously to take down one of those players. So obviously, he's got that grenade for himself. I don't know when he's going to be making use of it. And eventually, his firepower has come into picture as he's taken down a player. He's going to be going in for a heal and eventually jumping down to make sure that, he does connect a bullet or two and allow his teammate to get in for that heal battle. As he's going to be looking out for more. One player is going to be finished off. Adrenaline syringe means that this man is going in for a jump.
I mean, at this point, just blew his own teammate over. And yeah, a little bit of miscommunication by Punk, resorting to trying to throw grenades when he should have provided cover fire while his teammate was trying to get to his other teammate. As
mind games.
Bit of, ode from Goblin's side, What do you say at this point? Fierce, he's feeling helpless as Goblin is going to take that jump. Eventually, getting a taste of his own medicine, just overstepping a little bit. But Team Soul, they still know that. They've got this game in the back, but 13 first hits. Now this could be a table turner.
Now Hector on the other side feels that he's got 5 medkits for himself. He's not got any kind of throwables apart from smokes, right? So he's just gonna make sure that he uses that to scare the opponents. But Fierce on the other side knows exactly what to do. 13 meds, but at the same time, the zone of Miramar is something which you have to watch out for. It's not going to be easy for you to hit the second one as quickly as possible unless you're completely boosted. And we can see both these players are boosted at this point of time, as Fierce is going to be the first one to get the zone hitting him. He goes in for that first heat kit, and we all know it's not going to be easy for him, as we all know that the zone damage is the highest when it comes to the map of Miramar.
It's not just that, it was a 9 circle for the Christ's sake, right? Just coming in as, ladies and gentlemen, we transition into the post-match segment powered by Loco as Team Soul retaliate in fashion, getting a chicken dinner despite all odds, despite the fact that they were 2 men short in those final few circles when we all thought that this is going to go a little astray for them. But here they come in with all guns blazing, making all those right mindful plays. And little bit of shenanigans for Goblin, but it is excused because they know they have the situation under control. The moment the circle shifted towards their hills, they know this was their game to win, and that is what they did. But Team EXO, again, valiant efforts, right? Now, one of those things that we've been witnessing so far from their side is they've been very patient. They haven't really gone into fight early on. They've been trying to stay aloof from those kind of situations, and when the time comes, right, that is where they get themselves into the mix of things, and there you have it. You know, back-to-back good games of Miramar, even for Team EXO.
I really love the way EXO have played this, right? You know, 3 men standing. I know that, you know, Team Soul, Goblin, this man with this smile. I don't know how he kind of converts that, you know, a frontal battle in the final moments of the game where you know your head is going to be visible over the horizon, but still your spray is going to be strong enough to take down 2 players, almost 2 players, and at least 1 player down with 1,285 damage for say 6 finishes. He's going to be on the top.
Oh yeah, he is going to be on the top, and well, along with Goblin has to be his partner in crime, Hector, along with him. As Team Blind, of course, they did whatever they could, and they've been one of the teams that has really improved from week 1 to week 2's day 1. And Yuva, he's made those big plays, especially in that fight against Hyderabad Hydras. But Punk did whatever he could in those final few situations. Could have been a different story had he knocked out Goblin there, but it is all right. We're not going to complain, not going to crib about it much. But the match summary coming into place, and Team Soul, again, the longest distance finish has to be the one that you know, I've got my eyes on, because considering how their game plan was, right, they were trying to focus around the center. They had so many enemies to deal against, and one of them, Nigma Galaxy 7C, they had to lose out on Akshat and Omega pretty early on, and even despite that, still coming out as the victors. You know, take a bow is all I have to say.
I mean, 1,000 damage already coming in from one guy, and the rest of the damage came in from the others as they were just the support over there. 3 players getting 1,000 on an average of 320 or 350 for themselves, and total 10 coming in. But I believe EXO was more clinical, right? They exactly knew where they were moving around. 1,400 damage and 10 finishes for themselves. And so over the side of OR and BB with just 600 damage, 4 finishes for themselves. And it's good to see that there are few teams who have raked up decent amount of finishes, like FS 5, 7C's 3, and then we have Walkouts and Blind 5-5 again, but 3 different teams with 4 finishes. A decent game, but yes, a point of concern for the side of Kinetic, Esports. Then we have the side of MG, again, you know, not having a good time. It's as clear as that.
The moment of truth right now, Arka. The moment of truth, ladies
still
and
feel
gentlemen.
it's going to be over.
Yeah, I mean, I've got that hunch, but let's take a look at the overall standings, and now the difference has been reduced, right? OR Esports, of course, it was their final game for the evening. Team Soul still has that 1 game cushion, and if they can have a back-to-back, or if they can go all guns blazing, then they also might reclaim their throne that they were sitting on for quite so long. But Team EXO finally back into the first half over here, that you know, the top 8, as before the start of today's evening we had them somewhere at the 17th position, right? And they were sitting around somewhere around 97-98 points. Now look at them, almost 58 to 60 points accrued, and still 1 more game to play. I think Team EXO can definitely make it to at least the top 5 if they sort of carry forward with the momentum that they're having right now.
Now, this is why we say Team EXO as the comeback team. You know, they're the comeback champions. They exactly come back when it's required. They're not going to allow that, you know, demotivation that they're not having a good day. They're going to be like, 1 day is more than enough for us to make sure we qualify or probably get the championship for ourselves. But the second page is where things are going to get heated up from the 12th to the 16th position, because 7Cs is again starting to drop down. Autobotz on the other side, no matter how much winner chicken dinner they had, they're still dropping down because of the lack of finish points which they're having for themselves, as we can see that they're almost lesser than the side of ACBC.
And this is where, you know, we're finally seeing that little you know, fall for Hyderabad Hydras, right? Not having any good game today. They've been struggling. As we take a look at the final page, it's sort of been a stalemate, no ups and downs over here. It is just our Esports falling back into the 3rd page. A little cause for concern, because even in the map of Miramar, we did witness while they were trying to traverse to their desired drop, they did get caught by the players of Team EXO. But despite that, it's been a beautiful day so far. We've had teams like Blind staging a comeback. We've had teams like EXO, I think, making big leaps over here in terms of how they've played throughout the entire course of evening. Even with that one fine game remaining, it's going to be Erangel, and it is going to be hot and feisty because, again, Team Seoul would want that top spot to themselves, which OR has taken over. But I think it is also for EXO to get back into top 3.
And somewhere I feel that, it's time for us to look at other teams as well. But before that, we're going to be looking at our sponsors. This is iQOO smartphones coming up with Neo 6, one of the best devices out there in the market. We'll allow iQOO smartphones to tell the rest for you.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
What are you waiting for? Watch, stream, play, repeat. That is what you gotta do on Loco, right? India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform out for you guys. But how do you get on Loco for the ones who do not have really good devices? I think there's a chance that we're offering you 3 beautiful iQOO Neo 3 every single day, and Arka's gonna tell you how.
So you guys remember that you have to go to Amazon all the time, search for this device, and over there you have to click on know more about this device. And eventually, a few questions are going to be asked, the answers are going to be given to us in the beginning of the English desk stream over here. So come back over there to learn the answers, and once you're done with that, it's going to be easy for you to fill the rest of the forms. But for now, we're going to be heading towards the site of Miramar to witness all those rampage which happened from the get-go itself, as this was Team EXO's game. As soon as you get that first finish, that confidence which is going to tell you that don't worry, we're going to have a good game, allows you to go in until the final moments of the game.
This is something that I really wanted to talk about, right? Enigma Galaxy. They held on the compound that 7C usually love. And the moment 7C came in, they were completely oblivious. They did not have any idea. And eventually they had to retreat. Where it was all about, this game was all about holding the higher grounds. Even for the likes of Team MG, they had those 2 huge cliffs. They were just banking upon the fact that maybe the circle might shift on us, we can capitalize. But this is where, this finally starting to spread their wings, right? Open up a little bit. Enigma Galaxy finally not being scared of the other teams. They've been a lot restricted, not engaging, but now they are bringing in the heat, all that fire. And Team Seoul did have to deal with the brunt, but the way they recover, it was amazing.
I mean, at the same time, I really love the way this push came in from the side of Scream, A good backup also was coming, right? So that's the best part of it all. You need to stick together, and this is why.
Here's the next big thing, right? We've been talking about that. He's been racking up so many of these finishes. Now the big question is, when you get all those juicy offers, how much are you going to keep yourself restrained and contained with, right? I'm pretty sure the way he's making those waves, it is going to come in pretty much sooner or later. But I think ACBC, again, has been one of those teams today that has really stepped up, climbing up the ladders, getting those points, getting those positions that they love so much. But FS Esports, as a matter of fact, they also had a really lovely game of Miramar this time around.
Oh yes, but this fight where everything was going right for the side of Hyderabad, Hydras, it was Walkouts who just walked in and made sure. It was like a probably a road roller who just went in on them and made sure they got all the finishes. But OR Esports on the other side, Oro, 1 HP clutch is what he was trying to do, but he was just got tagged off. But Aditya on the other side just help his team survive for a little longer.
Now, this is where I really felt that Kinetic could have done so much more, right? They had two players positioned behind, providing that vantage point, providing all that information, but they did not come inside the fight for even a split second, right? This is the moment where Shadow gets that knock. This is where you want to see Bio and God trying to provide that cover fight, which they did not. And as a result, Blind just got away, scot-free, and no punishment being inflicted. But OR Esports, they did whatever they possibly could, especially running on a high. This was the final game to play. They're winning their individual fights, but till then, at this point, Solo having that real high ground, being blessed by the gods of BGMI, favoring them, because it's very rare that you see, the circle ending up at the top of the hills, and EXO had no other option, right? Had it come down to EXO's favor or into their laps, I think this was again a back-to-back chicken for EXO in Miramar.
I beg to differ. Looking at the way Goblin was playing, he did knock a person out over there. If he had jumped down and made sure before getting knocked off, he can take another person down. Another knock confirmed for himself where he had everything under control. I think Hector somehow could have clutched it against them.
It would have been so difficult, right? Especially when Team EXO, they were just hugging the walls, right?
Yeah.
Let's just imagine if the circle had shifted to EXO's direction into their, areas of holding. Goblin, of course, he went in for those grenades, got that knock, then he jumped over. Lost a lot of HP, got traded, right? He was instantly knocked out. Now, Hector would have done the same thing. Now, the moment you take your leap out there, you're going to lose a lot of your HP, and that is where EXO had the numbers to count, right? Had all of their players alive, and they could have easily gone. But again, it's like XP says, coulda, shoulda, it favored them, they won it, nothing complaining. But this is where I really feel that finally EXO seem composed, calm, they know what they're doing, they're not looking lost anymore.
Yep, agreed on this point, but at the same time, one team proves to us it's not always about the man advantage, it's about your IGL's brains and the execution coming in from your probably the two of your strongest players who's going to be holding things off. But let's see how things will turn out, as this was the moment where I felt that, I would beg to differ, but ultimately a good explanation coming in from your side. But Fierce, how could he think that the grenade won't bounce back?
It just took down his own teammate. Look at Immortal. I mean, he tossed it over, but I get it. He was desperate. He wanted to, get things done. He wanted to stop the push, right? This is what I was talking about. Now, if this circle had shifted into EXO's favor, right? Look at Goblin taking so much damage, right? And PS had to capitalize on it. And this is where Hector, just having that high ground advantage, he knew this game was his. No matter it is the 9th circle, he knew he could not resort to that healing battle. No matter if you have 30, no matter if you've got 50 first aids to your name, this had Team Soul written all over it.
Yeah, a very good game coming in from the side of Team Soul, as well as a very good game for the side of Team EXO as well. Yeah. It's happiness, right? One is contending for the top and the other one is contending to make sure he survives, to live up to their names especially. But at the same time, there were other teams who did not perform much, where the expectations were really high on them. Is it the pressure which MG is restricted at this point of time?
I think Team MG again, they've always been banking upon their, Miramar games. And again, the circle shifting away hasn't really favored them quite a lot. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be transitioning to the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where I'm going to be calling it a night. And big man, XP himself, are going to come and join the desk along with Arca.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a match to watch out for, as many of these teams would want that final winner chicken dinner for themselves, especially in sides of GO, RTR Retribution, AZ, Tease, Enigma. Let's not forget the side of Global as well. So all of these teams are going to be on the radar. Let's not forget UP50. This is the last match for them to actually live up and make sure that they put some points on the table. I know you would agree on this being the team at the bottom of the table. Don't you think that this is the time they need a chicken dinner to make sure they survive?
Well, they do definitely need something a bit more than a chicken dinner. They need a lot more if they want to basically make it to the top 16. But again, let's see what they do, because the games that have panned out so far haven't really been in their favor.
Yep.
Now, I'm just having a look at my notes. It is going to be Group A, like we saw, going up against Group C. A little clash coming in. OR sitting this one out. They're going to be pretty much, biting their nails at this moment, trying to see if their lead is still going to be
13
sustained.
points.
Well, we've seen some big games in the past. Let's see if Team Soul does something big, and we might just see a 40 bomber. We've seen it in, previous tournaments and all that. So maybe we could see something in the last game. Again, it doesn't really make a difference, right? Because both these teams, they have secured their position for the top 16. They are going to be going to the finals, no doubt about that. But again, buddy, it all comes down to the bragging rights.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, do you still feel that, these teams, thirst or the hunger to get more finishes and placement points is still not quenched? Because we are able to see that, they're still not stopping. And no matter how much more they play, the strategy, the chances of them not having that strategy perform better is becoming nil.
Well, the thing is, once that confidence is infused in you, once you have that ball rolling, once the momentum is in your favor, that's what pretty much differentiates, the champions from the rest. And, they are experienced players. They are veterans. They are going to edge out a little over, a couple of these teams over here. And, like I said, once everything is in your favor, why would you want to stop?
Absolutely. Now, there are other few teams which we would love to speak about. But before that, I do believe it's important for us to give it to the sponsors themselves. The iQOO smartphones, a beauty which they have come up with. And we all know that we have seen this, promo every now and then. And it's going to be much more better to watch it, as it's going to be the last time before the match.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more,
See more.
be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, that, of course, is a video that we all are used to. But then, you can't really, we don't really mind it as well because, like I said, iQOO and the Indian gaming community and Loco, we are all one tight-knit unit. We are all integrated. And, of course, you love watching all your favorite streamers, all your champions every single time. And, again, keep one thing in mind. If you want to start your journey as well, all you have to do is head over to Amazon, type iQOO Neo 6 in the search bar. A little quiz is going to pop up. Participate in it, and of course, head over to the English stream because we always give the answers away at the beginning, and you stand a chance to win yourselves an iQOO Neo 6. But I do believe we have a little bit of a shuffle coming in the next game.
Yeah, I do agree that, sometimes it's important for people to understand that, when there's a shuffle coming in, they do it exactly when it's required. Because in case you're just going to do it just to experiment, it's going to be really hard. It's Race God is going to go out, and so will, is going to come in, and so will Honey for the side of WSF, and Invader is going to be walking out. See, we have been seeing the team which is well set is actually not doing much of changes, but the team which is not set is actually going in for changes. I have a question with this statement to say. Do you believe that the teams down below needs to do the same thing, stick on to the same playing four, and practice more on that, strategize more on that, and get that, chicken dinner when required? Or is it fine to change when required?
See, I will come back to that in a second, but again, let's just give our viewers a little bang for their buck because you all stand a chance to win some merchandise, some cool BGMI t-shirts, and of course some water bottles because, well, we do have to beat the heat. All you have to do is head over to the Esports channel, check that link down below, fill in your form so we know who you are, and of course, spam a little bit, hashtag in your favorite team who is going to be on top every single day as far as points are concerned, and you might just walk away with all these goodies. Now, coming back to the question you posed earlier, it's like a football match, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you do have substitutes that do come in when either things are going really well and you want to give a few other players a chance to, just warm up their legs, or, whenever someone's tired, whenever someone's not performing, you want to pull them out. Now, the thing is, you can experiment with all sorts of combinations as far as the bottom teams are concerned. You're right. The teams at the top, not really making a lot of changes because, again, why fix something that isn't broken? But, yeah, I think they can go back and forth. They can have a few different, play styles. I think that comes in as well because, some of us excel at certain maps over others. But again, that is all hullabaloo speculation. We're going to say bye-bye from the studio in Arca. One last time tonight, let's have a look at Erangel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, It has shorelines. If you want to enjoy the beach, you can get to the shorelines. Yeah. If you want some high grounds, if you want to, relish some really good leaves or lushy area, you can go into the side of Zarki. If you want some hill stations, go to the side of Stolba.
Kind of reminds me of our country as a whole because, India has everything. We've got beaches, we've got plains, we've got mountains, we've got canyons, we've got everything. And again, that is pretty much what Erangel is. Now, it is going to be the last game. Team Seoul finally getting that chicken dinner today, making sure, that they're still firing off a few shots in all directions. That, hey, boys, I mean, we might have a little bit of a hiccup every once in a while. Brilliantly read my mind there, sir. But again, they come back strong, and oh boy, do they do it in style. And once again, when we were talking about it in the first few games, we did kind of see that, once Goblin falls, things kind of seem to go awry for this team. However, if he's there till the end, oh boy, I think they rely a lot on his supremacy, of course, in the game, but it also instills a sense of, not just comradeship, but also, it just infuses them with a bit more confidence.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have been saying this has been the equation for most of these teams. Let's not forget the side of Team EXO also, after they lose one of
the
the
comeback
players.
kings, as you call them.
Yeah, the comeback kings. Even after they lose their key player, they also fall down. 7 Seas as well, as soon as they lose Sarang or Spray God, they also start tremble down. So that's been a little bit of an equation, as obviously the person who takes the fight towards the side of enemy's face, if he's not there, they become a little defensive. As ladies and gentlemen, this is the last time of the day. This is going to be day 5 match number 30. Can you believe this? BMPS 30th match is going to be on our screens at this point of time, as the flight path is going to be starting in from the side of Severny, ending in towards the side of Military Base, giving a lot of space on the western side of the map.
Please, 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 I want to have a southern circle. I want to have something with the military base in its entirety to be in the first circle, because then chances are, if you do believe in probability, that things might end up there towards the end. But of course, you can have a lot of facts and figures on your screens, and it looks like in Erangel, the boys from OR, they do seem to be running away with the show. We did see Goblin and Akshat even, at the tippity top last week. However, Aditya and Athanki are etching out quite a bit of a lead as far as finishes are concerned.
Now look at the total points they put up in the map of Erangel. 168 points, and no wonder they're competing with the side of Team Seoul and the top of the overall points table. But at the same time, we have to also look at the side of Spray God coming in from the side of 7 Seas. No matter how much of a bad game they have, we can see that in the 9th position, they still have one man standing out in the map of Erangel.
They do indeed, but let's see if their luck is going to change, because one team, my
finally
goodness. All right, everybody just calm down. Calm down. I know. Like I said, XP's been a bit on fire today. Let's just take a moment of silence to appreciate that the BGMI gods are shining down upon us.
Oh, I know we had a daddy on the desk, but now we have a granddaddy on the desk at this point of time.
Hey, whoa. That's going to basically make people think that I'm old. Yeah.
Come on. Why are you touching your shoulder as soon as we say a watermelon has been stolen?
Oh.
I mean, don't do that. But ultimately, there's going to be a dad for a dad, right? So,
hey, I've never, ever thought of fixes in any other position. I always say he's a daddy wannabe, but I get it. He's a little kid. Let him have a good time. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Something I was looking out for. Literally from BMOC till BMPS, I wanted a southern circle to the most southern side of the map itself.
Well, someone better clip this, because I'm definitely going to be posting it on my socials in the coming few days. But there you have it. Team INS are going to make a break for the south, because again, I'm pretty sure, like a majority of the teams, they are going to kind of anticipate that, the circles to come are going to be shifting further down south, and, I wouldn't blame them. However, have a look at Team Autobotz. Now, they've had the same idea, so chances are we might just see some action break out at the other end of the bridge, as Joker is going to try and make it, and now following suit are the boys from Global Esports. I'm pretty sure sooner or later, we're going to be shifting to the southern side of the western bridge that leads to the military island, and there you have it. Crazy Soul. Now the thing is, Arca, I think he doesn't know that anyone's here.
At the same time, let's not forget it's not just one team. 5 teams have chosen to go across the bridge itself. One is going to be Team Soul, then we have Team INS, then we have ABCs. Oh my goodness, all big names coming in. But look at what EXO is doing amongst all these things in the big map. It's going to be Punk who is going to start it off, go to the complete southern side of the map. Again, trying to, hold that position for himself, where the rest of them, all the other teams will go in, and a good spray comes in from the side of Fox to take down a player, and so will from far away the side of ABCs are also having a good time.
Well, the Autobotz are going to be having a good time right now. Looks like Orva wants to add to their little lady luck that is on their side. However, he's going to make sure he gets in his vehicle, and well, they skedaddle for higher ground because the hunt is on. But this time, it's the Fox and his teammates that are the hunters. Now, I did notice one thing, just before this little skirmish took place, a shot was let loose. And I was going to say something that, even Global Esports are going to be coming in for the party, but they're going to hold on to the northern side. Beautiful timing production. Have a look at that. GE and the boys are going to be in and around the bridge, but looks like someone else is going to be driving a bit too close for their comfort. I wonder if WSF, I do believe that's the team, are going to be in a precarious situation.
But look at what GOG is doing from the Melta Power side, They're going to be using the boats, and that's a very, very clever thing to see. And we have been speaking about this, right? You got to use the waterways to the fullest potential, and that is what they're trying to do at this point of time. It's going to be all the players coming in through the waters.
Speaking of waterways, WSF heading for the ferry pair. Question is, do they have a ferry that is going to take them to the other side?
Yes, there's one.
Well, they do have a few boats, but now EXO Punk, as you did mention, see, INS right now are trying to find a footing in the southern island. Now, they've already lost one man, and wherever they are going, they are going to be a bit flabbergasted as to, wait a second, how are people already here? Did they drop here? Did they wait for the circle to form and then jump out of the plane? But again, it's just quick thinking, as you said, on Team EXO's part, making sure they have the southern aspect of the island all to themselves. But here's the question, Arca. GOG, I doubt they're going to be coming down south over here, because they might, in fact, head over to the southern point of Nova Rupnoy as well.
Yeah.
The boys from WSF, out in the water, not a bad day to do so.
Yep. At the same time, one thing which I love the most about Punk, he was just going around opening all the doors to make sure if an opponent sees that far away.
Smart.
Yeah, he's going to be like, oh, somebody's already here, guys. I can see the door open, and just run away. Just one man. Having the best IQ for yourself is all you need.
Now, here is where WSF need to be careful. Now, the boat makes a tremendous amount of sound, and I think that's the right decision that they made. They have a few weapons on hand, which means, they can come up by way of that little slope next to those cliffs, and then possibly challenge anyone who's in the compounds nearby. But elsewhere, our Esports are going to have a similar idea, but they could be shot up. There you have it. MJ is going to let loose his shots, and he, in fact, almost gets knocked on a couple of the members from our Esports. But for now, they are going to be in the water. But the thing is, we can only hold so much of our breath as the vehicle is going to go boom. But the question is, how does he get across? Because, well, his teammates have kind of left.
It's not going to be a problem for them, actually, It's going to be easy for him to swim around. As they all know, it's not going to be easy. But at the same time, his concentration right now is to get those early finishes for himself. 4 free fishes to go in and fishing and get those finishes for yourself. The kind of confidence boost he's going to get is going to be important. But at the same time, he's just burning his resources. All he had to do was having a better scope for himself and wait it out. I know that these bullets might connect to 1 or 2, but I do believe that it's the biggest mistake he's doing right now.
Well, the thing is, I think it'll work out because no one else is coming in from behind. We are going to put up the map in sometime because we thought that GOG had a nice rotation. Looks like Enigma all the way from Lipovka are going to be traversing the open waters as well. Canary is going to be spotted. In fact, Canary does take a few shots to the body. Now, the thing is, GOG, they are still in a good spot, right? They've got 2 members on the main island. They have 3 members at Novo. So even if they do take the bridge, they know all they have to do is the moment they hit the South Island, take a sharp left, and, well, you might just have your teammates lying in wait in case somebody is going to be chasing you. But for now, they are going to drop down.
Nice. I really love the way what GOG is doing right now. It's going to be Bullet who's going to be getting into the waters. swimming towards the side of Team RE,
Yes, sir.
giving up the location, giving the location of every player, right? Or probably it's MJ who's trying to do that. But you know, if RE becomes a bit more clever, thinks that, you know, there's not going to be shooting us, let's get to the shorelines first, then it's going to be a big problem, as at this point of time both of them are going to the circle.
The best thing is this is the best time to do so because no one's going to be shooting at them. No one's in their back. However, there is a vehicle that is going to be coming past them sooner or later. As I did mention, Enigma, if they spot a few fish in the sea, as we like calling them, boy, oh boy, that plan could be problematic. For now, Bayo is going to get the better of K47 and FS Esports are going to be down one member.
Now, there's another person who gets taken down from the side of Team K or Team Kinetic. That's going to be KO because of the zone itself. But we know it's going to be easy for them to, you know, go pick him up. It's not going to be hard whatsoever. But at the same time, with the circle coming in, is it going to be a southern shift or is the circle going to play a very different game? Go back to the northern side of the map towards the side of Pochinki is going to be the next big question. It's going to be a no, as at this point of time, it's going to converge to itself.
Oh, we're going to have a nice little southern shift sooner or later, and I do believe the action is going to be ending on the military base itself. Have a look at that Enigma's rotation to the bottom right of your screens right now, boys and girls, because they came all the way from Lipovka, and chances are they're going to have a nice little niche for themselves, and, well, they could be a thorn in the sides for a lot of teams. Now, what does stand out is, you know, teams like WSF, teams like Team EXO, they are in close proximity to one another. However, you know, you still have all those compounds and a little bit of respite coming in for our esports as well. 3 members still alive and kicking, but my concern is what lies in wait for them on the other hand, because by now, GOG, there you have it. There's no way that they can make it because, again, this 2-2 split coming in from GOG is going to be a game changer. And speaking of game changers, looks like WSF finally lock horns with EXO as a couple of the members are down on their blood.
At the same time, let's not forget Team Hydras are also coming in from the same side as well. You can see that they wanted to come in from the side of Milta Power. They did not choose to do so, as Immortal is going to be coming in way closer towards the side of Bajwa. Has bit that. Oh, Uzi doesn't connect properly. And eventually, when he was all trying to come up, it was easy for the side of Team EXO to land it to perfection, as the crosshairs were placed perfectly.
It was placed perfectly. What was WSF doing? They've been in that same position for quite some time, which means A, they have barely any utilities, B, barely any meds, and even if they do have a magazine or two, they can't really do anything when you have a team like EXO pushing up on their position, which again is the right call over here. Canary, you have been spotted out, but Rockstar is the one who's going to be going down first. Now, as far as the boys from GOG are concerned, everything is good. Everything is tickety-boo. Nothing is going to be out of the ordinary because most of the teams aren't going to be contesting. No votes in the circle has kind of shifted a bit to the west.
There it is. There it is. 3 finishes comes in towards the side of GOG. Now they are done with this game, right? So they want to go up, pick up all the vehicles, but at the same time, do they have enough number of bullets? Have they done the right kind of farming at this point of time? Because they've used most of it against the side which just got eliminated, RE.
Well, they are going to have a little semblance of that, but what they do know is they definitely are going to be making Davy Jones a bit happy as, well, our esports were sent to their watery graves. But, you know, you got to keep in mind, they still have Novo to loot, and at this moment, the blue zone, well, it just kind of tickles on your side. But FS Esports, they are trying to take the fight to Team Kinetic. Both these teams still in the circle. Both these teams still hoping that maybe, just maybe, the circle might shift north. And, well, if it does, they want to be the only kings of all these houses.
Now, just imagine if the circle goes in towards the side of Ferry all of a sudden.
What's up, boys?
Let's sit in the water, guys. Let's not worry about anything else. Nobody will have a 6x on them. Nobody will have anything on them. They're just sitting over there and trying to play for placement points.
I just saw something now. They are at the edge, and have a look at what's happening. GE could be coming in, and we might just see a little bit of an amphibious battle take place. We've never seen that happen in a long time. Of course, you know, getting shot at from land does not count. But for now, what they are trying to see is where the circle goes, and now they might just rush in on one of the positions and try to do some damage. But there you have it. It is going to be a confirmation over here. We are going to have some action break out on the southern aspect of the map. The military base finally being the epicenter for all the fighting now. Maxi, you might be swimming, buddy. You better keep an eye on your back because Global Esports, oh boy, they are rushing in with their boats. And I do believe they have 2 for themselves. And, well, what happens when you see something swimming in the water? You take a few shots at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Team Soul, 13 points to make it on the top of the table. They are on the other side of the island, right? Either they have to come through the waters or through the side of bridge where Autobotz are just holding it out. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think they'll be able to survive as of now? As you had correctly pointed out, it was a fight between the Hyderabad Hydras versus Global, as Global can just hold on to this position instead of, going around trying to shoot around the boats and all those things. Move around over here to make sure all 4 finishes, but at the same time they're walking into the jaws of death as Hyderabad Hydras might live a little more better as some shots are going to be connected from the island towards them.
Now the thing is, exactly, you just basically stole out of the mouth, because they have to keep moving, because all this sound is going to make all the commotion, and now Global Esports, oh my goodness, you just heard that boom. Your screens must have shook like crazy because, well, their vehicle is destroyed, and now they might be thinking, wait, did we have to make all that commotion? But this is where Team EXO, this is where Team INS, they can capitalize on a few finishes for themselves.
GOG on the other side is my favorite team at this point of time, because they're going to come in from another corner where no team feels that, a team might be coming in. They can take the southern, few compounds which we can see inside the circle and wait out for the others to fight out and strike when the time is right. And GOG at this point of time actually need that winner chicken dinner for themselves as Mania gets taken down. The right kind of scope to be used at the shoreline is going to be connecting another player. That's going to be Joker, who might just get taken down.
Think about one thing. Now, Team EXO is making all this noise, which means they are going to catch the attention of Team INS, which, again, I'm going to be saying a lot of things, and there's going to be a lot of which means in this sentence. Which means UP50 are going to have a little bit of respite, which means Hyderabad Hydras are now shifting their course of direction to the north, which means they still might have a little bit of hope. Again, GE, they had the upper hand. Maybe had they not shot at while whizzing past them on that boat, they could have had a little bit of a different story. But for now, it is what it is, and Global Esports, they are not in the best of positions.
Oh yes, that's going to be 3 finishes coming in favor of the side of Team EXO. As 4 finishes already they've got and 2 more coming in. But at the same time, we can see that Team Soul is trying to cross the bridge at this point of time. And let's see whether that's going to be the case, as a lot of teams are trying to come inside the circle. And they're going to be restricted so bad as the circle is going to shift away.
Now, if production is listening to us, if we could have the map come up, well, we do have a little bit of a shift that is happening towards the center of the island. There you go. Lovely. Thank you so much. Have a look at that. Hyderabad Hydras. They made it. And as we anticipated, INS, wait a second. What's happening over here? INS, they actually went into a 2-2 split. And now I'm going to hold on to my thought, because Soul Lakshan is going to be laying down lead in the left direction and the right, because Team Hydra, they were heading right for them. Now, they are going to be split up a little bit here, Arca, which is going to be problematic later on. The thing is, since the circle shifted, well, the opponents in the form of Autobotz have shifted further down south. In fact, they are taking the fight straight to 7C's location. Now, reinforcements are coming in. A grenade is being cooked, and Sarang might just be taken off his feet. There you have it. He is going to be blown to smithereens by that shrapnel. They are going to be exchanging fire. Sarang goes down, and, well, looks like Savitar is going to be brought down as well, with Spray God living up to his name.
Oh, no.
He cannot. That AK is not going to be fast enough with that RPM, as ABs are going to be taking the fight directly to them, and there you have it. All in the blink of an eye, and the boys from 7C Esports, well, that they are going to be exiting this game. Autobotz, buddy, these guys are looking good.
I mean, they were clinical, right? They exactly know how to take the fight. First with the grenade, and then they knew the footsteps were being heard. They followed the footsteps with the crosshair, connected when the time was right. Trigger discipline was perfect, and this is textbook basics being done well and read well. But at the same time, let's not forget what's happening with the circle. As we can see, GOG is going to be the team to be holding the dead center, as Sensei, Punk, and his teammate Fierce is going to be coming in slow to converge in those areas. And let's see which team is going to be taking this home.
Man, I mean, you like using the phrase, Lady Luck kisses their forehead. I think all 4 members of Hyderabad Hydras are blessed, because, again, Global Esports, oh boy, they just sacrificed themselves pretty much for them, and they did the right thing. They started moving north, and again, I did say INS would hear all the commotion, so what INS did was they sent 2 of the men to have a look at EXO, which means, well, that's 2 less members who are going to be looking at the coastline, but looks like Team Kinetic from the distance. does spot some movement over there and, well, lays down a few shots and does connect.
How did Team Soul come through the bridges into the circle with all 4 men standing?
Well, as soon as the circle shifted, right, the one team that was guarding them, and I do believe it was Autobotz, they decided to head down south quick to make sure that they now have the compounds all to themselves. So I do believe they would have kind of anticipated that no one is going to be waiting at the bridge because, yeah, sure, you might get a few... You might get a few finishes.
Oh!
Yeah, it's not going to work out that way. But, you know, you might get a few finishes. But then again, all that sound could be, you know, that you could be gate kept in the next circle. So I guess it's a good move. But the question is, can they hold their position?
Oh, nice shot coming in from the side of Akshat. This guy has got some eagle eyes at this point of time. Look at him. Every corner is going to be locking that crosshairs. He's finding one player or the other. And it's going to be finishes which are going to be rigged up. 4 finishes already come in. Then there's just 9 points away right now to making it into the top of the table. Let's see, with that 13 points going to be coming in just by finish points, or is it going to be the placement points also, which they might rake up?
Well, if they do get the chicken dinner, they need at least, well, my maths is going to be a bit weak, but hold on. Where are we shifting to? Are we going to go to the graveyard of all those airplanes? Oh, okay, we still have a few broken planes in play. And after a very, very long time, we actually have the military base itself in the final few circles. Normally what happens is it always shifts away to this open hilly terrain, and now it's going to be problematic for Team Soul to make it in because, well, they did have a bird's eye view now, but looks like someone else is in the Eagle's nest as Onyx. He's going to make sure that he holds his ground. I'm pretty sure he wishes he was in fact Onyx from Pokemon and, you know, just dig down below them and come up from behind. But for now, Team Soul, they're going to be making sure they move to greener pastures.
Oh, he'll need a IGL like Brock who needs to guide him in the right way. But ultimately coming back over here, Team Soul is going to be on the receiving end. 2 players gets taken down, and this is the most vulnerable you can find this team as one of them gets erased. Not 1, but 2 at this point of time are getting erased, and XO immediately is going to turn the tables, right? Immediately go to the center of the map, hold the red center where they have that, you know, rich for their support, as well as carpet bombing starts off. And they're going to be paid with a lot of finishes over here, as it's going to be Soul coming in from the other side as well. And let's see who's going to be taking them down.
Well, let's see who is going to put the final nail in the coffin, if indeed that is going to be the case. But for now, Fess is going to be living up to his name, and, well, he's going to leave no stone unturned. Now, in the distance, you do see the members from GOG. They are finally going to have to take the fight on land. So the amphibious assaults are going to come to an end, and it looks like RTR are going to be coming under fire elsewhere. In the meantime, Team INS, they do have a good position for themselves as Kinetic Esports are going to bid us adieu. And,
oh, nice!
Explicit is going to feel a little explicit over here, and he's going to be taken down from distance again. The DP-28, one of the most stable weapons, one of the most versatile weapons. Maybe just accept that long reload time.
You know what I love the most right now? It's Team Soul. They're not doing any kind of commotions. They're right next to the side of Team XO, and eventually RTR comes and strikes in the back of Team GOG. With 5 finishes, they were looking strong. The late rotations in the final seconds has always been the problem for them, and eventually in the corners they get taken down as RTR, Retribution RTR with 2 men standing would want to rake up as many finish points as possible as they step more closer towards the jaws of death.
Now, the best thing is, Team XO, they've got these little trenches to work with. They've got these fortifications off yesteryears, a few, you know, blocks over here and there, and all these little dips to work around with. And I like what they're doing. They still have 4 members alive. Have a look at that, buddy. 10 finishes to their names already. They are looking good. Now, as far as Soul is concerned, alrighty, let's have a look and see if the gods of BGMI are going to be favoring them, because the circle is going to shift, and you know what? They can still make it in. Team XO in prime position to rack up even more finishes for themselves. 6 teams still alive, vying for that chicken dinner. 15 players left standing.
Now, 9 more people are standing inside the circle apart from the side of Team XO. So that is 9 finishes to be taken from the side of Team XO, considering the situation and the zone they're holding at this point of time. As FS, look at that FS rotation coming in. They already crossed this, road at this point of time. They can silently get inside the this compound and make sure they make it inside the circle. But rather, they're pushing their luck too much, trying to go in closer towards the side of Team Soul in case they get detected. Man, they're going to get chewed.
You see those three things that look like water towers but probably house a lot of fuel, jet fuel in them. That is where these boys are going to want to go. And if they make it to that position, well, they are going to have a little bit of hope, but looks like Craniax's hope is all going to be out the window as he is going to be taken down. And now Fierce knows where the enemy is, but it's going to be Joker who capitalizes and, well, gets the finish for himself. Sensei with a grenade, looks optimistic, the line is good, and there you have it. Kofi would have been proud because Chonu, well, is now out of this game between Team XO. Are going to have another couple of finishes to their name, and now they want some more. They are going to spot some people down on the ground. There you have it, capitalizing on what his teammates started. Team INS, a little bit of a shaky rotation coming over here, just pretty much giving themselves away to Team XO.
And Team FS strike when the iron was hot takes down Hector at this point of time. It's just that Team XO has to just concentrate on the side of Team ISS. Rather, it's the last man inside the circle. The zone has already started to touch the corners, and eventually Shane comes out in the open, tries to be undercover to make it inside the circle, but the zone is eating up really, really fast. They do see the man, right? Immortal does see him. He knows that the zone is going to take care of him, and eventually they're going to look forward to move around, as at this point of time XO is going to pick up all those resources which they've burnt up so far, as Team Soul final player also gets taken down. It's going to be a 4v3 situation against the side of Team FS. If FS clutches this is going to be the game of their life.
Oh, this is going to be, of course, the game of their lives, and of course one of the best in this tournament so far. But Team XO, they are looking strong. Have a look at that.
No.
There you have it. Now they know they have a two-man advantage, and the push is coming in. FS, as expected, we're going to be near those tanks over there, and the thing is, you can kind of see underneath them, so their position is going to be a tricky one. Now, Hitman, he's going to be the first in the line of defense for his team. In fact, he's going to be on the flank over there, as XO are going to be coming in, just basically trying to engulf, trying to surround, trying to make sure they choke every single vantage point for FS Esports, and now they know exactly where they are. This is where the grenades are coming in, Clutch. You better watch out because something's going to go boom, and, well, it's just going to chip away at your HP for now.
Now, this is what resources do, right? We saw them picking up all those, crates which had fallen over there, and eventually they have enough grenades to go in for the carpet bombing, and it has started off as it's going to be Sensei and Immortal from the other side using the firepower, going against one last man standing. It's going to be Hitman. He has to heal up to his fullest potential before he takes this 1v3, which is going to be next to impossible, and it's going to be one player rushing in. And what did I say about that? They have heard us. They did not jump off as soon as the vehicle comes in. He shifts his seat and eventually goes in for the fire, and that's a very, very good thing coming in from the side of Team XO to take the winner chicken dinner and make sure they go to the top 5.
They did it in style as we have a look at the post-match segment powered by Loco popping up on our screen. 16 finishes, buddy. 31 points to their name. And have a look at everything else. They were pretty much having the time of their lives. Now, the maximum finishes any other squad has acquired is 5.
Oh yes, but at the same time, one other thing which I love the most, when the finishes gets distributed like this, right? Everybody is going to go home with something or the other, and placement points is something which will come into picture. UP50, 1 point yet again, not the kind of game they needed. 7 Cs as well. Hydra officials, oh my god, all those teams under the radar are still feeling the pressure and still getting taken down. But on the other side, Georgie somehow have stepped up, to get 6 points for themselves. Small mistakes done by them. I just hope they learn it as quickly as possible. But at the same time, Team XO, the one rotation from Sensei in that 5th to 6th circle did help them to get up 16 finishes at the end of the day.
Of course they did, but now let's see who is going to be crowned. And, well, it's going to be the man of the moment himself, Sensei, leading his team to victory and, well, finding himself on the iQOO MVP board as well. 5 finishes, 3 assists, 970 points of damage. Now, of course, if we all do our maths, we can expect a few more players of Team XO to be in the top 5. Leaderboard looks like it's just one, Punk.
Yep, 11 finishes already come in over there by 2 players, right? So it's always the damage which will be considered for the IGLs. I mean, sorry, for the MVP. So at this point of time, it's going to be Hitman coming in. 3 finishes, 700 damage. And on the other side, we have Zora coming in for 2 finishes of 500 damage, and Evo, as you said, right, there's just 4 finishes or 5 finishes maximum taken apart from the side of Team XO. This is what we can expect.
Of course, this is what we can expect, and what you can expect next is to have a look at the match summary. Now, again, this is a pretty even, Steven, Erangel map. I wasn't expecting so many vehicle finishes to be honest with you, because, there wasn't any time. Normally, you see that later on, but if you have a look at the longest finished distances in meters, it's going to go AJ's way. But again, that is something that I kind of feel is a little tricky, because it's the distance that you move away from your fallen down enemy. That is when the distance is counted. So again, you've got to keep one thing in mind. After a certain amount, people don't render.
Oh yeah, exactly. But at the same time, that's the longest according to me. But at the same time, 2,362 damage coming in for 16 finishes. One team dominated with perfect rotations to the southern side of the map. As you know, they were the first team to rotate. Every single person did contribute to this game, and kudos to them.
Kudos to them indeed. I love the fact that, even when they were in the thick and thin of the action, all 4 members did their job. But now, let's have a look and see. Are the Kings going to be toppled over? Oh, yeah. Baby, there you have a look. After 20 games played by every single team, Team Soul, once again, towards the end of the day, are going to make sure that they take their throne back. However, only 2 points separate both the teams. And, of course, speaking of the winners of the last game, Team EXO climbing up, inching their way closer to that podium finish.
As I said, it's going to be the 4th winner chicken dinner coming in for them, and eventually into the top 5, as Enigma is going to be holding the 5th position, still proving to us that it's not always about the win, chicken dinners you need or the finishes. It's about that balance and consistency which is going to take you on the top of the table. But let's not forget, it's still a 2-point difference, where tomorrow again these two will be fighting it out for the top of the table. Again, Big Brother Esports done an amazing job so far. It's going to be put down Hydra officials of one bad game, and again they're going to be going down Hyderabad Hydras on the other end is going to be coming up the ladder slowly.
However, not the best day for the Hyderabad Hydras as well. We've seen them hit a lot harder, but now Global Esports are going to be exiting page 1 this time around, as they are going to drop to the 9th position. But I think you just spotted something out.
Yeah, that's going to be the point differences, right? 150 vote to 141.
That's nothing.
Yeah, that's less than 10 or probably 15 points difference from the 9th to the 16th position. So just imagine if the 15, if the 17, 18 and 19 have the similar one, which we look up to it and almost coming up to 20-point difference. If our Esports, Retribution, INS and GOG have 2 good games, they can challenge up to the 9th position itself.
Easily, because if you have a look at Team INS 123, that's, I do believe, 19 points shy of 16th position over here, which means, again, anything can happen. But now Team INS, they've been in a bit of a slump, if I can say so, because, again, they do take a lot of risks, and yes, I get it. Higher the risk, greater the reward. However, maybe just hunker down a little bit, maybe play a little bit safe. But I know Joker, he's not one who is going to be the one who takes it easy. But on the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum, UP50, even though, they had a few opportunities, I just think they're not confident enough. But who is confident? Are the boys at the tippity top. I'm, of course, talking about Team Soul and OR Esports. And let's do one thing. Let's just have a look and see what they would look like against one another, because we're going to pit them against each other in the squad face-off. And there you have it. The numbers do all the talking, but anything that sticks out to you.
It's going to be the headshots. Both of them have the same amount of headshots as well. But it's going to be the assists coming in from the side of Team OR, which shows that, they tend to stick around with one another. They make sure that they pick up their teammates as they get fallen and have the maximum damage of 25,836 points of damage points. And that's amazing. But at the same time, they're surviving much more better than the side of Team Soul, right? 19 minutes and 49 seconds on an average. That is 9 seconds better than Team Soul. But we all know that Team Soul is more clinical with their finishes, and that is why they're standing on the top.
But also, all these seconds count, right? Because we've seen so many fights take place, Arca, that it's blink and you miss action. And blink is a fraction of a second, right? So imagine all the bodies that drop in the final few circles in the 9 seconds. And again, OR definitely making sure they're doing the job right. Now, before we have anything else up, let's actually have a look and see who is leading the charge, because there you have it. The entirety of the tournament after day 5 is up on our screens, and well, Goblin still holding on to that lead with 18 finishes over Scream.
I mean, I would like to say this, 60 finishes for 9,000 damage. that's pretty clinical, right? And at the same time, let's not forget, when we compare to the others, they've almost reached 9,000, but they've not even hit the 50-pointer. So that shows that, you know, he was one of the strongest to watch out for. But at the same time, assist is something which I love about the side of Team OR. They have been there for their teammate whenever required, with the survival time almost coming the same for everybody at this point of time. We still have Atanki coming. We still have Nigma Galaxy. I think there's been a little bit of a your thing, as 3 players of Team OR are gonna be there in the top 5 of this leaderboard, and this shows the kind of dedication, this shows the kind of shoulder they hold for one another when they climb forward in the points table.
And you know, we had so many questions, buddy, on at the end of day 2 that what's up with OR? Well, this is what's up with them. They're just 2 points shy of the leaderboard. And now, speaking of the leaderboard, let's have a look and see how your favorite teams are doing so far. Because as far as finishes go, Team Soul again leading the charge, but OR Esports just 6 behind.
Oh, let's not forget any other things. That's gonna be the side of Enigma. Without winner chicken dinner, 22,578 damage. Shows that they're way better when it comes to the frontal battle or kind of dishing damage towards the side of enemies than EXO, as well as the side of any other. Oh no, just the side of EXO.
You know, they've always been like this, because I've been having a look at them for quite some time, and even though, you know, a couple of times they had a few different names, but Avi, Evo, and the boys, Rex and Eggy, they've always pretty much been like this in every single outing that I've seen them. They come so close, but you know, it's just a bit too far away. But again, it's just the league stage. The real pressure is going to mount on them once the grand finals begin.
Yes, absolutely. Now this is almost the end of the day, right? So we are, you know, even though it's just been one day, it already feels like we have done a lot of hard work, as if we have been grinding for throughout the week. Obviously, because of one change which has come up, that's going to be the map of, you know, Vikendi, which just came in and showed to us that, you know, it can be more of a game changer only if you play well on it. Whereas in the map of Sanhok, it was always about you picking up finishes, even though you didn't get that winner chicken dinner. But in the map of Vikendi, it was a different story.
It was a different story, but of course, if you are good on the map, you know, it does help. But yeah, as you said, the RNG factor in Sanhok is too much. But the best thing is, we know one thing for certain: none of this would have been possible without our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So you know what? Let's have a look at that video one last time.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. What are you guys waiting for? I think I know what they're waiting for. They're waiting for a nice device, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. And you can get your hands on device. Probably 3 devices in a day is more than enough, according to me. All you have to do is get on to Amazon. iQOO Neo 6 is what you're going to type, and after that there's going to be a no more button. Click on it, answer a few questions. There are going to be 5 questions specifically, and all the data about the questions, all the answers for those questions, we're going to be reading it out over here in the beginning of the stream at the English desk itself. So that is where you can do the cheating as well. But after that, you're going to be putting up your name, email address, as well as your phone number, expecting a call to be received from the side of iQOOs themselves, and at the end notify yourself so that as soon as this hits the market, you're over there to pick it up.
Now, suppose you get yourself the device. What do you do? Now, we already know Loco is India's biggest esports streaming platform with all your favorite BGMI streamers. They stream daily, and of course, we have a lot of these exclusive tournaments streamed just on Loco. And, well, of course, you are going to go there and make a name for yourselves. But what else is interesting is, I think we should probably tell them, right? Whoever stuck around, well, this is for you guys. You can stand a chance to win some BGMI UC by just streaming, by just having a look at Loco, and it's pretty instant. All you have to do is hit that link down below. What you're going to have to do is go and play a little bit of an in-stream quiz on Loco. And, well, you are going to have all that UC to buy yourselves, all these amazing, beautiful skins and outfits we see in our game. And that is something that, production has not told us that we can't do. I'm definitely doing that on the sidelines as well. And let's see if I get lucky.
Yeah, obviously, we'll need those UCs at the end of the day, right?
We're broke. We are broke. That's why we are here trying to get some.
the whole world is broke at this point of time due to the pandemic. And I just hope these UCs are going to put some smiles on those sad faces. And let's not forget that, we have to thank for all those sponsors out there for giving a small ray of hope, of happiness for those who need it at this point of time. A mobile or 10 UC is more than enough for sometimes to do the good deeds.
I'm going to be happy with 10 UC in game because, you can still spin one of those special roulettes and the thing, and maybe that 10 might just be a lot more. But again, massive shout out to iQOO and Loco for making all of this possible. And also, if I just come to think about it, normally, yeah, you do have sponsors, right? But I love it when sponsors give back, not just to all the participants of a tournament, not just to, well, the desk. I mean, we do have these bad boys. I wonder if we can sneak them home, but they give back to all you lovely people watching out there. So again, thank you so much. And of course, BGMI Crofton for making all of this happen. However, now it is the end of day one. Week two, it was kind of flimsy. It was ups and downs. We had a lot of few ups and downs, but anything that stood out for you in the entirety of this day?
OR's performance and EXO's comeback. These are the two things which I'm looking forward for to go in and analyze more if I'm able to stream tonight and try to understand and learn more and try to understand. And also the domination of Team Solid still continues in this tournament. Will they be the champions by the end of the day is going to be the next big question, ladies and gentlemen. Do not forget to spam out your favorite teams because ultimately you might get gifted with some goodies for yourself. But again, it's also the time for us to announce the winners, right? So at the end of the day, it's important for us to say who's going to be getting those T-shirts, who's going to be getting those bottles to beat the heat as the heat wave is at India. It is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon. If I have to throw the question back at you, what are the few things which stood out for you throughout the day?
Well, again, one thing that I do like about you is that we are very like-minded. We have similar thoughts. And again, OR's performance, Team EXO, keep in mind, before this, they were on the third page.
Exactly.
Despite having two chicken dinners, they were on the third page. And we had pretty much not written them off because we knew that, after this break, all these teams are going to come back stronger. But boy, oh boy, did they prove a point. Did they make a point today? And, well, we're going to be talking about what he said moments earlier. Your giveaway winners are going to be popping up on your screen. So first of all, congratulations to Kunal Yadav and Mayur Mohan Yadav. Not to be confused with another Yadav.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yadav, that's rhyming. And then you have Utkarsh and Parth Roy coming in. These two are also the lucky winners over here. They're going to be so happy to get this t-shirts. It really looks good when we look at the CG itself.
I do know what Jaskaran Singh. I wonder if it's you, buddy. But congratulations, and of course to Rajdeep as well, because you are going to be walking away with a few nice t-shirts and, well, those good-looking bottles. And let me tell you one thing: the quality is immaculate. I have one myself, and it's pretty much my go-to. And just going on with the thing, because there are a few easy names. I'll take this one: Mohan and Vedant. Congratulations! You're going to get some nice goodies your way.
Yeah, two more names which are going to be popping on our screens. Let's see, it's going to be easier. Yes, it is kind of easier. Harshvardhan and Iron Fist coming in. Oh, did your parents just name you Iron Fist?
I mean, if that is what is going to be on your birth certificate, man, boy, oh boy, are you going to be ruffling a lot of feathers. But, Shantanu Chauhan and Parimal Gamit are going to be walking away with the t-shirts as well. But again, I love that Iron Fist. He's like, you know what? You don't really need my real name. I go by Iron Fist, and that is what I'm going to be known by. Well, I think that is the case, but I do believe we have a few more coming up. Ankit Negi and Alok Meena. Well, like I said, congratulations, and I'm going to let you take the last couple of names.
Oh yeah, the last couple of names. Atul Kumar Sharma. Oh, there are no commas. It looks like one man just took away the complete moment. It's got Atul Kumar Sharma again. Congratulations to you as well, and congratulations to all the names we just read out. And I do believe that you guys will also have the bragging rights to say that we were there on the stream, we watch everything.
Of course.
and
I
all
mean,
those stuff.
you know, if I was in their position, this is the moment that I would be waiting for. This is where you got to stick around because you never know. Maybe your name might be the one that is called out. And again, I get it. You know, somebody might be thinking, what's in a t-shirt? Let me tell you one thing. When you get all these free goodies, boy, oh boy, you feel so special. And I'm still waiting for mine, Arca.
Yeah, even me. At the same time, we did give our sizes, so hopefully it might be reaching us anytime soon. Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, we have almost come to the end of the show, and it's time for us to kind of look forward to what has happened, or just look back and see what all has happened, as we had different teams taking that chicken dinner from the get-go. We had EXO having more than one. They had two, if I'm not wrong, and then we have one going in the favor of Seoul, one going in the favor of...
Well, a few teams over there. I'm not going to let you test my my brain right now. But what I do know is what did happen on day one was that after a long time, Team Seoul was finally dethroned. However, just for a little bit, they got their thing back, and they do still have that 2-point lead. Well, Arca, day 2 is going to be coming up. It is going to be amazing. So from us, I guess we are going to bid our lovely viewers a good night. You all stay safe out there. Remember, we start at the same time tomorrow. So what you have to do is make sure you see us. We're all going to have to see you tomorrow.
Adios.